Our growth masters believe we can, one day, model clusters to duplicate your neural structure. When that happens, you can become immortal, like us. The singularity download, yes. I think our society has a long way to go before we accept that. If the body is not original, we would not be us. The body, any body, ours, yours, is merely a vessel for the mind. The mind is evolution's pinnacle. Sentience is extraordinarily rare in this universe. It must be cherished and protected at all costs. Good to know we agree on that. Would you consider coming with us, Yuri Ulster? I don't know. Anything is possible, I suppose, he replied diplomatically. I will pray for you, Yuri Ulster, High 3 said, and I urge you to consider what we can offer. Sentient species are the children of this universe, the reason it exists. It is our destiny to travel to the conclusion and join together in bliss and fulfillment with the final God. I see. He almost said it, almost asked, what about steady-state theory? Human cosmologists were now almost convinced that the universe was eternal, that the idea of a trillion-year cyclic state, of Big Bang origins and Big Crunch collapses, was no longer valid. So why do the Olyaks think it's going to end? But he had a job to do. You have given me a lot to consider. For that, I thank you. Another ripple wound its way around High 3's midsection. You are most welcome, and I consider it an act of friendship on my part to extend our help to you with this unpleasant case you are working on. To devote yourself to the recovery of others less fortunate is an honorable calling. Yuri hoped the Olyaks couldn't pick up on the flash of guilt he felt. I do what I can, and what Ainsley Zangari wants. Your dedication is to be commended. I will pray for your success in recovering the unfortunate man who has been abducted. Yuri gave the alien a level stare. You are most kind. Your help eliminating one line of inquiry has been very beneficial for me. Thank you. He steeled himself and shook hands with High 3 again. This time he didn't flinch. Anger allowed him to keep a tight rein on his reactions. Baptiste Devroy was not in his flat. Boris informed Yuri as soon as he was back out on Geneva's streets. Shit. Where is he? He deactivated his alt-me and left the flat at 10:57 this morning. Civic surveillance shows him getting into a cabis, which was requested by Dawn Montgomery, his current girlfriend. The tactical team are backtracking it. 10:57, Yuri mused. Interesting coincidence. That's about when we started looking for Horatio. Where was I, then? At Horatio's flat on Eleanor Road. Fuck it. They were watching to see if anyone noticed he'd gone. And then Jessica and I turned up, connection security officers. They must have started shitting themselves. He called Jessica. I hope you've made progress. They know we're coming. How the hell do they know that? She demanded. Best guess they were watching Horatio's flat. Baptiste Devroy is running. The tactical team is on his arse, but there's no guarantee when they'll catch up with him. Well, you're in luck. I've got a promising lead here. Good. I'll be with you in 10 minutes. He called Poily as he entered the connection hub. What's happening? She asked. I see the tactical team missed Baptiste Devroy. Whoever snatched Horatio knows we're searching for him, which is bad. I'm concerned they'll cut and run. Then you'll have to find him fast. No shit. Is he on Althea? I really hope so, because that's my only lead left. All right, do whatever you have to. There's a tactical team already there supporting Jessica. It may get noisy. Althea's barely been awarded its settlement certificate. It's a world without value. Nobody cares what happens there. You'll cover for me. With our history, I'm insulted you asked. Yuri grinned. One more thing. What are you, a Columbo wannabe? A what? Old fictional detective. Ask your friend Colonel Larson. Whatever. I need to run something by you and tell me if I'm being paranoid. Now you're talking. You're a major criminal gang, or one of Ainsley's rivals. Connection doesn't have rivals. Envious small-timers, you know. The Brazilian Solar Well Consortium. Someone who has the resources and patience to run a long con. Humor me here, please. Have I ever not? Then this is how you operate. You find out Gwendolyn is Ainsley's granddaughter and do your research. You create a flawless legend. Horatio and his whole family. Hell, maybe a dozen Horatios to bump your chances. Then you drop him into place. A place where you know Gwendolyn will meet him. And of course, she falls for him big time, because they've matched him perfectly. He spends the next 2 years romancing her, and they marry. He tells her how she maybe should take a job with connection after all. She does, and works her way up the family ladder, which is a much shorter route to the executive level than anyone without Zangari blood. Zam, bam, thank you, ma'am. It's taken 15 years, but you now have access to the highest level of connection, finance, strategy, and the power to influence same. That's got to be a worthwhile investment for people like that. All right, I'm playing. So why pull him away? He flinched. I'm not sure yet. Because he's a tart with a heart, and really, really fell for her? Yuri hadn't known that venomous level of sarcasm could carry across a Solnet link. No. I've come across something seriously wrong about this. I need to tell you about it in person. Yuri, a G7 Turing would have trouble hacking this encryption. So color me paranoid. There was only a short pause, but with Poi Li that was significant. Okay. And in the meantime, run a full check on Horatio, not just a G7 Turing data mine. If he was put into place, his controllers will know we do that at some point. Go deeper. Maybe send someone you trust to physically interview his parents. Get DNA samples and check them against residuals in his flat. Talk to his school friends, his teachers. See if they have any memories of him as a boy. If he was planted, his controllers won't be able to cover everything. I want to know if he's real, boy. All right, Yuri? Leave it with me. Thank you. I'm stepping into the Althea hub now. I'll call you as soon as I have something. The frontier town of Broncal only warranted 25 connection hubs and a single commercial transport hub. It was a small town on the edge of the Estroth Plains, a flatland plateau that extended for nearly 2,000 kilometers before dropping sharply into the sea. It was that unbroken, level ground that swung the decision to terraform in Althea's favor. Pollux, as a K0 orange giant star, wasn't the obvious choice for a human world. But it did have a gas supergiant planet, Thestius, which in turn had 48 moons. 4 of the larger ones, Althea, Pleuron, Iphicles, and Leda, were caught in a rosette orbit in the Lagrange 2 point, forever drifting around each other in Thestius's umbra. In most cases, being caged within a supergiant planet shade would be a gloomy existence, but not when Thestius orbited a mere 1.6 AUs out from an orange giant. The reduced sunlight striking Althea's surface was as intense as midday on Earth's tropics. Conjunctions with its L2 co-moons provided a regular variable day-night cycle as it passed between their shadows. It was midday between Pleuron conjunction and Leda conjunction, 18 hours of light, when Yuri stepped out of the hub on Isola Street, in the middle of town. He exhaled sharply. Compared to this humidity, London had been practically Arctic. The monotonous carbon and glass buildings stretched out along the street with geometrical precision. Palm trees provided some shade along the cracked concrete pavements, but not much. They were swaying about from the surprisingly fast gusts of wind sweeping along the street. Few people were walking in the sweltering daylight, and even fewer cycled. The road itself was mainly occupied with single-occupant cabbies and larger taxis humming along the shimmering asphalt, along with commercial vehicles rumbling between them. It was like a scene from the mid-21st century, Yuri thought. Boris connected to the local net, and 20 seconds later, a 3-wheeled cabbies pulled up in the broad strip of empty concrete to one side of the hub. Yuri climbed in and sat down on the narrow seat, thankful for the AC vents blasting cool air into the tiny transparent bubble. He always agreed with the saying that you wore a cabbies rather than rode one. It drove forward, taking him quickly through the town's depressing grid of near-identical buildings, their panel walls mass-fabricated in an industrial estate on the outskirts. There was nothing else to see on the ground, No vista of the vast marshlands stretching out beyond the town's docks. That didn't bother him. On Althea, the view was all about the sky. Pleuron's orbit had already dropped it below Althea's horizon, while Leda was now rising to the zenith, an airless, cratered world with its vast silver-grey mares laced with glowing lava streams. Massive tectonic activity was constantly rearranging its geography, rendering mapping an irrelevance. And beyond that, dominating the apex of the bright azure sky was the awesome globe of Thestius itself, a circle of darkness, crowned by a blazing halo of golden light created by its perpetual eclipse of Pollux. The glowing edges illuminated fast-moving white and carmine clouds, their swirling kinesis producing the bizarre optical illusion that they were somehow spilling over the edge of a hole in space to flow down into its black heart. An optical illusion that made it seem as if Althea was also falling toward the gas supergiant's eternal night side. Locals called it the Eye of God. Yuri shivered, shaking off the giddiness the sight conjured up. The cabbies took him to a commercial block on Nightingale Avenue. He walked into the reception, and Boris directed him along one wing to the office suite Jessica had rented 40 minutes earlier. The rooms backed onto a small warehouse, where the tactical team had parked their farm truck. The team's captain, Lucius Sochko, had brought a 30-centimeter portal inside a briefcase, which they'd threaded up in the warehouse. The rest of his team was coming through the 2-meter portal door, along with equipment and specialist mission support operators. Lucius was in the main office standing behind Jessica, who had taken her pink jacket off to sit at a desk with several new electronic modules. Yuri hadn't encountered the captain before, but the file Boris was spraying across his Tarsus lenses spoke of good work. You didn't get to his level in connection security without being competent. One thing the file hadn't prepared him for was seeing Lucius's arm around Jessica's shoulder. "What have you got for me?" Yuri asked. Jessica looked around, smiling as Lucius quickly stood up straight. "I still haven't managed to trace the Tarazzi van in the docks," she said. "However, we have no record of it driving away again through the commercial transport hub after it delivered Horatio. It's probably still there." "They'll have re-registered it," Yuri said bluntly, "probably within 10 minutes of it arriving." "There have only been 7 similar vans departing Bronkhall since then," she countered, "all of them legitimate." "These guys are professional," Yuri said uncertainly. "I think we have 2 options," Lucius said. "One, the gang has enough money to scrap the van straight away, break it up, take it to a vapor recycler plant, drive it out of town and dump it in the swamps. Whatever. In which case we've lost it permanently. Or," Yuri queried, "they're not going to be snatching people every day. The van will be parked up in a shed somewhere, waiting until they get another job. Then it'll be re-registered and given a bodywork makeover." "Good call," Yuri said. "The dock area is a whole industrial district supporting the bioreactor site, as well as the barge maintenance companies," Jessica said. "Plenty of big buildings. I want to send in a micro-drone flock, scan the whole place for the van. Lucius has already brought them through the portal." Yuri nodded. "Do it." "Who are these people?" Lucius asked. "Any idea?" "I don't know," Yuri told them. "I originally thought it might be a dark market brain transplant, but I've been disabused of that notion, which leaves us with an old-fashioned kidnap and ransom." "That's bullshit," Jessica said. "Ainsley isn't going to pay squat for the poor kid." Yuri shrugged. "Whoever the Vroy works for, they're professional." "Are you sure he's working for someone?" "No, but that's irrelevant at this point. We have to find Horatio and fast." "I'll launch the drones," Lucius said. "My people are ready to go." "Do that," Yuri said. "But I have one other lead. The G7 Turing found Baptiste de Vroy has a cousin, right here in Bronkhall, Joaquin Baron. He runs some kind of atmospheric sensor company, a one-man shop, has supply and maintenance contracts with the Government Climate Monitoring Board." "That can't be a coincidence," Jessica said with a knowing grin. "I wouldn't like to work out the odds." "You got an address?" "Yes. Fedres Meadows, Block 17. She paused, reading the information Boris had sent her. "An industrial park. Plenty of opportunity to fabricate items and reroute shipping consignments." "You have a suspicious mind. I approve." Ideally, they would have infiltrated slowly, sent some drones to Fedres Meadows. The drones would be followed by tactical team members arriving at neighboring commercial modules. Then Lucius would have led a 3-man detainment group in. Joaquin would have been contained and taken back to the Nightingale Avenue office. If he'd proved reluctant to cooperate immediately, the portal back to security's more secluded facilities was the first option. Yuri didn't have time for that. Every minute was putting Horatio deeper into danger. Boris confirmed that Joaquin Beron's alt-me was connected to Block 17's Solnet node, and Yuri made the decision to go in hard and fast. The department's G7 Turing shut down Fedres Meadows' network. A flock of 25 micro-drones deployed from Nightingale Avenue, their sensors probing the area in advance of Yuri's arrival. 5 big, grey 4x4 utility vehicles drove in a convoy to Fedres Meadows, which turned out to be a bleak collection of multi-role cubes, able to accommodate a variety of small and medium businesses. Yuri stared at the square grey and black walls, inset with silvered glass, the skimped landscaping around them. The industrial park could have been on any of the non-utopial terraformed worlds, or even the poorer areas of Earth itself. The age of cheap and easy fabrication seemed to have taken away any chance for architectural individuality. Places like Fedres weren't somewhere entrepreneurs went to begin their mega-corporate dream. They were the Darwinist incentive that bestowed determined people with the will to improve their enterprise and get the hell out. Yuri asked Boris for a secure link to Poili as they drove manually along the roads at high speed, causing automated vehicles to brake and swerve sharply. "How's the review of Horatio going?" "So far, he's so perfect and sweet. He's like a puppy in human form." "I might vomit," she replied. "I've got some people en route to his parents. Hopefully they'll crack any legend, because I can't believe anyone this noble still exists. Ever considered we might be getting too old and cynical for this job?" "Speak for yourself. However, I am growing concerned that I don't understand the motive here." "Money," Yuri said immediately. "It's always money in the end. I'm thinking it's a kidnapping. There's nothing else left it could be. Someone found out who Gwendolyn is. We haven't had a ransom demand. There won't be one. Not now they know I'm onto them. I'm just praying they haven't already tossed Horatio into the swamp. Damn, that would devastate Gwendolyn. Ainsley won't like it either. Then Ainsley should keep it in his trousers. I'll pass that on." Yuri couldn't help the small grin that played over his lips. "Look, I've got 2 possible ways of finding the kid. I'll work them to the end. You know that." "I do. Ever considered you missed your vocation? I can recommend to Ainsley you take charge of instructing fresh meat at that training center. My reply contained some phrase about chewing my leg off. How long until you talk to Joaquin Beron?" "Couple of minutes." "Loop me in, please." "You got it." The vehicles encircled Block 17, driving over the surrounding gardens, tires tearing up the lush grass. 17 was one of the smaller blocks, the dark external paneling fading to mud-brown in the relentless assault by Althea's raw climate. Lucius led 5 paramilitaries through the front door, while Yuri and Jessica waited in the vehicle. More paramilitaries deployed around the block. Yuri could see people in the neighboring blocks pressed up against the glass, watching in amazement. The light outside was dimming as thick black clouds rolled in. Big drops of rain began to splatter against the windscreen. "We got him," Lucius announced. "The location is secure." Jessica pulled her pink jacket over her head as they scurried from the vehicle to the entrance. The rain was becoming a monsoon deluge, hitting Yuri from every direction as the wind whipped it around, plastering his hair against his scalp. "So you and Lucius," he said. "I didn't know. How long's that been going on?" Raindrops slithered down the puzzled expression on her face. "What? He seems like a good guy." "Wow! My opinion of your detective superpower just took a massive dive." "I know what I saw." "No, you don't." "You'll need to inform HR.
"What?"
"I knew a guy, back in the day. Basically a good guy, but a dick with it. He and one of my operatives hooked up. They didn't follow company procedure. It didn't end well."
"Good pep talk there, boss. Thanks."
"Just saying." She shook her head in bemused dismay as they slipped into the block. "Give Poili a visual," Yuri told Boris. The alt-me would relay the feed from his Tarsus lenses. Joaquin Beron was a small man, a good head shorter than Yuri. His dark hair was styled in braids tight against his skull, to try to negate a receding hairline. Tattoos glowed softly on his neck, snaking down below the collar of his green overalls. Yuri got Boris to run a scan on the patterns, but they weren't listed as any gang type. Joaquin Beron was in the workshop at the rear of the building, sitting on a chair. The tactical team had followed Yuri's directions perfectly. His ankles had been zip-locked to the chair legs, hands fastened behind his back. 2 of the paramilitaries stood on either side, large carbines held ready, not threateningly, but with easy confidence. Jessica was shaking the water from her jacket as they walked across the concrete floor, surrounded by big fabricator units that were humming away efficiently. "Seems like a legitimate setup," Lucius said. "I can pull some specialists in to go through his network if you want." "No need," Yuri said. "You guys?" Joaquin challenged, his voice high with bravado. "You are in shit so deep. I got rights, you know. My lawyer's going to bust your balls for this." Yuri smiled down at him. "For what? You even got a warrant?" "Why would I have a warrant? I don't work for a government." "Huh? Then who the fuck are you?" "My name is Yuri, and I'm conducting a small experiment." Joaquin turned a troubled gaze at the statue-like paramilitaries. "What fucking experiment?" "To see how smart you are, Joaquin." "What the hell is this?" "I'm going to talk now. I want you to listen. Understand?" "Go fuck your whore mother up the ass, you piece of corporate shit." Yuri pointed to the paramilitary on Joaquin's left. "Do you have a knife?" "Yes, sir." "Take it out and stab Joaquin here, just above his knee. Don't puncture a major blood vessel. I don't want him bleeding out before he's told us what we want to know." "What the actual fuck?" "Yes, sir." The paramilitary drew a bowie knife from his belt scabbard. "Don't you fucking dare!" "Why? What's going to stop him?" Yuri asked pleasantly. "No way. Don't. Okay, I'm listening, all right? I'll listen to you. Just don't." Yuri held up a finger to the paramilitary. "That's good, Joaquin. Now it's important that you realize I'm prepared to cripple you just to get you to shut up before we even start the real session. So I'm thinking if you annoy me, I'm going to start walking around to see what kind of power tools I can pick up. You'll have plenty, I'm sure. You'll need them for your business. Big ones, small ones, very sharp ones, badly blunt ones. Am I right? Now try and imagine how I can use them, and on what bits of you." Joaquin pushed himself back into the chair, panic making his breathing heavy. "Now, where were we? Oh, yes, I was going to say something. Think of this as your starter question for 10 points, or in your case, you get to keep the toes on your left foot points. Baptiste Devroy. Who is he?" "I can speak now." "You may speak now, but let's keep it short and focused, shall we?" "He's my cousin. I don't ever see him, honestly." "But you're in contact, aren't you?" "Some. Maybe a little. Yeah." "Not anymore, you won't be. As of an hour ago, Cousin Baptiste will never be talking to you ever again, nor anyone else." "Christ, what did you do?" "I did nothing. Our London division dealt with him." "London division? Who are you people?" "People who only a terminally stupid asshole would piss off." "Shit on a stick." "You're talking too much, Joaquin." "Sorry, I'm sorry." "Of course you are. So now you have to decide how far you're going to go to protect your cousin and his friends against how much of yourself you are prepared to lose. Got that?"
"Yes."
"So, Cousin Baptiste, he sent someone here yesterday, didn't he?" Joaquin nodded urgently. "Okay, good boy. So, 2 questions left. 1, why?"
"I don't know, please. I swear on my own fucking mother, I don't know where they go."
Yuri stiffened. "They?"
"Yeah."
"Baptiste, he does this like every couple of months. People he's taken get driven here to Broncal. Then they shoot them full of heavy-duty chemicals, which puts them in this really deep sleep, like a coma. After that, they get shipped out again." "Why?" Even knowing every second was critical now, Yuri couldn't help the question. "What for? What are they doing to them?"
"I don't know what the fuck happens to them, man. I'm not crazy stupid enough to ask. I figure it's got to be some weird rich dude who's off the scale perverted. I mean, what kind of normal person wants a bunch of unconscious people?"
"That's a very good question, Joaquin."
"I don't know. Really, please, I don't. All I do is take care of the vehicles. I arrange new registrations for the vans. That's it."
"I'll accept that for now.
Second question. Baptiste snatched a friend of mine yesterday, a decent boy called Horatio Seymour. Joaquin started rocking from side to side. No, they'll kill me, please. We know Horatio arrived here in Broncal. Yuri clicked his fingers and turned to Jessica. When? The van came through the commercial transport hub 31 hours ago, she supplied. Thank you. 31 hours ago. The van then drove to the docks. Where in the docks? Please, Joaquin whimpered. Ah, you are making such good progress, too. Yuri held out his hand, and the paramilitary gave him the Bowie knife. Shit, all right. Christ. Joaquin eyed the blade frantically. It's the bioreactor complex. His shoulders slumped in defeat. Okay, that's it. Please, just let me go. Yuri slammed the knife down. Joaquin screamed. He looked down in terror to see the blade sticking into the chair, a centimetre from his crotch. Oops. Missed, Yuri said. Let me have another go. See if my aim improves, because that reactor complex is huge, and you fucking know that. Building 7! They've got him in Building 7! The docks were the reason Broncal existed. They sat on the edge of Althea's lungs, the expansive sprawl of the plateau that was now a marshland that extended all the way to the cliffs. It was riddled with canals that had a flotilla of dredgers, keeping them open, allowing the barges access to the entire area. Every day they would moor at the bioreactor next to the docks and load up with freshly grown algae-ox. Then they'd chug off down the canals, their powerful pumps squirting out long arcs of blue-green sludge to coat the saturated land. For 38 years, the genetically engineered algae had been photosynthesizing the oxygen which made Althea's atmosphere breathable for humans. The barges were scheduled to keep going for another 15 years at least, until the SOL, Senate's Climate Monitoring Board, awarded Althea its final clearance certificate. A good 70% of Broncal's working population was employed by the reactor complex, or the docks, which is why 8 of the town's 25 hubs were sited in the district. Yuri ordered them to be closed down, along with the commercial transport hub, which was also adjacent to the docks. As soon as Joaquin had given them the location, Lucius and the paramilitaries got back into their vehicles and drove through the deluge of warm rain to the docks. Yuri had to grip the sides of his chair. The vehicles slid and skidded so much on the wet asphalt. He simply wasn't used to ground transport, and the motion was making him feel queasy. The rain is hindering our drones, Lucius complained, especially the micro-drone flocks. But on the bright side, it's covering our approach too, Jessica said. We need to be certain, Lucius said. If Joaquin gave us the wrong information. He didn't, Yuri said, recalling just how hard Joaquin had pleaded to be believed at the end. Okay, the tactical squad captain agreed. We'll go with it. Jessica peered out through the windscreen as the wipers flashed back and forth. Must be getting closer, she said. I can see the hangars. Yuri looked out over the inundated road. Squatting on the horizon were 4 massive airship hangars. As well as maintaining the algae-ox barges, Broncal's dock supported the airships that circled for months at a time over the ocean beyond the plateau's cliffs. They all had 10-meter portal doors fixed underneath their hulls, which were twinned to portals carried by ice harvesters, pushing inexorably across the frozen ocean of Reynolds. At 43 AUs out, Reynolds was the most distant planet orbiting Pollux, a planet with a Mercury-sized rock core coated in a 100-kilometer mantle of ice. All of Althea's water had come from there, arriving in colossal streams of ice shards that poured out of the airships to splash down and melt into the new seas. He stared at the big grey buildings in bemusement, remembering the first time Connection had trialled icefalls in the Australian outback, now a lush savanna. Wonder what a car would make of this, he murmured. What? Jessica asked. Nothing. They were speeding through the outside rank of dock buildings now. Yuri checked the map Boris was spraying over his Tarsus lenses. The bioreactor complex and the airship hangars were positioned at opposite ends of the docks. A small purple star was shining in one of the reactor complex buildings, number 7, an old 3-level warehouse and office block, which was registered to an independent maintenance company. Drones were orbiting it, keeping a safe half-kilometer distance. Through the heavy rain, their visual image was very low resolution. Normally they would release a flock of micro-drones, biomechanical flies that would swarm through the target area,
sending back detailed information via secure comm laser. But Lucius hadn't launched them. This rain would knock them out of the air. "They'll know something's wrong," Jessica said. "Our Turing's taken Solnet offline across the complex." "She's right," Lucius said. "We can't do a stealth insertion. This is entry by the front door. All alarms screaming." "Very likely," Yuri said grimly. "So I'll need some body armor." Lucius handed a bag over without comment. It contained a bulky jacket and thick overtrousers, along with a lightweight helmet. "You as well," Lucius said, holding another bag out to Jessica. "I'm not going in there," she said indignantly. "Of course not. You don't have any combat training for one. But if we do wind up in a firefight, I'd like you to have some protection. We don't know what sort of weapons Baptiste's people are carrying." Jessica glanced suspiciously at Yuri, who was doing his best not to smirk. The bodywork of the vehicle they were riding in was practically nothing but kinetic armor. "Thank you, Lucius," she said dispassionately. "That's very considerate." The tactical squad deployed in the same fashion as they had at Fedress Meadows, their vehicles encircling the building and coming to a halt. This time, when the paramilitaries climbed out, they were accompanied by a group of combat support drones, thick dark discs with squat muzzles protruding from their rim, flying nimbly above the squad. Yuri followed Lucius outside. Warm rain hit him full on, immediately soaking around the edge of his armor jacket. A thick, unbroken layer of black clouds had closed off the sky, obscuring Thestius and its halo of golden sunlight. "I guess God isn't going to be watching over us," Yuri muttered. He pulled down the enhanced vision visor. The squad's tactical grid sprayed across it, highlighting the locations of individual team members in green. The interior of the building was laid out for him, with the ground floor divided into 3 large spaces, and the upper 2 floors split into a maze of rooms. "Are you in the network?" he asked Boris as they walked behind 8 paramilitaries who closed on the front door. "The G7 Turing has acquired limited access." A smattering of purple stars appeared, most of them on the first floor. "These are the heavy processing cores." Yellow circles materialized, and these are the main power drains. 3 overlaps, Yuri said. "Okay, Lucius, those 3 are our primary targets. Take them first. Lock them down. You are authorized to use appropriate force." "You heard the man," Lucius said. He snapped out orders to individual 4-man squads and assigned each a target. The combat drones shot forward. A camera on one showed Yuri somebody racing away from the entrance lobby, sprinting deeper into the building. "Take the doors out," Lucius ordered. A drone fired its scattergun at the glass doors, sending crystalline splinters slamming into the lobby. 12 drones swooped in, followed by the paramilitaries. "Yuri," Poili said quietly, "stay safe." "Working on that." Yuri had decided on checking the biggest power drain point first. Whatever creepy procedure Baptiste was performing on his snatched victims, it would need power. He pulled out his semi-automatic pistol and headed up the stairs behind Lucius. His visor was showing him an array of images, as the rest of the team smashed their way into the building. Drones zoomed along corridors, scanning for gang members. He'd almost reached the second-floor landing when the shooting started. Gang members armed with machine pistols came crashing out of rooms, raking the corridors with full magazine discharges, then snapping in reloads to carry on the carnage. Whatever weapons they'd fabricated had an astonishing fire rate, shredding walls, floors, and ceilings in chaotic shrapnel clouds. Drones returned fire, sending out a barrage of thunderburst grenades. They exploded in incandescent blooms, the blast waves shattering windows and tearing doors off their hinges. The drones advanced, electromagnetic rifles slamming supervelocity rounds toward any hostile their sensors detected. Gang members reeled back, diving for cover. Paramilitaries crept after them, directing the drones' fire, sometimes opening fire themselves. Yuri hit the ground as soon as the shooting started. Just in time. Half the wall behind him disintegrated into a swirling cloud of fragments and dust as a gang member strafed it. His 2 escort drones zipped forward, blasting away in retaliation. "Holy shit!" he screeched. His head came up. Lucius was on the ground in front of him, also scanning around urgently. "Looks like they saw us coming," Lucius shouted. "No fucking kidding." The first clash ended as gang members either died or retreated deeper into the building. Yuri scrambled up and hurried along the smoldering wreckage of the main corridor.
How many gang members are there?
4 fatalities, Boris said. Estimated 7 hostiles remain active on this level.
Yuri reached the room that was drawing all the power. Its door was gone, wrenched off to leave a slim, jagged rim still attached to the hinges. 4 drones sailed through the hole ahead of him. Someone opened fire on them. The response was swift. He heard the definitive sound of super-velocity rounds punching through furniture. A man started screaming, a long, terrified wail of pain. "Hold fire and isolate the hostile," he ordered the drones. The visor graphics showed them surging deeper into the room. One of the paramilitaries went in just ahead of him. "Careful, sir, there's a floor breach." "Got it," Yuri said. It took him a moment to make sense of the chaos laid out before him. So much of the room had been damaged by grenades and bullets. There were 5 hospital-style gurneys lined up along one side, most of them lying on their side. Medical equipment towers were shredded, pulsing out fluids from their torn casings. 2 of the gurneys had unconscious bodies lying on them, which made Yuri's heart lurch in panic until he realized they were both female. One had taken a bullet to the thigh and was bleeding profusely. "Shit!" He stared around, searching for a first aid kit. He couldn't see one. Another firefight erupted somewhere down the other end of the building. He flinched, ducking down as bullets came slamming through the thin composite walls. "Jessica! Help us, are you okay?" "Yeah, I need a combat medic case. Fast!" "Are you hit?" "Not me. Found our first victims. On my way." "No!" "Stay in the vehicle. I'm sending someone to collect." He turned to the paramilitary who'd accompanied him. "Go!" As the paramilitary left, Yuri snatched up a sheet from one of the fallen gurneys and jammed it against the woman's bullet wound, tying it on hard with a length of tube from the wrecked medical tower. Then he went over to where a pair of drones was hovering over the wounded gang member. 2 laser target dots illuminated his forehead. The man had taken 3 hits, 2 in the arm, 1 in the chest. He was already ashen, gulping down breath. Blood was pooling on the floor. "Help," he beseeched. "Sure thing." Yuri knelt down and pushed his visor up. "One of my people is bringing a medic kit. You'll be fine." "Yeah? Sure. I've seen worse. Man, it hurts." "I need to know. Where are the other people that were brought here?" "Please, I'm sorry. I just drive the vans, you know." "Sure." Yuri held up the card with Horatio's picture. "Did you see this kid? Is he still here?" The man had trouble focusing. "Jeez, it hurts bad. Deep, you know, deep inside." "Is that a bullet?" "Keep it together. The paramedics are almost here. Before they give you a shot for the pain, tell me. The kid." Yuri heard more gunfire hammering in the big warehouse directly underneath. Then a series of grenades went off. The whole room shuddered for several seconds. "Did you see him?" Yuri persisted. "Yes. He was here. Overnight." "Where is he now?" "They took him downstairs." "Downstairs where?" "Ready." "Ready for what?" The man's limbs started to shake. "Ready for what?" Yuri shouted. "Go." He held an arm up, fingers grasping for Yuri, as if that contact would somehow help. "Ready to go." Yuri stood up, ignoring the clawing hand. "Our prime target may still be in the building. Ground floor, proceed with extreme caution." He snapped the visor down again and studied the tactical display before striding out of the room and hurrying down the stairs. One of his drones flew point. The other took up position behind. There was a doorway behind the lobby's reception desk. The door itself had been torn off, revealing a black gulf. The point drone flew through first. Yuri followed it into a long windowless locker room with smashed light panels on the ceiling. His visor enhancements kicked in, converting the darkness into a clinical blue and white monochrome image. The drone navigated its way past buckled lockers that leaned against each other, like a domino knockdown road that hadn't quite worked. It slipped through another open doorway into the first of the ground floor warehouses. Yuri came out into a huge space, broken up by floor-to-ceiling cargo racks that were mostly vacant. Grenade blasts had pummeled hundreds of empty plastic crates out of their stacks, scattering them across the floor. Ancient heavy-lift trolleys were parked around the 5 loading bay doors, the warehouse's vast interior making them look like abandoned toys. 2 of the tactical team's drones had been brought down, their blackened armor fuselage casings badly crumpled. Yuri didn't like to think what weapon had done that. There were gunshots coming from the far end of the warehouse, obscured from Yuri's view as he crouched down and ran for cover behind a solid-looking workbench. One of his drones slid along behind a rack, its sensors scanning around. He saw 3 gurneys behind a cargo rack down in the second loading bay. 2 of them had toppled over, and 1 was upside down. All 3 had bodies strapped on. The drone's camera zoomed in. The upside-down gurneys had a big pool of blood spreading out from it. "Holy fuck!" Yuri exclaimed. One of the other slumbering bodies was Horatio. "Jessica! Lucius! I found him!" A huge explosion detonated on the second floor. The entire warehouse ceiling undulated like an agitated storm cloud, and cracks began to appear, ripping along its length. Debris showered down. The gang members at the far end began shooting wildly. "Shit!" Yuri shouted. "Lay down suppression fire!" he ordered the drones. They fired a fast barrage of grenades. Explosions filled the big space with incandescent light as Yuri powered forward. Twice he fell, as pressure waves slammed into him, sending him skidding along the filthy floor. Above him, the drones opened up with their electromagnetic guns, firing clean through the metal racks. "Lucius, some backup!" he yelled, as he scrambled to his feet for the second time. A bullet caught his chest armor, spinning him and sending him crashing down again. The drones identified the source and sent more super-velocity rounds ripping down the warehouse. Pain was a hot ball in Yuri's chest. Grimacing against it, he scrambled up into a crouch position and carried on toward Horatio's gurneys. His own semi-automatic was lost somewhere behind him. Flames were roaring up the wall at the far end, ignited by the hellish burn of the grenades. The drones hovered above him, constantly scanning for hostile activity. "Lucius, we've got to get him out of here!" "Lucius has dropped out of contact," Boris said. "What? Is he hit?" "Unknown. His Alt-Me is no longer transmitting." Yuri flinched. Connection tactical team members were equipped with multiple access links, both implanted and on their armor, a hard lesson the department had learned after they lost track of Savvy Hepburn. Today, it was practically impossible to take one of their personnel offline. Yuri didn't want to imagine the level of violence that weapons would have to inflict on Lucius to make that happen. Nothing survivable. He tried to focus on the tactical display. 5 of their paramilitary's icons were amber and red now, showing they were injured and pulling back. There was no sign of Lucius's icon. Fuck! He arrived at the gurneys and practically collapsed over it. Horatio's unconscious face was caked in dust, but it was definitely him. Yuri felt unreasonably angry at how peaceful the boy looked. He worked the buckle on the strap. Another firefight broke out somewhere in the building. "How much fucking ammunition have these bastards got?" he bellowed furiously. "Okay, everybody get out now. We have what we came for, and I could do with some help down here." A low, torturous rumble came from somewhere overhead. Yuri flinched, glancing up. The ruined ceiling was bulging down, the cracks multiplying. Rubble began spilling through the gaps, hurling thick grey dust clouds ahead of it. They churned in a mad tango with the black smoke gushing out of the inferno. Oh, shit. He started to wonder just how good the body armor truly was. The tiny piece of rationality left in his mind was hunting down escape routes. They were all a long way off. The loading bay door burst apart. One of the tactical team's 4x4s came screeching through the rent. Wheels locked on full turn, and its back end swung around, tires howling as they left a U of scorched skid marks on the concrete floor. The front door opened. Jessica was gripping the manual steering wheel with manic strength. "You called for backup." A line of bullets stitched deep craters in the windscreen. The drones hurled grenades and super-velocity bullets in reprisal. Above everyone, the ceiling cracks multiplied like black lightning bolts. Yuri snatched up Horatio's limp form and lunged into the 4x4. Jessica was already accelerating away before the door closed. "Out! Out! Out!" he screamed. The tactical display showed him the paramilitaries moving fast. Then they were outside, bucking across the wide parking lot, rain pounding the bodywork. A slender contrail streaked through the monsoon. Moving so fast, Yuri was still staring at it in bewilderment as it passed barely 5 meters above the 4x4. The Hellbuster missile slammed into the collapsing building and detonated, obliterating it in a sun-bright plasma cloud. The blast wave punched the 4x4 with extreme force, sending it tumbling across the asphalt, every impact a hammer blow. Yuri recovered consciousness amid a cluster of slowly deflating airbags that had completely filled the 4x4's interior. A lot of the flaccid white fabric in front of him was smeared with blood. The roof was below him, and the windows were all a mosaic of cracks, though, amazingly, they'd retained their integrity. Horatio Seymour was sprawled on the roof beside him. Yuri watched for a few moments, checking that the boy was still breathing. Then he heard Jessica groaning. When he looked around, he saw she was hanging upside down in the front seat safety harness, blood dribbling out of her nose to run down her forehead. "How are you doing?" he asked. "Just peachy, thanks." She dabbed at her nose and winced. "What the fuck just happened?" "I have no idea." Julos, Year 587 AA. Monks don't normally have names. It wasn't an infraction, but the clan's grown-ups had always discouraged it. The cohort should be uniform, they explained, no favourites. Language was also considered a communication impediment. Monks should know their master's wishes without having to be designated and instructed. Instinctive identification of any requirement or deployment was so much quicker. That also meant the boys had to learn how to communicate those commands at a subliminal level. The process was symbiotic. Urella had been 5 or 6 when she started mentally assigning her 2 monks as Uno and Dos. They'd been studying old Earth languages at the time, and she liked the softness of classical Spanish. By the time she was 7, Uno had become Uma, because even Urella rather enjoyed the idea of having a goddess as a companion, while Dos had become Duni, for no reason whatsoever except it sounded kind of fun. When she reached 8, the names had become an ingrained facet of their association, and even Alessandra had given up asking her not to use them. Now, as Urella leaned on the wall, staring through the big window into the treatment room, Uma and Duni had their arms wrapped around her legs in a loving hug. Her hands stroked their skulls, providing reassurance that she was all right, and still cared for them despite leaving them behind for 11 days. When the rescue flyer had landed back at the Emerly estate, everyone's cohorts had come charging out of the dormitory to greet them. They ran into a wave of emotion, the relief and stress her year-mates were radiating in the wake of their ordeal. The poor monks, expecting a happy reunion, had reacted badly, demanding affection, embracing their masters and mistresses in unbreakable hugs. It had taken a long time to calm things down. Uranti, the monk tech, was called to deal with Delian's semi-hysterical cohort, to allow the doctors to treat their injured master without having to constantly bat them away. Urella had watched the spray shot that was quickly administered to each of the creatures with interest. She was sure it wasn't a sedative, as they didn't become drowsy. Instead, the drug seemed to banish their emotions. Then she realized Alessandra was studying her. For once in her life she didn't bow her head or look away. She returned her gaze levelly. "Did we pass?" she asked belligerently. Surprisingly, Alessandra looked immensely sad and turned away. Urella had followed the medical party as Delian was carried into the treatment center. Now that the casualty team had finished with him, he was lying on a wide clinic bed, his wounds covered with long strips of surgical-grade A skin, with various tubes emerging from blue blisters stuck to his arms. His monk cohort was snuggled up around him, drawing warmth and comfort from the touch, a scene reminiscent of puppies nestling around their mother. After spending her time on the resort island successfully playing the unattainable Ice Queen, she rather envied them and let out a sigh of regret. Uma and Duni immediately tightened their hold on her legs, sensing her affection was being directed elsewhere. They only came up to her hips now, so they couldn't see through the window. She stroked them again, down the nape of the neck, the way they enjoyed most, and cooed reassurance at them, body posture reinforcing the feeling, "I'm fine, and I'm relieved for my friend too. Everything is going to be good." The chief doctor emerged from the treatment room and came over to her. "You can go in now if you'd like," Sei said. "You'll need to be quick. The sedatives are already making him drowsy." "Thank you." For a moment, Urella hesitated. Then she shook her head at her own reluctance. After everything they'd been through, having to find courage to face Delian now seemed ridiculous. She flicked a finger up, indicating that Uma and Duni should wait outside. They pouted and hung their heads, but didn't protest as she went in. Delian peered up at her and smiled in recognition amid his chemical-induced serenity.
Hey, you. Hey, yourself. How are you? Doing okay, I think. Your poor arm. It's okay. I hope the A-skin brings your freckles back. I always liked them. We're alone in a bedroom together.
She twitched a smile.
So we are. Savi and Callum. Together again. You kissed me. What? Back there. When we were stranded all alone on the tippity-ippity top of the mountain. You kissed me.
She took his hand and brushed the knuckles to her mouth.
I did, didn't I? Do I get another? Maybe. If you're good and do as the doctors tell you. How's that going? The Moroxes didn't cut you too deep.
She arched her eyebrow.
How lucky was that? Unbelievable, in fact. I guessed right. So, am I boosting? What? This is my boost, right? I'm being implanted with all my super-wooper fighting gadgets. Wow. What are they giving you? I could do with some myself. We don't start boosting until next week. That's to give us time to recover from our test.
He let out a long sigh, his head sinking deeper into the pillow as his muscles relaxed.
Are you testing me? No. We never left, you know. Never got signed out of our training. The resort island, the fun we all had there, it was just the half-time break in another combat tactics game. That's all. It's never going to end, Delian, not ever. Not for us. All righty,
he mumbled as his eyes closed. She gazed down fondly at the sleeping boy and kissed his forehead.
Get well. I need you.
Principal Jenner's office was at the top of the tallest building in the clan estate. Nothing as majestic as the skyscrapers in Ephrata over the other side of the valley, but the view through the curving, transparent walls was nonetheless impressive. The sight of the valley stretching away into hazy distance even roused Urella from her mood as she stepped out of the portal door. Alessandro was waiting for her, and gave her a gentle embrace as soon as she entered. That was when she realized she was now a few centimeters taller than her.
How are you, my dear?
Alessandra asked, gesturing her to a couch.
Absolutely fine,
Urella replied stiffly. She gazed at Jenner, sitting behind her desk. The principal was male cycling, dressed in a suit of some shiny ebony fabric, with a slim white collar and scarlet piping, which made her look more imposing than any head of a simple educational establishment should be.
But then I was never in any real danger, was I?
Jenner and Alessandra exchanged a glance.
No,
Alessandra admitted with deep reluctance.
If you'll indulge me, when did you work it out?
Why?
So you can avoid making the same mistake with the next year group?
That's not quite as detrimental as you seem to think, Jenner said. We are all of us learning here. We simply wish to know if we should adapt our procedures and tell the girls in advance.
But not the boys?
No.
Why not?
They are the point troops. You know this. They have to learn how to act together in a unit.
I think even the boys have got that by now,
Urella growled.
18 years of indoctrination tends to make that very clear.
We are not indoctrinating you, Jenner said immediately. This is a training facility, that's all.
Training us to fight for you.
Humans are a hunted species, Urella. Sometime, somewhere in this galaxy, we have to stop running and fight back. You have known that it is your destiny to confront the enemy from the very beginning. We never withheld that from you. Everything which has followed, everything we have taught you and trained you to do, is designed to give you the greatest chance of success. She arched her eyebrow.
Including the cougar?
No, Alessandra said ruefully. The cougar was a mistake. We didn't know one was in the area. But the Moroxes, they're not real, are they? They're just Gen 10 remotes.
They used to be real, Alessandra said, thousands of years ago in a star system light years away. A traveler generation starship found a planet with indigenous biological life, not dissimilar to terrestrial evolution, which is always a rare and wonderful surprise. They stopped and studied the xenobiology for a century before moving on. We replicated the basic Morox form in molecular initiators. It provided you with a believable threat.
It nearly ripped Delian's arm off.
No, it never did that. There were deep scratches, that's all. Plenty of blood, but no real damage.
You scared the living crap out of us to give us motivation.
You bastards.
Alessandra sat next to her and reached out to put her arm around her shoulders. She shook it off angrily.
Don't. Not you. You were supposed to be the one we trusted, our almost parent. You betrayed us." She wiped her eyes, struggling to hold tears in. "I would die before I would betray you," Alessandra said. "I might not be your biological parent, but my love for you is just as strong." Urella shook her head. "No parent would do this. Doesn't matter what kind." "All of us who volunteered to stay behind while our families left for the safety of the generation ships did so willingly, knowing the suffering, this suffering, that we would face, raising you," Jenna said quietly. "We made that sacrifice freely because we not only love you, but we believe in you. You are destined to be our salvation."
"We're not your salvation. We're your slaves, soldiers," Urella spat. "Why did you even birth us? Why not just use Gen 10 remotes?"
"Because of you, Urella," Alessandra said softly. "You are the reason."
"What do you mean?"
"A Gen 10 is smart, fast, but ultimately has limits, in imagination, in intuition. You don't. You are human. That's stupid. I'm not as clever as a Gen 10. It doesn't matter how physically large my brain is. I could never match one of them. Not in absolute processing power, no. But, like all technology, Turings have plateaued. There is no next level for them, no 11th generation."
"I'm not a next level of evolution," she cried. "I'm the opposite. I'm a throwback, a binary human. You wanted us, the boys, for our aggression, for the primitives we are."
"Yes, we wanted boys for their aggression. Us Omnias don't possess their level of testosterone bellicosity, not permanently, because we cycle, but a constant male gender. That gives them the greatest advantage a human can have in a combat situation. We have to win, Irella. The enemy will never stop. We know this. They haven't stopped for thousands of years. We cannot send less than our best against them."
"Then what do you need me for? I'm not the best of anything."
"Deep down, I think you understand perfectly well why. I know acknowledging what you are is difficult, and for that I am so very sorry. But you are what you are, Irella. Smart. Do you really think a Gen 10 would have worked out what was happening at the crash? A Gen 10 is not suspicious. Simply asking questions is not the same as possessing curiosity. Curiosity is a human trait, derived from emotion. A Gen 10 can analyze its situation and environment, but to believe what it experiences is fraudulent without prior knowledge? No. That was you. You worked it out, and not just because you were clever, but because you had feelings. To make the decisions you will be making, that is another flaw a Gen 10 cannot compensate for. You see, once you are out among the stars, face to face with the enemy, you will confront the final question, the very human question of trust. If you were to order Delian and his yearmates into action, they would trust you, because they know you would never, ever let them down. That whatever attack plan you come up with, it is the very best a plan can be. A Gen 10's plan of action might be equally good, possibly better, but there will always exist a tiny fissure of uncertainty in those required to carry it out. In those circumstances, hesitance can mean death. Trust is at the core of human nature, one of our greatest curses and blessings. You think you're the pinnacle of sophistication and human culture, but you're not. You are monsters, she said coldly. You bred us, poor, backward animals, for one purpose. We have no choice. You have taken it away from us. Our life is preordained, controlled by you. We are nothing. You have denied us a soul. You are the salvation of the human race. That is not nothing. I don't want that, she yelled. I want a life, my life. I want to live in a culture where people respect each other, where we have the liberty to follow whatever goals we can find for ourselves. I want to be free. We all do, Jenna said sharply. But we had that freedom taken from us when the enemy found us. Now all that is left is for humanity to run, to fly between the stars and find a refuge world for a few hundred years where we can breathe for a brief, sweet time before running again. I too want to live a life without fear. I want a home to go to, but there is none in this damned galaxy, not for humans. None of us have a choice anymore. So now we will join the Five Saints and fight back. We have to. My part in this campaign is trivial. It is so small that it will never be known.
But you and the boys, you will gather together with others like you, and you will win. You will liberate this galaxy, and humans will have a home again." 3 days after they were rescued from the crash, the clan's senior year finally moved out of their dormitory dome in the middle of the main campus complex. Gen 10 construction remotes had built them a crescent of neat little bungalows in a fresh section of the clan compound. They all had the same basic layout of 5 rooms and a cohort den under a curving roof, with broad glass doors opening onto a terrace, shaded by palms and vines. In the center of the crescent was a communal hall, with indoor and outdoor swimming pools and gyms, and a dining room if they still wanted to eat as a group, as well as lecture theaters and design studios and all-body combat simulation eggs. There were also portals to various sites for combat exercises with live weapons, and out to a skyfort for more zero-G training. After breakfast on the Exodus Day, monks and remote wagonettes carried everyone's belongings out of the senior dorm and across the compound to their new homes. Behind them, the new senior year swooped in on the vacated dormitories and started heated squabbles over who got which bed. Delian had been tempted to leave everything behind. After all, the only things in the boxes on the wagonette were relics of childhood. He considered that over now, obliterated by the resort island and subsequent ordeal on the wilderness mountain. But there were blankets the monks were fond of, and books and old drawings that still managed to tug at a few sentimental strings deep inside. So he brought it all, telling himself he'd chuck most of it into his new home's disposal chute. Somehow he suspected the long line of his fellow year-mates had come to the same conclusion. The door opened for him, and he stepped over the threshold. Everything's so blank, he thought in dismay. The walls were tastefully coloured, of course, in greys and reds and golds. The wooden floors in each room were dark, polished hardwood, with simple furniture. Blank, waiting for him to change it, to mould it into his own. He didn't have any idea what he wanted, just not this. His arms were by his side. He lifted them slightly and wiggled his fingers. The monks bounced about happily at the freedom he'd just bestowed and rushed around the bungalow to explore. There was an outbreak of happy squeaks and groans as they discovered their den, with its shelf beds next to his bedroom. They liked that. Delian stared down at the boxes they'd abandoned and the remote wagonette waiting patiently for his instruction, and scratched his head in perplexity. Now what? Hello. He turned to see Urella framed by the open door, her head only just below the lintel. Hey, you. Come in. Welcome to my home. Saints, that is so weird saying that. I know. She walked in, looking around, her expression of dismay as deep as his. Nice, she teased. What are you going to do with it? I have absolutely no idea. I can pull up some old files on decor if you'd like. Our ancestors seemed to have a much greater imagination than us, especially when it came to artistic flair. It may give you some ideas. Sounds good. Have you done that already? Looked, I mean. Yeah. These homes all have a good fabricator. They can produce just about any effect you want, and the remotes will fit them for you. I've already been trying some stuff out. Delian realized he hadn't seen her in the line of year-mates walking into the crescent. How long have you been here? A couple of days. My bungalow is next door. Really? That's great. It wasn't chance. Yeah? Who made that happen? I did. How did you manage that? We're the brains of the outfit, us girls, remember? I thought this is an equal society. No, Delian, it isn't. It is very far from that. His good humour faded at how serious she'd suddenly become. Sorry. Don't be. We didn't choose any of this. It's not our fault. Are you okay? Sure. How about you? What did the doctor say? Oh, that. The A-skin has peeled off, so I'm fine. Delian, you got attacked by a beast. That's not fine. He grinned. But I fought it and killed it. We won. That's what matters. I suppose so. Yes. She came over to stand in front of him, and for the first time Delian felt strangely resentful she was so tall. He didn't want to have to tilt his head back just so he could look at her wide, enchanting face. Her hand reached out and stroked his sleeve where the Morlock's claws had sliced his arm. Take your shirt off, she said quietly. I want to see. Delian undid the buttons and slipped out of the shirt. He had no idea why, but standing in front of her bare-chested, he felt strangely vulnerable. His cohort were peering around their den door. He turned his hand palm outward, banishing them. Urella's fingertip stroked down the streaks of pale skin where the medical skin had been. "No freckles," she said sadly. "They'll come back." He paused, uncertain. "Did you say, 'Yes, I like your freckles'?" "I wasn't sure if that was real," he said. "Those sedatives they gave me when we got back were quite something." "That was real," she said. "The second most real thing about it." "Second? What was the first?" She smiled and tipped her head forward so their noses touched. Her wild hair tickled his cheeks. "The cougar." "Oh, right. Saints, that thing frightened me." "You put yourself in front of me," she said huskily, "to protect me." Fingers stroked his chest muscles. Delian couldn't believe how such a delicate touch could light lines of fire across his skin. "I had to," he confessed. "I couldn't let it hurt you." "Not you. That's the second time you've done that." The side of his mouth lifted in a fond smile. "The arena match against the Ansaru team. Yeah, I remember. We were, what, 13? 12? Saints, we're old now, aren't we?" Urella kissed him. "Which room is your bedroom?" "About time," was the most common remark among their year-mates. They didn't quite move in with each other, not like Orelt and Mallet, and a few of the other boys who were finally pairing up, but they certainly spent each night together. Some meals were taken in the dining room with their friends. After spending their entire lifetime in the company of everyone, no one wanted to be isolated. But they did take breakfast and sometimes dinner with each other in the solitude of a bungalow. Combat training was kept to a minimum while the booster program was implemented. No one was surprised when Jank volunteered to be first. "I hate it," Urella exclaimed on their third night. They'd finished dinner and moved outside to sit on the terrace while the sun dropped out of the sky. The bungalow was playing some music recorded on Earth thousands of years ago. Urella liked having music available. Back in the dorm it hadn't been particularly popular, at least not the quieter, more melodic tracks she always chose. "Hey, what?" Delian asked in surprise. "Boosting. They're changing us. We have no control." "We do. Alessandra said we don't have to do this." He poured the last of the beer into their glasses. "And if we don't? If we don't go out there and fight, what do we do? Stay on Julos? Because there's so much opportunity available here, isn't there? Not everyone is going to be part of the war effort. Yeah, I can join the remotes, scrubbing the decks on board a battleship." He reached out and gripped her hand. "I hate it when you're this unhappy. This is not me being miserable. This is me being angry. Okay, angry is scary." She grinned weakly and took another sip of the beer. "I just hate that we can't control our lives. Not really. I know we don't have to go to war, but come on. What is there for us here? Everyone on Julos is going to leave when the youngest year group finishes their training and gets boosted. I don't know about you, but I can't see myself staying behind and waiting for the enemy to arrive. And they always do, you know. They go through any star system we settle like a plague, destroying everything." "I know." He stared out at the dark trees at the end of the garden, where colourful birds were settling for the night. "So you will come with us? The boys need you. I need you. Of course I'm coming with you. I'm no martyr, waiting out in the jungle by myself for the enemy to finally find Julos, if they ever do. And I will not let you down. Remember? But we're not a year group anymore, are we? Not just a team playing tournaments against the other clans. You and the boys are becoming a proper military squad. For now. After the war, we can live how we want. If we win." Delian gave her a shocked look, but she seemed very earnest. "We'll win. We have the saints on our side." For a moment it looked like she might argue, but in the end she raised her glass to him. "That we do." The next morning they went to the medical facility to visit Jank. His cohort were in a special den, with a long window allowing them to look in at their master, helping to keep them calm, but they weren't allowed into the recovery and activation room. When Delian and Urella walked in, Jank was lying in the middle of a wide bed with his limbs covered in thick sleeves of a green A skin, and a broad strip across the top of his skull, running over the crown to the nape of his neck like a particularly flat mohawk. The rubbery membrane sprouted a multitude of fibre optics that were plugged into the clinic's Gen-10, which monitored and modified the boost implants. Rello was sitting on the side of the bed, holding Jank's hand, the two of them grinning as if they'd just gotten away with some inane mischief. "Well, you look okay," Delian said cheerfully. "Feeling good," Jank said. "I'm thinking the happy juice glands might be kicking in already." Urella knew that wouldn't be happening, but kept quiet. "Timing is everything," Rello said. "We were just talking about that. How fine the control is going to be, if you can trigger a gland discharge when you're fucking. Double it up." "Going to be doing plenty of experimenting there," Delian agreed. "Oh, yeah." Urella sighed. "Don't you boys ever think of anything else?" "No," the three of them replied. "I'm not sure any of the glands are amphetamine-based. They won't act as a serotonergic agonist." "You had to say that," Rello complained. "Whatever the crap it means." Jank laughed. Urella couldn't help her own smile. "What else did they give you? Apart from the glands, the main arterial valves are in." "Always going to be useful when you get a limb ripped off," Delian said with mock enthusiasm. Urella knew his humour was slightly forced. Undergoing boosting had finally made it physical and actual. They really were going to be embarking on a battleship and portaling off into the galaxy. There weren't even statistics about how many of them would survive, if any. "If there's any limb ripping going on, it'll be me doing it," Jank said. "They put the first batch of nerve induction sheaths in too, for the larger muscles." "So 6 more batches," Rello said, "and you'll be fully emittive." Jank held a hand up to his face, flexing his fingers one at a time as if testing them. "Yeah, I didn't realize just how many subliminal gestures we make to the little guys. It's just natural now, you know." Urella glanced over at the window where Jank's monk cohort were looking in on them. "After all this time, they're a part of us now, like mobile extra limbs. And you're going to need them," she said solemnly. "When do they start modifying your cohort?" Delian asked eagerly. "Tomorrow," Jank said. "Aren't you sad about that?" Urella asked. The boys looked at her with such incomprehension she thought she could actually hear the gulf splitting open between them. It was over, she realized. They weren't her family of brothers anymore. Difference now outweighed love. It was all she could do not to burst into tears in front of them. "No," Jank said, careful not to sound indignant. "This way they'll still be relevant to me. More than relevant. Necessary. Relationships change. We're growing up, Urella. I don't need a bunch of cuddly pets anymore." He grinned up at Rello, who squeezed his hand fondly. "Growing up," she said distantly. "Yes, we are." Delian put his arm around her, knowing something was badly wrong. "Nobody's changing that much," he assured her. The Monk Centre always used to be a reassuring place for Urella. If Uma or Dooney ever got knocked about, she would come to Uranti, knowing scratches and bruises would be tended to and soothed. If they'd stupidly eaten something bad, they'd get medicine and treatment in a ward. This time, when she walked into the broad entrance hall that ran clean through the diameter of the dome, the old sensation of comfort was nowhere to be had. The hygienic white tile floor and light grey walls were too functional for her now, too symbolic of the true nature of monks. Artificial. Doomed. Uranti was in a treatment room at the back of the clinic, tending to a monk belonging to a boy in the clan's 5th year group. So he smiled and waved Urella to a seat as he finished wrapping a cut in black A-skin. Boy and monk held hands delightedly as they were dismissed, with Uranti's dire warnings not to exert themselves for 24 hours following them out. "The arena?" Urella asked. Uranti stripped the sanitary gloves from her hands. "Field hockey. I have no idea which genius thought it would be a good idea to give monks hockey sticks that they can wave around on a crowded field." She sighed, shaking her head. "This whole bonding procedure is one giant malleable experiment." She looked around. "Where are yours?" "Back at the house." "Really? Don't they mind being apart from you?" "I guess. A little. I don't have the kind of bond the boys have with their cohorts. I suppose I'm more reserved. It's rubbed off on Uma and Dooney." Uranti gave her a soft smile. "And yet no one else in your year group has given their monks an actual name. We're not allowed to. Dear me. Is that a touch of rebellion I hear in your voice?" "I was just being practical and polite." which seems a bit pointless now. How so? The modification. It's the kind of phrase an old Earth politician would use, given what you're going to do to our poor monks. I see. Is that why you're here? Yes. What do you want to know? I want to see them. Them? The combat cores you modify them into. I've seen the images, and I've studied the blueprints, but it's not them. I understand. The map is not the territory? Urella frowned for a moment. Something like that. Yes. Oranti led her back into the main corridor and into a hexagonal hub chamber. The portal she chose emerged into a section of the building Urella had never been in before. She was in an observation gallery that ran along a clean assembly facility 150 meters long, with seamless, pearl-white walls, floor and ceiling. Smaller glass-walled rooms lined the sides. In her t-shirt and shorts, with sandals on her feet, Urella felt totally out of place. The few people she could see walking amid the industrial-sized fabricators were all wearing hospital-style gowns. "Those aren't Nyana-style molecular initiators," Oranti said, a degree of pride in her voice as she indicated the row of large cubes on the floor below. "We think, anyway. The insertion metahumans were never quite sure they mastered all the principles. Our own biogenetic science plateaued a long way short of this technology's ability." "They made the monks," Urella said tonelessly. "Yes. The monks are biologics, but I'm proud to say a completely human design. We never had access to the creation programs the Nyana insertion ship possessed. And the combat cores, what are they? A fusion of biologics and human weapons. This way." They walked along the gallery until they were overlooking the construction bays. A cohort of combat cores lay in their cradles, with Gen-10 remote arms moving around them, integrating the final layer of components. The living machines were matte grey cylinders, 3 meters long and 2 wide, with a wasp waist constriction a third of the way along. Both ends curved to form sharp cones. Their skin had rings of silver studs and sockets, ready to link with external armaments and sensors. Even additional propulsion systems could be linked if they were operating in space or within a gas giant's atmosphere. "Aren't they amazing?" Oranti said, her eyes fixed on one with complete admiration. "The center section has a life support nucleus that will house the monk brain after it's removed from the body. Drive units are exotic matter-gravitonic manipulation. It's all powered by triplicated aneutronic fusion chambers. Quantum entanglement keeps them connected to their master." "From the muscle sheaths," Urella said. "Yes. The monks can read every single body language posture the boys produce. They understand and respond to it all, big or small, refining the simple verbal orders. It's the closest we'll ever come to telepathy. In combat situations, that will be a monumental advantage. No time wasted shouting orders or interpreting what to do. The combat cohort instinctively knows what their master wants, and deploys accordingly. You've all spent 16 years refining that empathic bond. The fight response will be instantaneous, and you and the other girls will direct it. You'll be the lords of strategy." "You must be so proud," Urella said savagely. Oranti gave her a long, questing look. "Yes, I am. I wonder if the monks are." "You're anthropomorphizing, Urella. That's a mistake. The monks are just biologics, that's all. They're alien machines." "That's bollocks. They're alive. Their neurology is modelled on a human brain. They have memory and emotional responses. Just because their cellular biochemistry is slightly different, that doesn't make them a machine. They're sentient. That's why they willingly undergo this." Her arm jabbed out, taking in the combat cores. "They want it because the boys want it." "Of course they do. It's why we're all here. This is our purpose." "To wage war isn't a purpose. It's a threat reflex. We should be trying to think our way out of this mess." "We've tried. We cannot flee out of their reach, for the enemy is more widespread than us. The saints themselves know there is no sanctuary star to be had. So the legend that a generation ship in our past vowed to look for one is nothing more than that. Legend. We cannot call out to the Nyana for help, even if they still exist, because to do so would betray our position to the enemy. We are alone, and their hunt is inexorable. Our only hope is to spread our generation ships wide and one day to turn and fight. Look it up. The files are open to you now. All the files. Principal Jenner authorized it. We don't even know how many humans have died or been taken trying to achieve that noble goal. All we have left now is our crusade to defend the human race, to destroy an enemy so relentless that this whole galaxy is unsafe. You can't be certain we'll win. Of course we can't. But we are striving to create the greatest army our science and technology can produce. This is my project. We've worked hard to achieve this level of success. If we fail, it will not be from weakness. Congratulations. And when does my boost begin? Whenever you're ready. You're very confident about our empathy with the monks, aren't you? Yes. However, your monks' neurology is slightly different from those in the boys' cohorts. They'll be your filters. Yes, but only when you've ripped their brains out and wired them up to gentens as peripherals. I don't have to. What? The physical aspect. It's not strictly necessary. It's what they've learned that is important. The thought routines they're using today are the priceless result of 16 years of your bonding. Think of it. When you finally go up against the enemy, you'll be receiving hundreds of signals from the squads at the moment of greatest conflict. Even your mind can't absorb that much information, no matter how good the direct neural connection boost we give you. You have to filter and prioritize. That's where the monk routines come in, providing a preliminary analysis and grading requests for your attention. The Gen 10 will use that interpretive ability to generate the right assessment for you. If the Gen 10s are that good, then you don't need us. You know why we need you. Principal General explained that. There has to be a human in the loop, not just for trust, but for intuition too. We were all so proud of you at the crash site, the way you questioned your situation. None of us were expecting that. Bravo me. Look, if you are genuinely too fond of Uma and Dooney to see this happen, I can download their thought routines and run them in a simulated monk neurology within the Gen 10. Their brains have the facility for that built in. C smiled, searching for approval. Would you like that? Urella's shoulders slumped. You really have thought of everything. I try, but I know I'm not as good as you. All right, I'll let you know.
Urella woke up as the dawn chorus of birds began to seep across the estate. She lay in bed for a while, allowing her eyes to adjust to the weak pastel light that seeped through the reed blinds she'd chosen for her bedroom windows. Delian was lying on the mattress beside her, sprawled on his chest, still sleeping. She looked at his pale body, seeming so childishly small on her long mattress, trying to hold her emotions back. Today was the day he was going to the medical facility for his first boost. It was the day she was going to lose him. She knew he would still adore her, and she him, but what he was would be changed. No more of a change than every other day they devoted to training, to exploring a new tactical game, or spent in class learning about another weapon. Every day changed them. She acknowledged that readily enough. But this was a physical change underscoring his outlook. Today he would be claimed by inevitability. He was definitely going to join the war. It was what he'd always wanted, the noblest cause a human could undertake in these strange times. His life was to be dedicated to salvation for all of them. He dreamed of it. He lived for it, and she would never try to stop him. But that didn't make his choice any less painful for her. Last night she'd clung to him with a passion that had surprised him as much as he'd been physically delighted. He'd asked if anything was wrong, and as they strained against each other on the bed, she'd clutched him tighter. There could never be anything wrong with this, she promised him lustfully. She'd been as energetic and enthusiastic as he'd ever known. Fulfilling every sexual craving wasn't just for his benefit. Her final time with her original, beautiful Delian deserved such an intimate celebration, locking the perfect memory for an age to come when she'd need it most. Then, after even his stamina had been exhausted, she'd cried silently while he slept. This morning, she determined, there would be no tears. That was her change, her choice. Once upon a time, her favourite saint had been Yuri Alster, because of his logic and perseverance. Now, though, her allegiance had shifted to Alik Monday, in appreciation for showing her how ruthless you sometimes had to be, how self-belief kept you strong. Urella rose silently, making sure she didn't disturb him. She put on a simple robe and slipped into the den next door, where Uma and Dooney were awake. She smiled at them, impressed that Oranti was right. They'd woken with her, even though there was a wall separating them. Maybe the empathy bond wasn't telepathy,
but it certainly had a kind of magical quality excluded from the rest of her life. Her soft motions, the way she held herself, prevented them from making the big burst of noise and movement that was their usual greeting. Smiling in welcome, false, so false, yet it fooled them, she stroked their soft pelts in reassurance. They regarded her expectantly, and she tilted her head in a playful gesture. The three of them slipped out of the bungalow and into the warm early morning air. The lake was 1/2 kilometre from the snug crescent of bungalows, surrounded by tall, lush trees. Swans sailed calmly on the still waters, twisting their heads to give her curious looks as she appeared through the undergrowth. Without hesitating, she waded straight into the water, shivering slightly at its cool embrace. She held Uma and Dooney's hands, urging them in with her. Her posture was so perfect, so easy, that they walked along beside her eagerly, keen to share whatever adventure she was embarking on. Feet pressed into the mud and the water rose to her waist. The little forest was serene and lovely. A nice sight for your last. Her arms curled around the monk's shoulders. "My choice," she told them guilelessly, so they would know this was the right thing, that this was what she wanted. Her knees bent until they too were sinking into the thick mud. Uma and Dooney knelt obediently by her side. Her head was well above the surface, but the water closed over their scalps. Uma struggled a little, as she suspected it might. Dooney was completely passive as Yorella held them both under the water. She kept her face completely composed as her little companions died in her tight embrace. There were no tears, and that was the most frightening aspect of the whole scene for Alessandra and the others, who eventually came crashing through the trees, far, far too late. The Assessment Team. Ferreton Kane, Nkia, June 25th, 2204. By the time Yuri finished telling us about finding Horatio, we still had another 5 hours on the trail ranger before we reached the crash site. Outside the long window, I could see Nkia's landscape changing again as we descended onto the dusty plain carpeted with red-grey regolith. The beacon posts stretching away to the sharp horizon were almost twice as high as the oddly smooth rocks littering the ground. Ahead of us, the wheel tracks of the earlier caravans cut across the pristine ground. Their dark, laser-straight lines a monstrous act of graffiti against a geology untouched since dinosaurs walked the earth. "So what did happen on Althea?" Alik asked. "We're still not sure," Jessica said. "I spent a year on the post-mission analysis. A Hellbuster was a good choice. Most of Building 7 was vaporized, so there was very little physical evidence for our forensic labs to analyze. My findings were inconclusive." She was being modest. I'd checked her report myself. There were some interesting facts to be had amid all those secure files. Ainsley Zangari had certainly thought so. For a start, it's how Yuri claimed the prize, head of connection security. The boss rewards loyalty. "But the kid came out of it okay, right?" Kandara asked. I thought she sounded rather amused, as if Yuri had recounted some traditional fairy tale. "Yes, my father made a full recovery," Loy said. "Thank you for asking." Like everyone else in the Trail Ranger, apart from Yuri, I turned to look at Loy in surprise. I only knew he was one of the third generation of Ainsley Zangari's offspring, but I hadn't actually bothered going deep enough into his file to check parentage. I admit the coincidence was slightly unnerving. "You?" Jessica asked. Her face was lit up with a smile of pure fascination. "You're Gwendolyn and Horatio's son." "Yeah. That is one hell of an impressive how my parents met story," Eldland said in admiration. Loy took a while finishing his espresso. "Depends on your viewpoint. But, yeah, I guess." "Nice, happy ever after," Alik mocked. "But I'm biting." He leveled a finger at Jessica. "What were your findings? Bad enough to make you switch allegiance back again?" She gave a reluctant nod, almost as if she was embarrassed. "That kind of criminality, snatching helpless, low-visibility people for profit, simply doesn't happen in the utopial society. And I really am an office girl at heart. So I went back, looking for the quiet life. How dumb is that?"
Yuri let out a dismissive grunt, but didn't actually challenge her. That whole case certainly justified Ainsley's suspicion about the Olyaks, he said. How? Alik said. They helped you. That they did. They gave me all the information I asked for about using K-cells for a brain transplant, and how the whole concept remains pure science fiction. All very diplomatic and cooperative. But High 3 also said, "Man." "I don't get it," Eldland said. "The exact words it said to me were, 'I will pray for your success in recovering the unfortunate man who has been abducted.'" "You didn't say who you were looking for," Alik said, clicking his fingers. "Male, female, or omnia?" "Right," Yuri confirmed. Ainsley never quite believed the Olyaks being so saintly, and this proves it. They've taken on the aspects of our greed and run with it to an extreme, because they see that as a normal human trait. Unchecked, it's a bad attitude. And it is unchecked because they don't really understand us. They just mimic us. No moral filter, remember? They just don't have it. That's why we keep a very special watch on them now. He glanced at me, and I nodded confirmation for everyone to see. But I understood now where his prejudice came from. It was quite reasonable, given the circumstances. Yuri wasn't an agent for alien disinformation. High 3 had been stupid. Its mistake there in the embassy had strengthened Yuri's paranoia, and in turn he'd gone on and convinced Ainsley Zangari to suspect the Olyaks of limitless intrigue in the pursuit of money. Subsequently, every crime committed in the Sol system, from jaywalking to political manipulation, Ainsley blamed on the Olyaks. Okay, so eliminating Yuri as a suspect was a step forward. But I still didn't understand where the whole K-cell-enabled brain transplant myth originally came from. Because that is now embedded so deeply in popular culture, it's never going away. I'd been hoping for a clue in Yuri's tale, but he was clearly as puzzled by that as I was. "You think the Olyaks fired the Hellbuster missile at you?" Alik asked. "Not directly," Jessica said. "That was cancer." Alik's reaction was interesting. He sat bolt upright. "You're shitting me." "No." "Jesus! Can you back that up?" "Not in a court of law, but our G7 Turings went through a lot of data. We composed a digital simulation of Bronkal for the 3 days prior to Yuri and I arriving, and extending 2 days after. She turned up with 2 associates when we were in the middle of interviewing Joaquin Beron. We backtracked her through the hubs to Tokyo. Before that, we have no idea. The Japanese Criminal Intelligence Agency was unaware she was in their country." "And the Hellbuster missile. Don't tell me she came through your hubs carrying it." "No," Yuri said. "We have deep sensors on every transstellar hub. You can't carry weapons between star systems." "Because you don't need to," Jessica said. "We had a little more luck with the Hellbuster. It was a custom fabrication in Yara, Althea's capital. Someone called Cory Chow brought it in through the Bronkal commercial transport hub in a taxis, about 4 minutes before Yuri shut the hub down. The taxis was registered as a public vehicle, but that was a false flag. It belonged to him. He used to move a lot of illegal fabrications around in it." "You did some good work there, tracing him," Alik said. "We lost 7 of the tactical team members in that explosion," Yuri said in a dangerously level voice. "And Christ knows what Baptiste's people did to poor old Lucius as well. Ainsley made sure we had whatever resources we needed afterwards." "The Hellbuster part wasn't difficult," Jessica said. "We found Cory Chow and his taxis 10 hours later, in a parking lot less than 2 kilometers from the docks. Cancer had slit his throat." "Yeah, she doesn't leave loose ends," Alik said. "Forensic tore Chow's place apart. We shipped entire rooms back to our crime labs for analysis. Forensic accounting tracked his payments, but they were all from one-shot finance houses based on independent asteroid settlements. Most of them don't even have a human population. They're just a bunch of G5 and G6 Turing rock squatters." "So you don't know who paid him?" "No." "But you think it's the Olyaks?" "Not directly, but their actions, their acceptance of what they see as our normality, were ultimately what started this," Yuri said. I told you, there are consequences to what they have been doing. We know Baptiste Devroy went on the run as soon as Jessica and I turned up at Horatio's flat, so he'd obviously got some kind of monitor there, and I-3 knew who I was trying to find when I showed up at their Geneva embassy. Whatever people are getting snatched for, the Olyaks are at least aware of it.
Why, though? Kandara asked. What's their motive?
Our working theory is illegal medical research, Yuri said. 21% of the total medical expenditure in the Sol system involves K-cell replacement treatments. That is serious money, because, let's face it, we are a species of hypochondriacs.
But the research and development of new applications is slow, I explained. Human regulatory agencies have pretty strict restrictions and protocols. The simple and easy K-cell applications, like a new heart, were first to gain approval, and still form the bulk of their sales. But the more complex organs and glands take time. The Olyaks' human research partners have to proceed cautiously, and they're the ones making the investment. We think they might be aiming to shortcut that process, and if they propose an underground deal, the Olyaks will adopt that mindset. After all, it's human. Shit! Kandara looked shocked. Are you saying they're experimenting on live humans? Not the Olyaks themselves, I said. It'll be the companies doing the K-cell functionality research who've set up some dark labs to accelerate the work. They only get a small percentage of K-cell sales, but everything is relative, and new K-cell medical treatments hitting the market bring in more legitimate money, which is the Olyaks' goal. They're complicit. They have to be. As Yuri says, the amount of money involved is phenomenal. Buying enough energy to recharge an arc ship for interstellar flight doesn't come cheap. Are they still doing it? Kandara asked. Are people still going missing? Yuri's laugh was more a groan of despair. People are always going missing. Most cases are suspicious. We simply don't know if this kind of illegal experimentation is still going on. He shrugged. There have been some good K-cell transplant products released over the last 37 years. The spleen, lymph nodes, stomach lining tissue, and not to mention the cosmetics. The universal authorities must have some idea if people are being snatched, Eldland said. How many people go missing each year in suspicious circumstances? Across 15 solar systems and 1,000 habitats? Who knows? Yuri said. On Earth alone, the figure is tens of millions a year. Most of them are what the agencies class as ordinary missing persons. People who are depressed or want out of their relationships or families, or petty criminals or people with debts, or they're girls and boys who've been groomed and get trafficked. Some turn up again, but plenty don't. There is just no way of knowing which of them are snatched by bastards like Baptiste. That many? An aghast Eldland exclaimed. It can't be. It is, I told her. It always has been. The percentage is slightly down from 21st century levels because our economy is so much better now, which reduces the level of disaffection in society. But the numbers are still staggering. Worse, they are too great even for our networks and G7 Turings to cope with. People are always claiming we live in over-policed states where authoritarian governments oversee every aspect of life. In truth, governments, universal ones anyway, really don't care about individuals. Until you don't pay your taxes, Callum muttered. Touché, I conceded. The utopial governments take more care about citizen welfare, Jessica said. It's fundamental to our constitution. Bravo you, Kandara said, but you still have your dropouts. The percentage is minimal. We're here to assess an alien spaceship, I reminded them, not have a political pissing contest. Alik snorted. So whomever Baptiste was snatching people for hired cancer to destroy all the evidence, he asked. That's the conclusion we came to, Jessica said. A medical research company, with money, zero ethics, and underground contacts. Down the other end of the cabin, Eldland put down her cup. This cancer assassin, or dark mercenary, whatever she is, did you ever find her? Are you still looking? We're always looking for her, Yuri said, just like everyone else. The bitch is good, Alik grunted.
Even the Bureau can't find her."
"You knew her, then?"
Callum said shrewdly to Alik. "She cropped up in one of my cases, yeah. Did you catch her?"
I watched Alik's rigid muscles creak into a scowl.
"No, but it was an odd case."
"Odd, hey?"
Callum asked. "It wasn't strictly a Bureau matter. I was called in as a favor. A friend of a friend kind of deal. Someone who knows people connected to a global pack."
The Case of Alik's Favor. America, AD 2172. January 14th, quarter to midnight, and the snow was blasting across New York City like the devil had left his gates open when he hit the town to party. And, Alik decided, the Dark Prince had partied hard indeed. He was staring down at the corpse when one of the crime scene cops pulled the coroner's sheet back. That spoiled his interrupted dinner and didn't leave him too keen on breakfast now, either. The girl was a genuine blonde, he could tell. The roots always gave it away. And whatever psycho had scalped her had left some roots. At least her head was still on her neck, because there wasn't much left of her limbs. Alik studied the wall behind her, which was now a sick mural of thick blood splatter with gobs of flesh embedded in the blast craters. While the victim was standing, someone had used a bulled-up shotgun to take her down. His educated guess was that they blew her arms off first, then followed up with her lower legs. The scalping was last. She might have been alive for it, but blood loss and shock would have rendered her unconscious by that time. Thankfully.
Jesus, fuck.
Alik turned back to Detective Salovitz. The cop's face was the color of a dead fish, but Alik preferred that to looking at the murdered blonde.
"I warned you," Salovitz said. "The others aren't much better. She's the only one in here, right?"
Alik had arrived 30 minutes after the NYPD had crashed into the apartment, following all sorts of alarms. Neighboring apartments and home security sensors screaming out that gunfire had been detected. He didn't care about that. He'd been asked to check out a specific digital problem originating in the apartment. However, the multiple homicides gave him a legitimate reason to observe and assist the NYPD. His cover, not that anyone would have the balls to query it, was to provide cross-jurisdictional authority, which was highly credible, given the nature of the homeowner's apartment.
"Yeah,"
Salovitz agreed.
"The rest are all over the place."
Alik took a proper look around the room. It was a big space, with a classy Art Deco layout. Walking into it was a time step back into the 1920s. The ostentatious, genuine period furniture was all arranged to make you look in one direction. That was understandable. He was on the 17th floor of a typical Central Park West block. One wall was floor-to-ceiling glass, providing a billionaire's view out across the park, all snug under its thick, fluffy snow blanket. He went over to check it out. The glass was programmable, allowing it to flow open onto the narrow balcony outside. When he looked through, he could see footprints in the snow.
"Come take a look at this,"
he called to Salovitz. Salovitz pressed his face against the glass, leaving faint mist streamers on the cold surface below his nostrils.
"So, footprints. 3, maybe 4 sets. Yeah, nobody went over, if that's what you're thinking. We'd have found the body on the street when we came in."
Alik bit back on a sigh. He liked Salovitz. He really did. The detective had seen enough of life's dark side to know how things worked, the dirty political wiring underneath the city that powered things along so smoothly. Every time Alik turned up on a case, no matter how cruddy the given reason, Salovitz knew not to question it. But there were times when Alik thought Salovitz must have gotten his badge on the back of some positive discrimination bullshit for terminal dumbasses.
"Look again. Tell me which way those footprints are heading."
Salovitz glanced back out again. Then,
"Holy crap."
The footprints, which Alik had shown him, started at the stone balustrade and came toward the glass. One-way traffic.
"They came in from next door," Alik said. "Pulled some pretty fine techno-acrobat shit to zip wire across from the neighboring balcony." "Okay," Salovitz said. "I'll get the precinct's G7 Turing to run checks on next door. Ownership and access."
"Good. Have forensics prioritize the balcony. Those prints are filling with snow, and Christ knows how it screws residual traces."
"Sure."
He went out to find his partner, Detective Beetsk. Alik turned to Nikolai Christiansen, a member of the forensics team, who was busy directing a line of micro-drones that resembled snails. A dozen of them were sliding slowly over the carpet around the corpse, their molecular sensors mapping the particles they encountered. Alik told his alt-me, Shango, to open a secure link to Christiansen. "Have you analyzed the bust yet?" The way Christiansen's gaze slid away from him reminded Alik of ancient high school jock-nerd confrontations, all very secret agent tradecraft, which Christiansen probably got off on. "Not yet. They've got me scooping residuals to see who was here." "I'm no expert, but maybe someone with a fuck-off shotgun. Get that equipment back to your lab and give me a report." "It's not easy." "Do it." Even from an angle, Alik could see Christiansen scowl. His official job was with the mayor's Manhattan Forensic Agency, but friends of Alik's Washington friends also had him on a retainer, which was why he'd been assigned to the case. Those same people had made it very clear to Alik that the attempted digital mischief was of immense importance. To them, the murders were an irrelevance. Glancing down at the blonde again, as the sheet was drawn back over her, Alik wasn't so sure. The apartment was a portal home, owned by Kravis Lorenzo, a named partner in Annika, Devial, Mortallo, and Lorenzo. That original Lorenzo was Kravis's father, a very high-end New York legal firm. So high-end it was cleared for Ultra-One Pentagon contracts, which was what drew Washington's attention. Earlier that night, someone had tried using the Portal Home secure link to the legal firm's office to try to bust extremely secure Defense Department files. Alik went out of the Park View room through an ordinary door into the hub hall. It was a long oak-panelled cloister with 9 portals, which were actually inside the Central Park West Block apartment. Some of the doors simply led into old rooms like the kitchen, games nest, and utilities where the services are stored, as well as the New York entrance. The rest of the Lorenzo family house was widespread, on a whole solar system scale. Another pair of forensic agents were working the hub hall with a squadron of sensor-heavy drones, along with 3 ordinary cops. Salovitz was talking to his partner, Detective Beetsk. He turned back to Alik.
"Okay. The Precinct G7 Turing went into City Hall records. The neighbor is Chen Tao Borrego. We called him, and he's away in a Saskatchewan clinic undergoing telomere treatment. Been there 10 days, due to remain for another 2 weeks. We're getting confirmation from the clinic, but it seems legit."
"So his place is unoccupied," Alik said.
"Yeah. The team's going in now."
"Okay. What's next?" The detective pointed at one of the portals.
"The moon."
Alik always found it weird, stepping directly into a lower gravity field. His body tensed up the way it did when he screwed up a pass at some babe at the end of a 2-long night spent partying. It was the wrong thing to do. That involuntary reflex pushed his toes down hard on the black parquet floor, and forward momentum left him gliding farther into the room. Lorenzo's lunar room was a 15-meter dome in the Alphonsus crater. Off to one side of him was a large, luxurious jacuzzi, its bubbles fizzing away with low-gravity leisure. Various ficus plants were growing in Greek-style clay pots, their glossy leaves strangely bloated yet also elongated. Alik looked up, and there was Earth's crescent directly overhead, shining with blue-white splendor. It was utterly captivating. Crazy, too, that it was 384,000 kilometers, or 1 footstep, away. He always thought some little part of the human brain rebelled against quantum spatial entanglement. People needed to have distance in their lives. 200,000 years of evolutionary instinct couldn't be junked overnight. When he finally lowered his gaze, he saw dozens of identical domes scattered across the crater floor, just far enough apart so the interiors couldn't be made out without magnification lenses. Half the resort facilities on the moon were supposedly used for sex. Once connections started opening up the solar system, people soon found out that the so-called wonders of zero-G sex, which over-romantic futurology writers used to rave about, was a myth. They didn't call the aircraft that early astronauts used for free-fall training flights the Vomit Comet for nothing. Low-G, however, that was a different matter. Lorenzo had certainly installed some very wide couches in his dome.
One of them had red laser warning tape around it, glowing bright red. The cop who'd pulled the lunar duty gave Alik a respectful nod and said, "Stay at least 2 meters from the body, sir. The hazard disposal team is due in 20 minutes. First guess on the corpse gave Alik an Italian-American, or at least some kind of Mediterranean family heritage. His face was perfectly intact, as were his legs and hips. The chest was fuzzed by what appeared to be a thin grey mist. Underneath that, his torso was just a pile of so much red pulp. The bud pool on and around the couch was impressively big, and congealing nicely. His arms were interesting. The buzz shot had taken them clean off his torso at the shoulder. One was on the couch, holding a custom-made stub-barrel auto-pump action shotgun, which, judging from the 8-centimeter barrel diameter, Alik took to be the one used to take out the woman in the Central Park West room. A reasonable assumption, because this victim's second arm was lying on the floor, a scalp still gripped in its fingers, the blonde hair sponging up blood.
"Buzz gun,"
Alik said. The gun itself was nothing special, just an electromagnetic barrel to ensure the projectile accelerated smoothly. But the buzz rounds it fired were mildly unstable. They were made from incredibly tightly wound coils of monomolecule filament, which expanded outward on impact, so the target got to experience what it was like being sliced apart by 10,000 razor blades, all traveling in different directions. That indistinct fog lingering on the victim's chest was the cloud of filament. Alik knew that if he'd stuck his hand in it, his flesh would have been diced like gourmet burger meat. He couldn't help glancing around nervously. If there were any breakaway strands drifting through the air, not unknown, inhaling one meant a slow, excruciating, and unstoppable death. He let Shango capture the image through his Tarsus lenses and stepped away quickly. Then he gave the dome a proper look as Shango pulled the dome's specs and splashed them for him. The transparent dome itself was made from multiple layers. 2 inner shells were artificial sapphire, followed by a meter of carbon-rich glass to absorb radiation, another sapphire layer, then a smaller radiation barrier, 2 layers of photon filters to make sure raw sunlight was kept at bay during the unremitting 2-week-long lunar day, and a thermal layer to keep the heat in during the equally long night. Finally, there was the outer abrasion layer of sapphire that takes all the hits from sand-grain-sized micrometeorites. If anything bigger came along, say pebble-sized, the inner layers would soak up the kinetic energy. They'd been known to leave a nasty streak that would need repairing, but anyone inside the dome could carry on sitting in the jacuzzi in perfect safety. In fact, he'd seen statistics that put standing on one of Earth's tropical beaches during the day more likely to kill you. Sunstroke, long-term melanomas, tsunami, satellite falling on your head.
"Only one buzz shot fired," Salavid said, "so the killer was either remarkably cool or very proficient. Our victim managed to get off 2 shots.
Alik looked where the corpse was facing. There were 2 yellow tags, glowing on the sapphire shell, which showed a broad spiderweb of impact cracks.
Jesus! Not even these bulled-up shotguns can puncture the dome. No, the developers like to make sure their clients are safe."
Alik focused on the victim again.
"Anyone with a buzz gun tends to know what they're doing," he said thoughtfully. "So Mr. Shotgun here takes down the New York broad, gets nasty on her head, then runs in here, chased by buzz gun man."
Salovitz concluded.
"That's how we read it." "Okay, what's next?"
"Next is where it gets interesting." Next was Mars, the western edge of the Olympus Mons caldera, roughly 22 kilometers above the lowland plains, where geology had spent the last 100 million years quietly rusting the world to its barren death. The room was one of hundreds in a 50-story structure of identical rooms. Its glass wall was facing north. To the west was the endless, gentle slope of the solar system's largest volcano, spread out to the crystal-sharp horizon like an infinity plateau. You couldn't actually see the Martian plains. They were too far away behind the flat, pale sky. But Alik knew the kind of status whores who owned a room here didn't care squat about that. They simply wanted the summit. Not that the rest of the view was too shabby. 200 meters away, the massive cliffs of the caldera wall gave a heroically vertiginous view out across the crater base.
though that view was now partially blocked by the wide splash of solidified metal foam that had been sprayed over the big hole in the diamond molecule-reinforced glass. Two mechis, like a mechanical spider-octopus hybrid, clung to the surface, their nozzles alert for any further outbreak of cracks. Most of the furniture was missing, sucked through the rent before it was sealed. A tide line of mashed-up debris lay along the base of the window. Keeping a wary eye on the foam metal, Alik edged up to the window and looked down. 50 meters below, the ancient god of war's ginger sands showed a smear plume of fragments that had once been Lorenzo's elegant antique Chinese ornaments. And a body. Alik shuddered as best as his stiff flesh would allow, as his mind ran through the sequence of what had happened. It was all so different from a faller on Earth. If you dropped the body off a 50-meter-high balcony in standard gravity, all the coroner crew would be left with was mopping up the splat puddle. Impact would shatter every bone and split the skin open, leaving a gush of gore and shit to soak the sidewalk. On Mars, with its 1/3 Earth standard gravity, the impact was different. The fall probably didn't kill whoever had gone through the window. On a pain level, the landing would have been like taking a Saturday night mob beating, but he would still have been alive. In agony. And up on the summit, atmospheric pressure was 70 pascals, which to a human body was indistinguishable from 0. That had pulled the air right out of his lungs, leaving the exposed capillaries to rupture. The blood that vomited out in a boiling pink spume would also be sucked away, to spray in a slow-motion arc across the ground in front of his face, before freezing in the minus 55 degrees centigrade climate, along with the rest of the victim's body.
That is truly a bitch of a way to die,
Alik thought. Whoever blew a hole in the window clearly had no love for the victim he could see on the ground below him. He had to give NYPD credit. There were already space-suited figures down there, recording the scene. They had a trolleys with them. He just hoped they didn't drop the corpse when they were loading it on. It would shatter like a drunk's beer glass.
It's never the fall that kills you,
Alik murmured.
It's always the landing.
Salovitz finished. Alik touched an uneasy finger on the foam metal, praying it wouldn't give. So what the fuck punched through this? Another buzz shot?
Armor-piercing round. Probably 2 or 3. This diamond-reinforced glass is a tough mother. You got the dough to buy a room like this for your portal home, and you get ball-backed guarantees that nothing can go wrong. Forensics picked up the chemical residue. Faint, because most of it got sucked out along with our guy down there. But the trace is positive.
And it is a guy?
Yeah. These 2 combatants exchanged a few shots in another room first, then ran in here. The one with the armor-piercing rounds must have hung back in the doorway and just aimed at the window. He didn't need accuracy.
Which room was he in?
The dining room. It's on Ganymede.
The Ganymede room was a similar setup to the lunar one. A 15-meter dome, fully radiation-proof, with a sunken stone table in the middle, and 20 black leather chairs around it, their backs reclined so you could always see the king of the gods 1,000,000 kilometers above you. Alik stood above the edge of the table pit and stared at Jupiter. It didn't dominate the sky. It was the sky. There were other moons and stars out there. They just didn't register in the same way. He instinctively kissed a knuckle, which immediately made him angry with himself.
You can take the boy out of Paris, Kentucky without breaking sweat, but try taking the Southern Baptist out of the boy.
Salovitz was pointing at the lambent yellow tag sticking to the chairs and table.
Ordinary 9mm rounds. The pattern indicates our guy on Mars was in the doorway, shooting in.
He turned and pointed to the red marker glowing low on the dome wall. It was sitting on an oval of foamed metal. The explosive tipped round hadn't penetrated all the layers that made up this dome, but the emergency systems clearly weren't taking any chances. 3 mechis were there on the side of the dome, ready in case the cracks started to multiply.
The guy in here must have gotten cautious after that first shot. He didn't fire anymore,
Salovitz said. So cold Martian guy gets scared when the armor-piercing round gets fired in here, Alik said, working the events through, and ducks into Mars.
Pretty much.
Dumb thing to do. Are there internal security sensors?
No. People like the Lorenzos don't like the idea of anyone being able to see what goes on inside the house. Someone hacks in, NYPD gets a warrant. All sorts of ways their privacy winds up as eye fodder. The Black's entrance down on Central Park West has more security than the pants on a goomer. Then there's equally heavy security on the front door into the hub hall. It's tough for anyone who ain't on the list to get in, but once you're inside, you're totally private. Okay? He shifted his feet. The blob of foam metal was making him antsy. Next. The master bedroom was in San Francisco, somewhere on Presidio Heights, looking down on the Golden Gate Bridge in the far distance. San Francisco was 3 hours behind New York, so the streetlights of that fine town were blazing bright into the night, while the citizens headed for the Marina and Mission districts to start their revels. Looking at the bed, Alec started to appreciate Kravis and Rose Lorenzo's privacy dogma. It was a broad circle with a black leather base, the gel foam mattress covered in a sheet of royal purple silk. The 4 posts were also leather-clad, with several insect-eye cameras clustered around them like crystal tumors erupting through the padding. The ceiling above had a circular screen practically the same size as the mattress. That is, before a shotgun blast had reduced it to a rosette of glass daggers and a snow of shattered crystal across the sheets, and the wall behind the headboard, also black leather, sported a broad screen. Both the duty cops had opened the nightstand drawers to smirk at the pharmacological and electrical aids the Lorenzos took to their marital bed. When Alec and Salovitz came in, they quickly stood upright and studiously ignored the kinky treasure. Salovitz gestured, and the coroner's sheet was pulled back. Body number 4 was another male, African, who had been hacked to death. The coup de grace was a horizontal blow to the mouth, leaving the jaw hanging by a thin strip of skin. Judging from the size and depth of the wounds, Alec reckoned it was done by an axe rather than a machete, like a Viking on the rampage. There was another of the big shotguns beside him, identical to the one on the moon. "So, hacked off here. Was in the same crew as Mr. Shotgun," Alec said, "and the boss is badging his guys with these bulled-up shotguns. Anyone like that operating out of New York?" Even as he asked, Shango was searching the FBI database for gangs who had adopted the model. Plenty of crews used them, but it wasn't standard issue. More a symbol that you were no longer a foot soldier. The higher up the shit heap you crawled, the bigger your gun. "No," Salovitz said, "but you've got to have a decent fabricator to produce one of these." Alec continued, "For a start, the barrel will need 41, 50 ordnance steel at least." "I know where you're going," Salovitz said, "and you can stop right there. New York doesn't have fabrication substance permits outside of hazardous or toxic compounds." Alec exhaled a muttered sigh. "The 28th? Yeah, it's coming, and we're ready for it like the progressives we truly are." Like every FBI agent, Alec hated the 28th Amendment, the right for all U.S. citizens to fabricate for themselves whatever they wish, unless it endangers the life or liberty of others, or they seek to use it to overthrow the government. It hadn't been fully ratified, but that was just a matter of time now. In his opinion, the AFA, American Fabrication Alliance, made the NRA look like a bunch of pussies when it came to strong-arming Washington. The outcome of 28th was that any upright citizen could buy and use weapons-grade material as long as they did not utilize said material to fabricate a weapon. So Alliance members were free to sell whatever raw materials in whatever quantities they wanted. Individual states were already starting to incorporate 28 into their legislation in anticipation. The result being, in New York, you don't need a permit for pretty much anything outside of uranium or nerve gas, which made life an order of magnitude tougher for law enforcement. In Alec's opinion, 28 was storing up serious trouble for the near future, and all because mid-level politicians were money junkies, in it for every watt dollar they could be bribed with. He regarded the shotgun blast in the ceiling. The impact looked like it was a vertical shot, fired from the bed when Hacked Off was on his back, under attack from Viking Berserker, a last desperate act, or maybe reflex. That suggested they were creeping around the bedroom, Viking Berserker stalking Hacked Off, while the others were duking it out in the rest of the portal home. Alec pulled the sheet back over what was left of Hacked Off's face. "So this killer got out of the bedroom?" "Sure." "How many rooms left?" "We're over halfway." "Fucking wonderful." Beijing was the kids' bedrooms. He hesitated in front of the portal door. Kravis and Rose Lorenzo had 2 kids, Bailey, age 9, and Suki, age 12. After everything else,
Alik wasn't entirely sure he could face dead children. "It's clean," Salovitz said, guessing the source of the hesitation. The view through the Beijing window was tremendously imposing. Skyscrapers, every shape, every style, every direction as far as the eye could see, and all of them illuminated, some artistically, some nothing more than 150-story neon and laser ads. Even with 4 of TRAPPIST-1's exoplanets terraformed by the Chinese state and immigration at dam-burst levels, Beijing's population still topped 25 million. Beijing wasn't quite what Alik would give children as their waking view every morning, but as his sister always told him on his infrequent visits to his young nephew, he was a piss-poor uncle, so he reserved judgment. "Beds are made," he said, after looking in both rooms. The duvets were newly pressed and straight. "The kids weren't here." "We're accessing Kravis and Rose's diaries," Salovitz said. "It's taking more time than it should. They're stored on an independent rock squatter, G7 Turing. It's not cooperating." "Get on it," Alik ordered Shango. The Antarctic room was the least impressive Alik saw that evening. It was full night outside, and snow was drifting slowly past the curving window. 2 forensic officers were on their knees in front of the glass. Sensor drones were infesting the floor like termites, spilling from a kicked-over nest. "What have you got?" he asked the lead tech. "There's water here, sir," she said. "Water?" Her gloved finger tapped the glass. This was opened. The room's climate control logged a sudden fall in temperature 53 minutes ago. "So did someone come in or go out?" She gestured to the clatter of red tags on the floor. "Blood drops. Preliminary match with the victim in the San Francisco room." "Good work," Alik said approvingly. "Our Viking berserker would have been covered in the victim's blood, so he left San Francisco and escaped through here, dripping a trail as he went." "Escaped?" Salovitz protested. "There's nowhere to go out there. It's the fucking Antarctic. You think he slung another body out there? Why hide the dead body? Nobody cared about us finding the others." "Okay, good point. And the blood trail isn't proof Viking berserker actually went outside, just that he was in here. Chasing someone else?" Alik contemplated the bleak nighttime snowscape outside. A survivor? Maybe even the Lorenzos making a break for it? "Out there?" Salovitz sneered. "Bigger survival chance than Mars or Ganymede. All they have to do is make it to the next portal homeroom. There's got to be some close by. Developers build them in batches." "Shit. Okay." "Your people have coats, don't they?" Alik challenged. "Send them outside. We have to know who went out." "We've got coats for New York, not the fucking Antarctic." "Okay." He turned to the lead tech. "Send a bunch of drones out. See what they can find. There'd have to be other portal homerooms around here." She gave the ice vista a dubious look. "Conditions aren't good, sir." "Like I give a shit. I want some kind of camera looking around, even if you have to carry it yourself. I'm going to get some decent cold weather gear priority delivered from my office. When it arrives, we can follow up. Meantime, let's take a look at the last body." Paris. Dawn over the Seine. Notre Dame silhouetted on the cool rose-gold horizon. Very romantic. Just right for a guest bedroom. Too bad the man on the floor at the end of the bed no longer appreciated the sight. The shotgun blast had taken most of his head off, sending brain and skull fragments slopping over the thick cream carpet like a rivulet of cold lava. "So either Mr. Shotgun or hacked off did this," Alik said. "Yeah, and this is the last body that we found. I ain't promising you anything under oath. Which means we're missing whoever was using the axe and the buzz gun." Alik took a breath, trying to think. 1 person? Or 2? "Once Forensic has finished mapping DNA residuals, we'll have a better picture." "Right. Let's see the last couple of rooms." Alik had been expecting another gas giant moon, or maybe a comet station, something exotic. Instead, the portal door opened into a cabin on the Jormungand Celeste. The huge ocean liner was the most famous on Earth. Not hard, considering it was about the only one left. All it did was sail around the oceans on the most leisurely course possible, without ever making landfall, but taking in the coastlines of every continent. He went outside to stand on the private deck belonging to the Lorenzo cabin, and instantly regretted it, as he was ambushed by tropical humidity. "Son of a bitch!"
The ocean was a deep grey blue, nearly 12 meters below, with vivacious whitecaps cresting the larger waves. Alik was dressed for New York winter in a nice real-wool suit. The Bureau still hadn't let go of J. Edgar's dress code, and he stuck with it because of the peripherals that could be discreetly incorporated into the suit fabric. But a cooling circuit wasn't one of them. Every centimeter of his skin was immediately layered in sweat. "Where the hell are we?" he asked Shango. "Approaching Cape Town from the east," it said. "The coast will be visible tonight, local time." Salovitz was fanning his face with his hand, looking at the swell with disapproval. Neither of them could feel any emotion. The Ormungand Celeste was way too big for the waves to affect it. "If you were going to dump a body, this is the room I'd use, not the Antarctic," Salovitz said. "Good point. What's left?" The tropical island. Alik rolled his eyes as another gust of heat and humidity sluiced over him. He took his suit jacket off as soon as they went through the portal door. It was against Bureau protocol. As well as peripherals, the fabric was lined with a decent armor weave. It made him a sitting duck to a sniper, but he decided to risk it. The island was where the Maldives used to be, a beautiful coral archipelago in the Indian Ocean, whose only industry was tourism. They were beautiful because they were so low-lying, a few meters at best, giving them broad, pristine beaches and secluded lagoons. That didn't go well for the indigenous population in the late 21st century when the ocean level started rising. The rest of the world built sea defenses and tidal barriers to protect their crumbling shorelines and inundated coastal cities. The Maldives didn't have that kind of money, not even with the micro-fracture revolution brought about by home fabricators and printers, which liberated so many from absolute poverty. The archipelago claimed the crown of Atlantis and slowly sank beneath the waves, a true tragedy for a UN World Heritage Site. Then along came astute developers in massive airships with portals fixed underneath. Torrents of desert sand poured down out of the sky, mixed with genetically modified coral seeds. New islands rose up and stabilized. It was a bitch of a lawsuit. The ex-Maldives population claimed the artificial islands were squatting on their ancestral seabed and should be given to them. But the World Court declared against them, a decision helped by the Chinese, who had long experience with enforcing ownership claims over artificial island territories. The contemporary islands weren't as big as the old originals. The new owners divided them up like the slices of an exceptionally rich cake, with wooden shacks on stilts at the back of the beaches. Stylish mock-antique patio doors slid open in front of Alik, letting him out onto a raised veranda, where steps sank into the oven-hot sands. 30 meters farther on, the clear wavelets of the Indian Ocean lapped against the exquisite coral reefs that were still expanding out into the deeper waters. "Beats the Hamptons," he muttered in reluctant approval as he walked across the nautical-themed designer minimalist lounge. A forensic tech was working on the patio door. It was forced. The tech told Salovitz, alarms disabled, and the lock physically cut out. "From the outside?" Alik guessed. "Yes, sir." "Any blood in here?" Salovitz asked. The preliminary scan didn't show any. "One team comes in via crazy gymnastics 17 stories up in a nighttime snowfall. The other saunters across a beach," Alik said. "No prizes here for which team has the brains." He and Salovitz walked down the steps to the beach, where he reluctantly put his jacket back on, which earned several curious looks. But he figured that if this was a route in, the team might have a hot backup waiting to provide cover. So if they'd been waiting with growing anxiety for their buddies to return, and the first out of the boutique shack is a bunch of cops heading toward them, 3 of New York's finest were making their way back across the beach. They'd all taken their winter jackets off, and sweat was soaking their thick shirts. "Found a way the intruder team got onto the island," the sergeant told Salovitz. "The shack 2 down. Its patio door was open. We went in. There's a body in the hub hall." "Where is the hub hall?" Alik asked. The sergeant pushed his cap back and gave him a rueful look. "My alt-me said Berlin." "Oh, crap," Salovitz groaned, raising his eyes to the bright, cloudless sky. "This just keeps getting better. I fucking hate portal hums." "I'll put an official call through the Bureau to the Berlin police," Alik reassured him. "I know a guy in the city. They can run forensics at their end, and I'll send you the results." "Okay," Salovitz said.
Set up a cordon around the shack and don't go inside again."
"You got it, Detective," the sergeant said. The forensic tech in the Antarctic room called over the police scene link. "We found something, Detective. Another portal house room, close to the Lorenzo property with a broken window. I tried sending a drone through, but something killed it." Alik and Salovitz looked at each other and headed back up the beach fast. As they went inside the shack, Shango checked with Alik's office. The Antarctic gear courier was en route, estimated 3 minutes from Central Park West.
"Run,"
Alik ordered them. The tech in the Antarctic room was standing beside the window, her eyes closed as she controlled the drones through her Alt-Me. Snow was melting on the floor around her feet.
"Speak to me,"
Salovitz said. "I sent 5 drones out," she said. "Their flight's not good in the snow, and the visual imagery is poor. I'm relying a lot on the millimeter wave radar, but they found another portal home room 150 meters away. The window is programmable glass, but it's not open. There is just a hole in it, roughly a meter across. I've tried sending 2 drones through now, but each one died. It's like an explosion. They fall apart, but there's no heat or energy flash."
"Baz shot," Alik said. "The hole could be tangled with filament." "What use is making a hole in the glass you can't get through?" Salovitz asked. "If you take a buzz gun on a job, you wear the right protective armor," Alik told him. "Those filaments aren't the most reliable when it comes to traveling in the right direction after expansion. So they could have gotten through the hole. Most likely."
The courier arrived with their Antarctic gear, 5 suits with FBI printed in bold yellow across the back. They were one-piece units, with boots and a hood that had a sealable visor, fully heated. Practically spacesuits. Alik and Salovitz started putting them on, as did the forensic tech and 2 cops.
"Try and avoid shooting your pistols,"
Alik told them. "The cold will affect them." They gave him uncertain glances, but agreed they'd hold off unless they were taking fire. Alik took an electron pistol out of his underarm holster and clipped it onto the Antarctic suit's belt. The cold would make it brittle, but he thought the components would still work. Probably. Shango confirmed the suit's integrity and ordered the glass to open. Snow swirled in. Alik's feet sank a good 10 centimeters into the loose snow as he started to tramp across to the next portal home. He kept the drone sensor imagery on sharp resolution across his Tarsus lenses, merging the bright scarlet grid of the millimeter radar with his own eyesight. The lens had a low-light amplification program that kicked in as soon as he got outside. He never liked the sparkly green shading the 2-tone image always produced. It wasn't much use in the Antarctic, either. A snowfield at night had as much contrast as a franchise coffee shop. At least the suit worked okay, keeping him decently warm. They all lined up facing the room. Most of the structure was covered in a layer of snow, making it look like a futurist's igloo, with the curving glass panorama window, a jarring black bulge along the front. The 3 remaining disc-shaped drones hovered outside, constantly swooping about like alcoholic sparrows as they tried to hold position in the sharp squalls of freezing air. Alik studied the hole carefully, but not even his Tarsus lens enhancements could see if there was a hash of filaments clinging to it.
"If someone in a protective suit went through, wouldn't it clear the filaments away?"
Salovitz asked. "The bulk of them, yeah," Alik agreed, "but there will be plenty of strands left behind. You need a proper hazard disposal team to clear the area before it's rated human-safe again. The worse the environment you fire a buzz shot in, the bigger the dispersal problem. We just need to clear the hole enough to send one of those drones through."
"Your E-pistol?"
"Let's find out." He knelt down, knees compacting the snow, and angled the electron pistol up at the hole. That way, the beam would only strike the ceiling beyond. Shango selected a defocused beam on high power. He fired 10 pulses. Snowflakes inside the electron stream vaporized into steam puffs, shrouded in their own fizz of St. Elmo's fire. The hole itself scintillated with bright, elongated sparks as the filaments broke down from the energy barrage.
"Send a drone through now,"
he said once the mini-fireworks had finished popping. One of the drones flashed forward, passing unharmed through the hole. Its visual images improved immediately in the calmer air of the room. There were 2 bodies lying on the floor, a man and a woman in late middle age, both shot through the head. The sensors couldn't pick up any active power circuits, and that included the portal on the back wall.
"The escape route,"
Salovitz declared.
"Yeah. So now we just have to work out if Buzzgun is also Viking Berserker, or if two of them go out afterwards. I also want to know where this room's hub hall is situated. The DNA profiles will be in within an hour. We can get a better timeline map from that. Okay then, let's get back to the precinct. New York's 20th Precinct House was situated on West 82nd Street, only 2 metro hubs from the apartment block on Central Park West. Even in the snow, it was less than 3 minutes to walk door to door. Alik and Salovitz got in just before 1 in the morning. The precinct commander, Brandy the Deacon Duncan, was in her office on the 2nd floor. She was courteous enough to Alik, but he knew he was about as welcome as a stripper in a cathedral. Salovitz gave her a decent enough summary of the case. 7 bodies, the Lorenzo family's whereabouts unknown and not responding to any calls, their alt-me's off-grid.
Why would these crews target Lorenzo? What's he involved in?
The deacon asked, staring at Alik. She was in her late 50s, streetwise, and with enough clout in City Hall to hang on to the 20th for 8 years now. Her face was etched with the entropy of a lifetime of prize fights on both sides of the desk, the ones that had got her where she was. Alik respected that. She was actually quite a good cop. I'm only here because of the jurisdiction thing, he said.
Bullshit,
she grunted. Annika, Devial, Mortallo, and Lorenzo. What about it?
They have political contacts, kiss a lot of important asses.
I'm here to help. I can shortcut certain areas for you. I'm already helping with Berlin. If this is a snatch case, then time is critical here. Do you want the media to be showing the world a dead family on your watch? She looked at Salovitz.
Is it a kidnapping?
No way. Only one person got out of that goddamn abattoir. A genuine ex-murderer. Her umpire's gaze came back to Alik. Then where are they? He asked. We need to find out.
I'll take your help, the deacon said grudgingly, but this is the 20th Precinct's case. Don't try claiming anything else, especially not to your media buddies.
I have no buddies in the media, and I'm officially requesting that my name and involvement be kept off the record. If it is a kidnapping, we don't want to alert them to any bureau involvement at this stage.
Sure, I believe that. So if it's not a kidnapping, what else could it be?
There was an attempted bust into Lorenzo's secure company network, Salovitz said.
What were they looking for?
I don't know yet. Forensic has a system in their digital lab. You know what it's like getting any sense out of those nerds.
So one crew breaks in and starts a digital bust, then another crew shows up and the shit hits the fan, the deacon said. Any chance Crew 2 were a black countermeasures crew contacted by Annika, Devial, Mortallo, and Lorenzo when they realized what was happening?
That's a stretch, Chief, Salovitz said. Her gaze flicked to Alik like a first-grade teacher's laser pointer highlighting the obvious.
But possible, right, Agent Monday?
At this stage, the Bureau is not ruling out anything. We want the surviving killer detained as swiftly as possible. However,
here we go,
the deacon muttered with antipathy. If Crew 1 was a digital bust operation, Crew 2 got there remarkably quickly for countermeasures. Not impossible, but unusual. They also don't seem that professional. None of them were in the same clothes, and only 2 weapons were the same.
So how do you read it?
The Lorenzos are away for whatever reason. Somebody knew that, and 2 high-end burglary crews targeted the portal home. There was a lot of wealth in there. Naturally, one team came armed with an eye head. Data is as valuable as jewelry, and more so if you have the right files.
Coincidence? Seriously?
It doesn't read like one crew was there to defend the Lorenzos. If the family was out for one night only, then it's not quite the coincidence that we have 2 teams showing up.
Alik could see how much she wanted to argue. Instead, she had to reluctantly concede. Okay. Priority 1, find and secure the Lorenzo family. Call his colleagues and her friends. Somebody has to know where they were going.
Yes, Chief, Salovitz said.
And let me know if anyone slows you down. Again, the laser pointer stab between Alik's eyes. Salovitz grinned as they trooped downstairs to the 1st floor.
You're still alive. Impressive.
Yeah, Alik grunted. She's secretly got the hots for me. You can tell.
You really think it's a coincidence?
It's a working theory that works.
To get a handle on this, we need to know where the Lorenzos are. That's when we start to understand what the fuck actually happened. Yeah. The office that the deacon had assigned the case team was at the back of the building, with frosted glass windows, 10 desks, and a hemispherical virtual stage at the far end, 3 meters in diameter. Beetsk was already there when Alik arrived, along with a couple of sergeants he recognized from the portal home. The precinct's senior forensic technician, Rowan El Alasaimi, had claimed one desk, assembling data coming in from the sensors the forensics agency team had deployed. Alik had barely got through the door when the stage lit up with a 3D layout of the portal home. They couldn't do it to scale. The rooms beyond the hub hall would have overlapped. The corpses started to materialize. "Anything on the Lorenzos?" Salovitz asked. "Not yet," Beetsk said. "I'm on to Connection Security. They're going to send us their Metro Hub logs. Meanwhile, I'm running a continual globing ping on their alt-me's. No response yet. They're still off the grid." "We're getting the DNA results in," Rowan said. "There are some matches from the general Medisure database and 3 already in the Justice Department POI list. Splash them," Alik told her. Tags flipped up over the corpses. Shango interfaced with the stage, and his Tarsus lenses magnified the data. The scalped New York broad was Lisha Khan. According to Bureau records, she was a mid-level soldier for a New York syndicate run by one Javid Lee Boschberg, who'd carved himself a territory from South Brooklyn all the way down to Sheepshead Bay, thanks to an income from narcotics fabrication and distribution, along with a half-dozen clubs and plenty of protection. He trafficked girls in from across North and South America, with Lisha Khan helping to keep them in order. Mr. Shotgun on the moon, Otto Samuel, a lieutenant for Rainer Grogan, whose territory was a tumor bruising the citizens of Western Queens, with ties to technology unions across the city, as well as standard-issue interests in clubs and land development enterprises. According to the NYPD Gang Task Force, he also ran a couple of crash crews who went through high-end apartments like a locust swarm when the owner was out. Alik nodded in satisfaction at how that fitted with what they'd found in the Lorenzo portal home. That left the Cold Martian, Dwayne Norden, another known associate of Javid Lee. Hacked off, Peregrine Lexi, senior lieutenant for Javid Lee. Paris Dawn, Kushik Flaviu, on Rainer Grogan's payroll, an inseparable buddy of Otto Samuel. The two of them were known to work together most of the time. "Now we're getting somewhere," Alik decided. "Grogan versus Boschberg. Except Otto Samuel and Peregrine Lexi are on opposing teams, so why the hell did they have the same type of custom-built shotgun?" "We don't know the shotgun next to Lexi's body was his," Salovitz said. "Maybe he grabbed it off one of Grogan's people?" Alik wasn't convinced. Forensic files started to splash across his lenses. Kushik Flaviu and Otto Samuel both had sand on their shoes, matching the Maldives Island beach. Equally, Lisha Khan, Dwayne Norden, and Peregrine Lexi all had trace water on their soles, indicating they had invaded the portal home via the Central Park West balcony. Salovitz stood with hands on hips, watching the data points rising across the stage as Rowan fed in more and more results. The deaths had all occurred within 5 minutes of each other, approximately 11 o'clock at night. "And at least one of the Rainer crew escaped," Salovitz beefed. He turned to Beetsk. "We need a full list of associates for both crews." A secure file from Christiansen splashed across Alik's lens. He cleared it for the case office, and it splashed into the stage. "Koshek was performing the secure network hack," Beetsk said, reading the new data. "His residuals were all over the node we pulled out of the Central Park West utility room." Salovitz turned to Alik. "Do you think that's why Mr. Shotgun took his head off? None of this was a warning. It was straight-out slaughter. They all knew there was no way out other than over the other team's bodies. Find out what kind of grudge match Javid Lee and Rainer have going on," Salovitz told Beetsk. "If there's nothing on record, get the gang task force out of bed and see what whispers there are. I need some traction here." Shango reported that the Lorenzo diaries had been accessed. "Got something for you," Alik said, and sent the files across the police case link. Both Kravis and Rose's diaries had the same entry for the previous day.
Palm Beach with Niall and Belvina Canoto on their yacht. Shango called Niall Canoto. It took a while to get a response. Niall's alt-me was set for 0 interruption, which Alik's bureau authority overrode. He eventually answered, audio only. Yes? It was a puzzled voice coming out of the office speakers. Niall Canoto. Who is this? Special Agent Monday, FBI. Please access your alt-me call data certificate for authentication. Yeah, sure. You're FBI. What the hell do you want? Do you know what time it is? I'm trying to locate Kravis Lorenzo and his family. Are they with you? What is this? Is Krav in trouble? Answer the question, please, sir. Where is Kravis Lorenzo? Back home, I guess. They were scheduled to visit you today. Sure, man. We were going to spend the weekend together, both families. But we had to cancel, you know. I do not know, sir. Why was the visit cancelled? The goddamn yacht. Sea Star 3. My Marina Service Company called me this afternoon. They prep her for me every time before I take her out. Food, power charge, general maintenance, that kind of shit. This time the engine diagnostics showed a fault. They had to take the old girl out of the water to fix her. So we cancelled. It's a 24-carat butt pain. Bell and Rose had been planning this for months. We were going to take Sea Star all the way down to the Keys. So you spoke to Kravis this afternoon? Sure. He was disappointed. Our kids all get on, you know. It was a big family event. You spoke with him. It wasn't just an alt-me message. Yeah, he was still in the office, at his desk. Did he say where he would go instead? No. What is this? What's happened to Kravis? We can't locate him. Did he indicate if he would go somewhere else for the weekend? No. He was kind of pissed he'd have to spend the weekend at home, you know. Me too. Why? What's happened? We don't know what's happened. Jesus, is he all right? Alik put that particular stupidity down to the time of night. I need the name of your Marina Service Company. Please send it to my alt-me, and if any of the Lorenzo family contact you, you're to inform me at once. Understand? Yeah, but come on, man. What's happened to them? We don't know. Alik ended the call and told Shango to load an observation routine on Niall Canoto's access codes, then put another on his immediate family as well. If Kravis did attempt to get in touch with his yachting buddy, the Precinct G7 Turing would know before him. Confirming this, Beetsk said. Connection logged the Lorenzo family entering the Metro Hub loop in the village at 9:17 in the evening, and coming out at the Central Park West Hub next to their block 3 minutes later. That's their last recorded usage. A big wall screen started showing the Central Park West Metro Hub's video surveillance log. Everyone in the case office watched as the Lorenzo family came out of the loop portal. The scene was exceptional in how ordinary it was. Alik could so easily believe it was some kind of ideal family ad. Mom, beautiful, young, smiling. Dad, older and measured. The kids with smiles and laughter showing off great dentistry as they joked and teased each other. Shango connected to the National Citizenship Records Agency and ran characteristics recognition. It was them. Beetsk switched from the Central Park West hub to the street civic surveillance video log. The Lorenzos left the Metro hub behind and walked 25 meters down the sidewalk until they turned into the entrance of their apartment block. Metadata timestamp 9:21. Get the Precinct Turing to run a sweep on that video file for the rest of the night, Salovit said. I want to know if they come out again after that, and who else went into the apartment block. Got it, Beetsk said. While they were processing that, Alik called the bureau office in Palm Beach, while Shango rode the Precinct G7 Turing into the network of the Marina Service Company Canoto used. It pulled the file for Sea Star 3, which, to his inexpert eye, looked like a slightly smaller version of the Jormungand Celeste. One of the service company's engineers had been on board that morning running a final seaworthiness inspection when the yacht's diagnostic had flagged up the engine problem, some kind of contaminant particles in the gear system. If the engine was switched on, there was a high risk the entire gearing mechanism would seize up. The service company logged a call to Niall Canoto, informing him the whole thing had to be dismantled and cleaned. The engineer was called Ali Renzi. An infiltration ping to his alt-me revealed his location in central Miami. 3 agents from the Bureau's Miami Central office were dispatched to pick him up. The Central Park West civic surveillance log has been compromised, Beetsk said. Someone's run a sophisticated non-space edit, cutting human-sized areas out and replacing them with looped background. I'm guessing that's Javid Lee's crew entering the apartment block. Can you track the infiltration? Salovitz asked. Our department can't. Beetsk glanced at Alik. I can contract a major digital audit outfit? Do it, Salovitz said. What about the apartment block's internal security surveillance? Alik asked. Deactivated. They infiltrated and shut it down without triggering any alarms. Whoever their eye head was, they knew what they were doing. All right, Alik said. Let's take a step back here. They won't have come in through the nearest hub. That would give any investigation too much data. But they weren't expecting this to be a major homicide investigation either. So have your Turing work all the surveillance around the apartment. See if you can backtrack the Javid Lee crew through their edits. Find out where they came from. Somewhere along the line, they'll leave their image on a log. Beetz gave the agent a quick nod and started instructing his alt-me. Connection hasn't logged the Lorenzos in any hub since they exited Central Park West, Salovitz said. So where the fuck are they? Alik stared at the holographic display on the stage, mentally reviewing the number of ways out of that portal home. We're overthinking this, he decided. Let's stop relying on Turings and forensics, and go back to basics. Like what? Salovitz asked skeptically. We've been looking for a technical solution, and I'm not sure it's applicable. Think about this. Half a dozen fuckheads break into your apartment, armed with some heavy-duty shit. You don't have time to get smart. You have to get yourself and your kids out, and fast. So, this apartment block is, 20 stories high. 3 or 4 apartments on each floor. Have we physically searched the whole building? Not yet, Salovitz admitted. Just the 17th floor. You need to get it done. I'll call in some more people, he said reluctantly. Alik claimed a desk and sat down. Coffee was brought in. Out of a vending machine, but he didn't complain out loud. He needed the cops on his side. Shango splashed a whole load of data on his lenses. He was examining family and known associates for each of the corpses. And he was pretty certain he wouldn't be the only one looking at those lists. Word of the police arriving at the apartment would be spreading. The survivor, who took the Antarctic plunge, would have spoken to Rayner. Javid Lee would be wanting to know why his people hadn't come back, probably sending someone to take a look along Central Park West, who would have seen the cops establishing a crime scene perimeter. He knew he didn't have much time. It wasn't as if the gangs still practiced omerta, but even the dumbest street soldier knew the one thing you didn't do was go shouting your mouth off to the cops, or worse, the feds. But Alik was a firm believer in the truism that every chain was only as strong as its weakest link. He just had to make the right choice of link. 20 minutes later, 2 agents from the FBI Miami office escorted Ali Renzi into the 20th precinct. To keep the Deacon sweet, Alik suggested that Salovitz should lead the interview, leaving him and Beetsk to watch it on the stage, with a link open to the detective in case they wanted to put any extra questions to him. The stage hologram was detailed, showing Renzi as a chill guy, an attitude fine-tuned to show everyone what an innocent he was. How this must be some big mistake. It was a dick move, Alik thought. The genuinely innocent get very nervous being waltzed into a precinct house at 2 o'clock in the morning. Ali Renzi was still in his Miami clubbing clothes, a short-sleeved shirt with a weird fantasy alien lion embroidered on, and tight black pants. A quick march through a New York January night had left him shivering as he stood under the interview room's aircon vent, trying to get warm. Beetsk gave Shango access to the body scan. Renzi's heart rate was high, as was his blood toxicology. Neural activity showed his brain was cranked up. Alik suppressed a smile at the tell of nervous energy. Salovitz walked in. Sit, please. Renzi gave the air-con grill a last look and reluctantly sat at the table opposite Salovitz. Would you like a lawyer present? Salovitz asked. If you don't have one, a public defender will be appointed. If you do not have insurance coverage, you will be liable for the costs. Am I under arrest? I didn't get read no rights. No, this isn't an arrest. For now you are a material witness. For what? Tell me about the Sea Star 3. That's a sweet yacht. I run service on it sometimes. He smiled broadly,
putting on the Latino strut. Ali. Salovitz said the name like he was calling out a fifth grader. What? Let me give you some free advice here. You don't have a criminal record, and I can see you're basically a decent guy, so don't get me pissed. Understand?
What's up, man? I service it. I told you.
We track you down at 2 in the morning and bring you all the way up here, where I ask you about a yacht you serviced yesterday morning, and you tell me, sometimes? You need to start pumping up your IQ, because Sirius doesn't even begin to cover this.
Pump my what?
Get smart, Ali. What happened to the Sea Star?
The gearing, man. The diagnostics redlined. It was towed to dry dock. The company's working on it.
Shit. You're just not listening, are you? Okay, then. This is how it's going to go now. You talking to me, telling me what I need to know. That results in the precinct giving you breakfast and letting you go. No charges, and our thanks for assisting us in a multiple homicide.
Multiple? What?
Shut the fuck up! Salovitz's fist slammed down on the table. I'm talking. Now, if you don't cooperate, I will tie you in to this, and you'll be facing an accomplice charge, and probably conspiracy, too. For this crime, 7 bodies that we found so far, you'll be straight to Zagreus, and not the good end of the canyon.
No fucking way, man. I didn't kill anybody.
In law, complicity is the same as participating.
I didn't do anything.
Good. So now I have a question for you, and you're going to think hard about this, because I'm laying it out real simple. If I run a search through your accounts, which I haven't done yet because you're being a concerned, helpful citizen at this point, but if I run one, will I find an unexplained cash payment paid in recently? Take your time and think. The rest of your life depends how you answer.
Renzi seemed to have gotten over his wintry cold. Sweat was breaking out across his forehead, and his skin was turning pale so fast, Alik considered he could have had chameleon genes. Yeah, Renzi said, not making eye contact with Salovitz. Friend of a friend. He helped me out. These are bad times, you know. The economy. Salovitz put his card down on the table like he was a Vegas pro about to scoop the cash.
Look at the faces, Ali. Are any of them the friend of a friend?
Renzi glanced down. Jesus! He slapped a hand over his mouth as his cheeks bulged.
Keep looking,
Salovitz ordered. The card was showing him all the bodies in situ. In the cases of Peregrine Lexi and Kushik Flaviu, a mugshot from records was shown, to clarify their identity. That one, Renzi said, and turned away.
Kushik Flaviu.
He said his name was Dylan.
And what did you do for him?
Rigged the diagnostic. He wanted to be sure nobody was going anywhere on the Sea Star this weekend. Getting it out of the water was the easy answer.
When did you meet him?
He turned up at my condo that morning. He knew who I was, what I did, everything. Man, you don't say no to people like that. And it didn't hurt nobody. Salovitz's finger casually circled the card.
Nobody hurt, huh?
You know what I mean, man. I didn't do anything. This isn't down to me.
Maybe. Now, what else did this guy who called himself Dylan say?
He didn't say anything, just to disable the yacht. I swear, man, I swear it, on my mother's grave.
Did he say why he wanted it out of the water?
No, nothing.
So have you ever done favors like this for people before?
No, man, no way.
You want to ask him anything?
Salovitz asked Alik through the precinct link. No, I'll have the Bureau run a full background review on him. If he's clean, you can bounce him out of here after breakfast. While Salovitz was tidying up in the interview room, Alik put a call into Tansan, his Capitol Hill contact. They'd met 2 decades ago and formed a mutually beneficial relationship. There were small, discreet favors asked for, and since then Alik had enjoyed a smooth ride inside the Bureau, with clearance almost level with the director. And some of the things he knew, the director wouldn't have wanted anything to do with.
It was a well-organized operation, Alik told Tansan. To start with, at least. But I'm puzzled why a low-level New York gang is trying to bust its way into Pentagon Ultra files. You may have to go and ask them. That could get difficult. I suspect they'll be nervous right about now, what with their brothers in arms being butchered and all. Do you need backup? I have some dark funds available if you need to hire the appropriate experts. I'm going to see where this investigation leads for a while. It's a very odd coincidence, both crews turning up at the same time. And if you do want to bust Pentagon Ultra files, you don't hire a bunch of New York punks, because that's what these assholes were. I have to find out who escaped through Antarctica. They might have some answers. Very well. Keep me informed. I need to know who wanted those files and why. Alik ran through all the dead gang members again, and decided the weakest link was likely to be Adria Halfon, Peregrine Lexi's squeeze. Some of the girls who attached themselves with connected guys could be tougher than their men. This one? Alik had a hunch she was one of the other kind, brittle and dependent. Peregrine had lifted her out of the gutter. He was her world. Without him, she was nothing. If he and Salovitz could just get to her before Javid Lee sent anyone around. Alik and Salovitz walked along the South Radial out of Manhattan, then took the 32nd loop to the Manhattan Beach Park hub. They almost called a 2-seat cabbies, but it had stopped snowing by then, so the pair of them walked west along Oriental Boulevard. "So you think it was a kidnapping?" Salovitz asked. "Rayner went to a lot of effort to fuck up the Lorenzo's weekend. That crew wanted them at the Portal Home. And Javid Lee's crew thought they were going to be out on a yacht, so the Portal Home would be empty, which is why they both wound up in Central Park West together. But I don't think it was a kidnapping." "What then?" "Access to the Annika, Devial, Mortallo, and Lorenzo network requires some biometrics. Having Kravis present in the flesh would have been a big help to Kushik. His gear had biometric readers. Plus, if you're holding Kravis's family, that gives you plenty of leverage." "So it was all about busting the files." "Could be, for the Rayner crew, but that still doesn't tell us where the Lorenzos are now." They turned into Dover Street just after 3 o'clock in the morning. Nothing else was moving, not even street cleanies. The snow was thick under Alik's feet, crunching down under his soles. It was a decent neighborhood. The houses all had neat yards, several with boats parked outside. Peregrine's was halfway along, the only one with its lights on. Salovitz took the steps up onto the little porch and pressed the doorbell. The house network asked for identification, which their alt-me's supplied. Adria Halfon opened the door and peered out nervously. She'd been crying. "Yeah?" Her voice was soft, catching in her throat. "NYPD, ma'am," Salovitz said. "May we come in?" She didn't say anything, just backed in and left the door open. Alik and Salovitz followed her. They looked ahead, then looked at each other, careful to remain expressionless, then looked ahead again. Adria's housecoat was a loose weave of black lace, lined with fluffy purple feathers, a Schrödinger masterpiece in being dressed and undressed at the same time. Peregrine had found her in one of Javid Lee's clubs, and she'd obviously thanked him for getting her out by keeping in the exact same shape that had captured him in the first place. Seeing Adria in the flesh, Alik was certain he'd made the right choice. The smell of insecurity was as strong as her perfume. "I have some bad news, ma'am," Salovitz said when they were in the living room. The place was as brash as Alik had expected. Somebody whose taste came straight out of Hong Kong virtuals had been given too much money and license to create their dream home. Everything clashed. Colors, furniture, ornaments, pictures. He counted styles from at least 4 different eras. Adria nodded, a single sharp jerk of the head. She already knew. "What's that, officer?" "Your partner, Peregrine Lexi. I'm afraid our officers have found him dead. My sympathies." She sank into a heavily cushioned couch and reached for the tumbler on the marble table beside it. A bottle of cheap bourbon was already open. "That's terrible," she said. "The way he died, yeah," Alik agreed. "Terrible." She shot him a fearful glance. "How?" "He was in the wrong place, in the wrong time, with the wrong people. But you wouldn't know anything about that, right?" "I don't know where he was tonight. He said he was meeting some friends in a bar." "What does he do for a living?" "He's a manager at Sidereal Urban Management." Alik read the file Shango splashed for him. "City Cleanup Company, huh? Sidereal has the contract for Gravesend and Sheepshead Bay?" "Yeah, that's the one." Her hand shook as she took another slug of bourbon. "Strange. We found him in an uptown apartment. He was robbing the place." "I don't know nothing about that." "One of the people with him. We think it's Dwayne Norden. Would you mind identifying him for me, please?" He held up his card. "Sure." She glanced at the image of Dwayne's frozen, bloodless face and screamed.
ran out of the room. Alik and Salovit stared meaningfully at each other to the soundtrack of violent retching. A couple of minutes later, Adria reappeared in the doorway, clutching her housecoat tightly closed. Something it just wasn't built for. "You son of a bitch!" "Yes, ma'am. There were 2 crews hit that apartment, and they ripped each other apart like sharks on acid. Your Peregrine, he got lucky. A clean shot. Dwayne, not so much." Her hand went to her mouth as the tears dripped down her cheeks. "They took out 2 of the other crew," Alik continued relentlessly, "but one of them got away. Any idea who Rayner would use for a job like this?" "I don't know anything." "You think Javed Lee is your friend? That he'll do right by you? Right now he's looking to cover his ass. So you tell me what you think is going to happen if we take you along to the 20th Precinct and hold you there for a couple of days. I can do that. You'll be a custodial witness, so there's no charge filed. That means you don't get Miranda rights, so no lawyer for 24 hours. "I haven't done anything," she protested as she sank back into the couch. "We might need to check that, but it doesn't matter because Javed Lee is going to want to know what you said for 2 days before we let his lawyer in to see you. He'll want to know pretty bad. And if you keep telling him nothing, is he going to believe you, do you think?" She was really sobbing now, staring up at Alik with more hatred than a whole KKK chapter. "Bastard. I hope your balls get cancer and it creeps up your spine." "Sure thing, sweetheart. On the other hand, we came down here to inform you of Peregrine's death, just like the city requires. We stayed a few minutes and left when it was obvious you weren't giving us squat. Do you think that would play better?" "What do you want?" "I want to know what the fuck is going on." "Peregrine didn't say much. I only heard about it after the fire." "What fire?" "The Blue Shift Starlight Lounge. It's one of Javed Lee's places." "Where you worked?" Salovitz asked. "I don't do that no more," she said petulantly, "and I never danced there. It's on the way down, you know. But I knew a couple of girls who wound up there." "When was this fire?" Alik asked. "A couple of days back. The fire started in the kitchen. Supposed to be an accident. But everyone knew that was bull. Perry said Javed Lee knew it was Rayner that ordered it, along with whacking Reek. That's when Javed told Perry to take care of the Farrens to equalize things with Rayner, you know? He can't afford to show any weakness, not after 2 strikes against him. You let that go, people think you're weak, and next thing you just vanish. He had to send a message, a loud one." "Wait," Alik said. "Go back. Who the fuck is Reek?" "He was a small time, right at the bottom of Javed Lee's organization. But Perry said he did a shakedown for Javed Lee a couple of days before. Next thing we know, he's being pulled out of the marina. Same day as the Blue Shift fire." "What did Reek do? Who was the shakedown?" "I don't know. Just that it was one of Rayner's people. Whatever it was, it got Rayner pissed at Reek. That ain't exactly hard." "And the Farrens? Who are they?" "The people Perry was going to take care of to get Javed Lee back level again." "So Javed Lee and Rayner are at war. How long's this been going on?" She shrugged. "This week. Perry's been coming home late. He's been in this real filthy temper the whole time. It's always respect with the boys. You gotta show respect. If you don't, if you step out of line, you get sent a message. That's how it's always been." The Dover street air was cold and rich with the sharp scent of the Atlantic that lurked a few 100 meters away. Alik inhaled deeply, hopeful it would be like some kind of cleansing agent. "These sons of bitches. They still live in the Middle Ages." Salovitz chuckled. "You lowering yourself? Coming down here from D.C.? Nah," Alik admitted. "It's plenty more savage there. Maybe less blood, but twice as much pain." "Amen to that, my friend. So what now?" "This still isn't making a whole lot of sense," Alik complained as they started walking back down the street. Shango splashed the NYPD report on Reek Patterson, who had been pulled out of the Caesars Bay Marina 2 days ago. He couldn't swim. Well, Alik admitted, it would be difficult for anyone with 50 kilos of metal chain wrapped around their legs. On the same day, the district fire crew was called out to a kitchen fire in the Blue Shift Starlight Lounge. "Okay," he said, lining it up in his head. "Whatever Reek did, Rayner was psycho enough about it to order 2 hits in retaliation. Javed Lee counters by sending Peregrine's crew to take out the Farrens, whoever the fuck they are. Then Peregrine winds up in the Lorenzo portal home,
getting his ass blown off by Rayner's crew, who were also running a file bust there at the same time. Still think it's coincidence? I have no idea what to think. Don't tell me. You need more information. You think you don't? Alik shot back. Then Shango splashed the weirdest file of the night. Holy shit. What? He shared the file. Delphine Farron is the Lorenzo's housekeeper. Are you shitting me? Salovitz barked. Access the fucking file. So who do you want to talk to next? Wait one. Shango pinged Delphine Farron's code. No reply. Her alt-me was off-grid. Uh-oh. Get a uniform squad round to their address right now. Christ. I'm on it. Is that why Peregrine was round at the Lorenzo's place? Alik wondered out loud. Hunting the Farron woman? Then he read further down the file Shango had harvested on Delphine Farron. Oh, this just keeps getting better. Look at this shit. Delphine is Rayner's second cousin. This can't be right, Salovitz said. If Peregrine had whacked the Farron woman in the portal home, we'd have found her body. Not if they went for a walk in the Antarctic, Alik said. We barely found the next portal house room. Peregrine and his crew weren't wearing polar gear. Yeah, Alik admitted sourly. Good point. Ask the precinct to get connections log on Delphine Farron. I want to know where she is. They reached the Manhattan Beach Park hub as Alik finished reviewing Reek Patterson's file. Change of plan, he announced. We're going to West Brooklyn. For what? Pay our respects to the widow Patterson. Geographically, Stillwell Avenue wasn't that far from Dover Street, but status-wise, Alik was getting vertigo from the drop. They found the small projects where Reek Patterson rented a few rooms easily enough. Nearly half of the building was derelict. The rest of the inhabitants vanished like rats into the cracks as soon as the two of them stepped over the threshold. Alik didn't think they'd be dumb enough to try to tangle with one of the city's finest, and a Fed. But you never knew what kind of weird neurochemical shit their 20-year-old synthesizers squeezed out, and how it affected them. Colliana Patterson was awake. Ordinarily, he'd take that as a sign of guilt. 3:30 in the morning is when the baddest of them all come out to play. But the 2-month-old cradled in her arm was evidence to the contrary. It looked like she'd been awake for half a year and crying for most of that. She was a complete physical and emotional wreck. The tiny apartment was a cluttered mess that smelled of stale food and toxic diapers. "What now?" she wailed. She didn't even bother checking their credentials. "Did you know Peregrine Lexi and his crew were hit tonight?" Alik asked. She collapsed back into her one big chair in the scabby living room, sobbing. That set the kid off, howling like a small banshee. Alik waited. Sure enough, a neighbor started banging on the wall. "I need your help," he said when her misery reached a peak. "I don't know anything. How many goddamn times do I have to tell you people?" "I'm not NYPD. I'm FBI. You're all the same?" "Not quite. I have a lot more authority than Detective Salovitz here." Salovitz cheerfully gave him the finger. "I don't know anything," she repeated like it was her shiny new mantra, the one that would solve everything in life. Alik could tell she was on the verge of curling up into a fetal position, tighter than Junior could ever manage, one she might never uncurl from. "I've been looking at Reek's file," he said. "He had some insurance. Not much, but it could make a big difference to you and the kid." "They won't pay out. The company's legal department already said. Bastards. It wasn't an accident." "It could be. I can speak to the coroner. They can officially record it as an accident. Like I said, I have authority." She glanced up at Alik, her expression sullen and suspicious. "What do you want?" "A name. We know Rayner's people took out Reek because of what he'd just done. It was a retaliation hit." "Sure. Whatever. So tell me what it was he did for Javed Lee." "I know you know." "Are you serious about the insurance company? You can really do that?" "I can really do that. But you have to tell me everything." "It was some bitch. That's why he took the job. Not everyone would, but we needed the money. Javed Lee rewards his people for loyalty. He's good that way." "Sure he is." "Who was the girl?" "Samantha Lahido. Javed Lee wanted a message delivered to her." "What for? What had she done?" "I don't know. Please, I really don't." Reek never asked. "You don't? He was a solid soldier for Javed Lee. He delivered the message like he'd been told. Put that skank into hospital." "She's alive, then?" "I don't know. She was when he left her. Her alt-me was screaming for the paramedics." "All right.
Shango was already splashing Lahito's file across Alik's lens. She was in Jamaica Hospital on the Van Wyck Greenway, receiving credit level 3 treatment. That confirmed Rayner took care of his people. Good politics on his part. But Alik was now very curious what Samantha Lahito had done that would make Javid Lee send Reek to kick her ass. "The insurance?" Kaliana said desperately. "What about the insurance? I told you what you wanted to know." The baby was grizzling again, picking up on Mom's distress. Alik didn't give a rat's turd about her, but the kid deserved a chance. It was that damned Southern Baptist conscience of his which never quit. "I've loaded it in the Bureau's network," he told her. "The coroner will pick it up in the morning." She burst into tears again. Alik scowled. He might be a guardian angel, but he didn't have to put up with that kind of shit. "Nobody at the Farron address," Salovitz said as the pair of them walked through the practically deserted hubs. "Yeah, she has a kid, a boy, Alphonse. Our precinct officers asked around. Neighbors say they were definitely at home earlier today, but haven't seen them for a while. Add them to the search list. Way ahead of you." The staff at Jamaica Hospital were quite used to NYPD turning up in the bad hours. Salovitz talked to the receptionist, who directed them to the 9th floor. The strata of the hospital's 50-year-old brutish carbon and glass structure reflected human status in a way the architect probably never intended. If he did, he had a bad sense of irony. The Koholek ward was decent enough, several social steps up from the 5 floors of medic fare wards directly underneath it. But then again, it was quite a few floors down from the kind of treatment Alik would receive if he was ever, God forbid, admitted. Samantha Lahito was in a bay off the main ward. There were 2 beds in there, but she was the only patient. A stack of equipment had been wheeled in, with plenty of tubes connecting it to Samantha. Her face and limbs were sheathed in a blue-tinged membrane that told Alik K-cells were being used to replace chunks of flesh that were missing. In medical terms, superficial flesh. But Reek had really carved a number on her face. Just looking at her, Alik was now regretting giving Kaliana help with the insurance. There was another woman dozing in a chair beside the bed, a short woman in her mid-30s, with black hair in a pixie cut, framing a face that was creased with worry. She stirred when Alik and Salovitz came in, confusion rapidly becoming a disapproving frown. Shango ran facial recognition. Caroline Kalin. There was a marriage license for her and Samantha, issued 4 years ago, registered at City Hall. Her employment record was patchy, but she was currently listed as working in a local store called Karma Energy. Shango couldn't find a connection between that and any of Rayner's enterprises. "What do you want?" she asked, in a voice just as weary as Kaliana's. Alik resisted a sigh. The reaction was so common he'd stopped resenting it years ago. But it was a regular quirk of human nature that anyone who'd been mugged or robbed welcomed the police like they were a lottery wins delivery committee, while at any other time, the boys in blue were as wanted as an IRS audit. "I want to talk to Samantha," Alik told her. "She's tired. What he did to her." Caroline reached out a hand and caressed her face. "She's mending now. That takes so much strength. You leave her be." "You know Reek Patterson is dead." "Yeah, and I've got an alibi, too. I was in here, watching her. There was even a cop on the ward. Good witness, huh?" "I know you didn't touch Reek. That was Rayner, right?" Caroline shrugged, running a hand back through her hair. "If you say." "Which means Javid Lee is going to be looking for payback." "No way. It's over now." "Between Rayner and Javid Lee? No. It is never going to be over until one of them gets taken out of the picture." "And who's going to do that? You? I don't think so. Not bastards like that. They don't get arrested, they don't stand trial, they don't do time, they don't need their gorgeous face rebuilt. That's what they have poor fucks like Sam for." "True. You know it's painful. Cosmetic application, having K-cells attach themselves to real flesh. The whole time they're doing it. Adapting to the new host body, it hurts, even with the drugs. And it's going to take months to rebuild Sam's features so you can't tell what he did to her. Some people can't take that much pain. My Sam can. She's strong. And when she's done, when I get her home, she is out of this shit. Away from Rayner and all the other psychos." "Nice story," Alik said. "Do you know how many times I've heard it before?" "I'm not letting her go back. I won't." "Good. Then let me help you. Tell me what she did.
Why did Javid Lee send Reek to do this to her? What was he warning Raynor to stay away from? Once I understand what's been happening, I can go to town on these guys. We've got 7 bodies piled up tonight, and that's not including Reek. The Bureau won't ever quit on this case.
Sam wouldn't tell you?
Of course not. Because they've sucked her into their world so far she'll never be able to leave. All your love and pleading, every argument you have, all those dreams about starting fresh someplace. All that's going to do is make her choose. You or them. Are you certain she'll choose you? It was an effort to convince her. Harder than polishing turds, but Alik thought he could see the doubt creeping into her expression.
She's my fucking wife. She'll leave. For me.
Make certain of that. Tell me what she did. I'll take it from there. Raynor and Javid Lee will be gone.
They never go. Only the names change. Some other son of a bitch will take over the territories.
But there'll be a gap. A moment when no one is in charge. That's your moment. That's when you get her out.
Sam wouldn't even want me talking to you like this,
she said uncertainly. And that's the problem. The life she's in, it's a drug. She can't break it by herself. But you can. Caroline let out a long sigh and gripped Samantha's limp hand.
Raynor wanted a message delivered. A clear one.
She didn't even have to say that. Alik understood the culture perfectly. Messages. Threats. It was all a variant of the old rackets when the shitty words were peeled away. What it boiled down to was the power the likes of Javid Lee and Raynor could exert over others, enforced by either money or fear. Nobody ever backed down. They had too much dumb pride. To lose face among the gangs was to lose everything.
What message?
Salovitz asked.
To back off, she replied. That's all. This woman? She'd got some kind of dispute going with one of Raynor's relatives. So Sam finds out when the woman visits her spa, a really fancy uptown one. She goes every couple of days, gets the whole treatment. Hair, face, full body, skin cleanse. And she always has a massage, too, some fancy one, with warm stones or some shit. Thing is, even with an ordinary massage, you're mostly naked. Did you know, just taking your clothes off makes people feel vulnerable, never mind lying there with someone standing over you. Someone you suddenly find isn't who you thought they were.
Sam gave her the massage, Alik said.
Goddamn right. But Sam never hurt her. Never did anything like that fucking animal Reek. She just scared the crap out of her. Exactly what Raynor wanted.
Alik already knew the answer, but asked the question anyway. This woman, she warned. What was her name?
Rose Lorenzo.
Beetsk called, just as Alik stepped out of the hospital. In front of him a long line of pine and oak trees stretched the whole length of the Van Wyck, a sweet stretch of parkland cutting through the slowly depopulating urban wilderness. The progressive idea behind converting the old major routes through the city was to soften the environment, and through that make the lives of the citizens that bit more positive and pleasant. All very admirable and worthy. He knew at its heart it was all bullshit. There had always been gangsters like Javid Lee and Raynor right from when the city was founded, and there probably always would be. Poverty attracted a certain type, violent, without a conscience, and where there was poverty was its evil twin, exploitation. For all the money locked away in vaults uptown, the city retained a very old-style notion of equitable distribution. A bunch of long, skinny parks wouldn't change the attitude of any New Yorker. The eternal buildings and institutions kept them captive in the same old economic cycle as surely as any jail. The only way people growing up inside the projects and low-rent tenements could break their old ways was to leave and immerse themselves in something else, something new and different, such as an asteroid habitat or a terraformed world, universal or utopial. But Alik had seen the statistics, always slipped into the appendix of the innumerable reports on urban crime commissioned by state senators calling for action. Depressingly few kids would leave the world they knew, no matter what opportunity was promised by slick government policy advertising. It wasn't a surprise. Nobody in a shiny, clean habitat wanted a New York punk to screw up the perfect conformity they'd woven to hold their neo-corporate lives together. And ever since New Washington was successfully terraformed, back in 2134, opening its endless verdant prairies to American settlers, New York's population hadn't reduced by more than 10%. Most American cities were down 15 to 20% from their peak 21st century levels, as people, especially the wealthier young, flooded out for that mythical, fresh start.
As Alik stood in the biting cold, listening to Beetsk, his gaze tracked along the Van Wyck's trees with their mantle of thin, prickly ice, as if they'd grown thorns to protect themselves through the winter, a mirror of the citizens who walked among them, bristling with hostility and rooted in the structure of the past. "You're not going to believe this," Beetsk said. Alik and Salovitz exchanged a glance. "Go on," he said. "Connection sent us the logs for Delphine Farron. She and her boy, Alphonse, walked out of Central Park West Hub 52 minutes before the Lorenzo family came home. The civic surveillance video shows them walking into the apartment block." "You gotta be fucking kidding me," Salovitz exclaimed. "They were both at the portal home? Where the fuck did they all go?" "Beetsk," Alik said. "I need you to get on to the developer. Find out if they built a safe room into the portal home." "I'm on it." "Come on," he said. "Where are we going?" Salovitz asked. "The Lorenzo place. Where else?" There were still a few bored cops in the portal home, waiting for their shift to end as they watched the forensic teams finishing up. Alik walked straight along the hub hall and into the cabin on the Jormungand Celeste. "You think there's a safe room here?" Salovitz asked. "No." He took his jacket off, ready for the heat outside, as they went on to the private deck. Sure enough, the temperature and humidity had both risen in the couple of hours they'd been away. When Alik peered out over the rail, the water was slipping easily along the side of the hull. That was deceptive, he knew. There would be strong currents created by the sheer speed with which the big ship was moving through the ocean. The wake would be even worse. Long cyclonic swirls that would show only as choppy ripples, unless you got caught in one. You'd have to be crazy to jump. Or desperate. "What are you looking for?" Salovitz asked. "Something missing, which is always harder to find." Both ends of the deck had big red and white cylinders fixed on the wall, containing life rafts. Alik flipped the clips on one and opened it, finding a fat package of orange fabric and 5 buoyancy jackets. The other one was empty. "No fucking way," Salovitz exclaimed. "They were desperate," Alik said slowly. "The kind of desperate that happens when 2 armed crews burst into your home." "Holy shit." "Find this ship's coordinates for 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time last night," he told Shango. "Then alert the South African Coast Guard. Ask them to get a boat out here, or a plane if they still use them." They both went back to the 20th Precinct house to wait. Alik got a call from the bureau while he and Salovitz sat in the case office drinking vending machine coffee. Agency Forensics had made some progress on the portal home with the Antarctic room. It belonged to the Mendozas, an elderly married couple in Manila, with 0 links to any kind of crime. The person coming through had wiped and crashed the security system, but that was when luck had failed them for the first time. Alik and Salovitz watched the image from Manila's civic surveillance on the case office's stage. A fair-haired woman emerged from the Mendoza's home on Macait Avenue, opposite the Ayala Park. A cabbies pulled up, and she got into it. Less than 30 seconds later, the vehicle disappeared from Manila's transport logs. It wasn't the best image Alik had ever seen, but it clearly showed their suspect to be just over average height, and wiry with it, the kind of figure that only came from constant workouts. She wore a bulky Parker-style coat to cover her armor, which must have helped in the Antarctic, but in Manila she would have swiftly roasted in that get-up. The enhancement routines rectified her out-of-focus face, and the Precinct G7 Turing ran facial recognition. "Nothing," Salovitz exclaimed in disgust. "Maybe," Alik said. "She's not part of Rayner's organization, that's for certain. You know her?" "No," he lied. Admittedly, it was only a partial lie, but he was pleased with himself for carrying it off through the deep unease that had just kicked his ass. No characteristics routine could ever grasp this particular suspect, because she changed her features after every job, which was easy now with the new K-Cell cosmetics that had hit the market a few years back. Her height and build, however, remained constant to within 5%, as, bizarrely, did her hair color, which was always a sandy blonde, no matter what style. Then there was the bloodbath in her wake. Not a visual characteristic, but the multiple murder was her signature, sure as Ainsley Zangari had money. "Cancer," Alik mouthed silently. He left Salovitz to crank out the usual alerts and requests for cooperation to various global agencies, providing them with the new picture, and called Tanzan. "It's cancer." "Shit," Tanzan snapped. "Are you sure?" "The massacre at the portal home is typical of her operation.
That bitch would have made certain no one survived to tell us what actually happened, especially Kushik Flavion, who was running the data break. I'm thinking the two teams didn't kill each other quite as smoothly as it was laid out. Not that theory matters. I've just seen surveillance of a woman who fits her profile, but she vanished in Manila hours ago. This is serious. Those files need to stay secure. I'm sure the people she's murdered will agree with you. I'm sorry about them, I really am. But the people I represent have other issues. And money. Money isn't actually part of it this time. This is political. Yeah, I accessed Nikolai Christiansen's preliminary report. Those files she was trying to bust dealt with New York's shields, which is why this is attracting so much attention here on the Hill. Nikolai said he didn't think they actually cracked the files. Not this time, but the fact someone was trying to bust them out is worrying. There's only one reason you want those files, and that's if you're planning to obliterate New York. I don't get it. There are enough freak jobs in the solar system who can probably build their own nukes if they want to. But then you just bring the components in through hubs, one chunk at a time, and rebuild it on the ground. Shields are practically an anachronism. Not entirely, Tansen said. Pulau Manipa. Alik winced. Pulau Manipa used to be an Indonesian island. Then, in 2073, a reasonably sized chunk of space rock hit the atmosphere above it. Earth's atmosphere had provided a good level of natural protection against cosmic impacts since the end of the dinosaurs, with just a few little blips in its safety record, such as Tunguska in Siberia and Meteor Crater in Arizona. It even broke up the 2073 rock, which basically put Pulau Manipa directly under a cosmic shotgun blast rather than a single-shot impact. Astrophysicists and weapons techs were still arguing which kind of strike was worse, airburst or solid smackdown. Nobody on Pulau Manipa could be asked for their opinion. Between the multiple physical strikes, the overlapping blast waves, and the firestorms, none of them were left alive. Up until that incident, countries had been fairly half-hearted about building shields. They were the tail end of big military spending, and nobody was enthusiastic. There were plenty of political and religious fanatics still waging insurgency campaigns against governments and society in general, but they were slowly and quietly being dumped on Zagreus. The era of national wars and standing armies with nuclear-tipped missiles was long over. Shields were an artificially generated field that enhanced atomic bonds, a technology that emerged from molecular fabrication. Although air was a tenuous material, even at sea level, if the bonds were enhanced within a thick enough section, it produced what was essentially a force field. Enhance a wall of air 20 meters thick, and it would be able to resist a hellburster blast. But apply that same enforcement to a couple of kilometers of air, and you could set off a nuke outside a city, and all it would do is provide the residents with a grandiose light show. Had there been a shield over Pulau Manipa, the rock wouldn't have made it through. So government shifted shield construction contracts to civil authorities, and the old armaments companies got a last gulp of public big cash. Most large urban areas on the planet were equipped with fully operational, nuke-proof shields. Of course, no wild-orbit asteroid would ever make it to within 10 million kilometers of Earth now. The astro-engineering companies had so many people and so much ultra-sophisticated hardware up there that any approaching asteroid would be mined down to the last speck of gravel before it got inside lunar orbit. But no politician wanted to be responsible for a budget cut that would strip a layer of defense off their voters. City shields remained intact and alert. In the last 99 years, since Pulau Manipa, they'd mainly been used to ward off hurricanes. But rocks falling on our heads can't happen anymore, Alik insisted. We're not fucking dumbasses like the dinosaurs. We're here to stay. It's Darwin. So why did cancer try and bust the files out? Alik ran his hand back through his hair, but not even an imagination pumped by playing innumerable Hong Kong fantasy drama games could give him a viable suggestion on that. We're going to get some answers on the multiple homicides soon. That'll point me in the right direction, he told Tansen. But I might need some of those dark funds to finish the case. It turned out the South African Coast Guard did still have some aircraft, a couple of squadrons of Boeing TV-88s. They weren't drones, though they could deploy swarms of airborne and underwater drone clusters, kitted out with all kinds of high-grade sensors. They even had actual humans in the cockpit, telling the G6 Turing pilot what to do. Two of them had zoomed out to the area where the Jurmungand Celeste had been at 11 o'clock New York time. They found the life raft easily enough, even though the beacon had been disabled. That told Alik just how scared the Lorenzo and Farron families were. The TV-88s had a portal door on board, so as soon as the families had been winched up, they were brought into the 20th precinct, 70 minutes after the South African Coast Guard had officially been asked to help. Alik was impressed. The two families arrived like refugees from some disaster area, hunched up, hair and clothes sodden with seawater, a silver blanket around their shoulders, clinging to water bottles and candy bars. It wasn't rescue workers triumphantly bringing the six of them in, but a trio of pissed-off cops. Salovitz didn't put them into interrogation. He was saving that for the first wrong answer. They sat in a row of chairs at the back of the case office. For people who just had their lives threatened, then spent hours in the same lifeboat in the middle of an ocean, they certainly didn't look like best buddies. Delphine Farron had her arm around Alphonse's shoulders. The boy was only 10, but he'd already perfected a teenager's sulk. He scowled at Salovitz, pouting away like a runway model caught breaking her diet. The Lorenzos were only slightly more civilized. Alik tried not to stare too hard at Rose. She was a real trophy wife. Shango Splash told him she'd modelled for various brands a decade ago, couture and upmarket lingerie. Now she fitted into the perfect corporate spouse mould. Telomere treatments had preserved early 20s looks, and surrogates had made sure her body wasn't punished by pregnancy, allowing her to play the chic, sultry babe to perfection. Even dishevelled from the ocean ordeal, she stayed classy. He guessed she was also a tiger mom. Her kids were kept by her side as they sat, her arms around them. Kravis Lorenzo was the other half of the stereotype package deal family. Ivy League, preened almost as much as Rose, sitting stiff-backed and defiant, maintaining the kind of pose that said, "My criminal law colleague is on fast access call." "Quite a night," Salovitz said. 5 people dead. Delphine Farron let out a short hiss of breath, but that was the only hint of emotion. Rose Lorenzo pulled her children in even tighter. "So let's be quite clear," Salovitz continued. "Any smart-ass answers, any lies, and we take this way on down to the holding cells. City Social Division will claim the kids, and you know what they say. The difference between City Social and a Rottweiler is that a Rottweiler will eventually let go." "You can't threaten us," Kravis Lorenzo blustered. "My God, man, what we've been through." "It's not just 5, though, is it?" Alik said. "We can add Reek, whom they pulled out of the marina a couple of days ago, and Samantha. Maybe not dead, but still in the hospital with a face cut up so bad a gorilla would puke at the sight of it." "Who are these people?" Kravis asked. "Wrong answer," Salovitz said. "Let's get you down to holding. We'll charge you and start the formal interviews." He stood up, beckoned. "Wait," Kravis said. "What do you want?" "For you to cut the bullshit." Salovitz bounced back at him. "What in the fuck have you people gone and done? There's a gang war broken out in my precinct and you're the heart of it. Why?" "This is all wrong," Rose said. "We didn't want any of this to happen. That's the truth." "What did Samantha warn you about?" Alik asked. "And before you claim memory loss, she's the one that gave you a massage with added extras. I've already talked to her tonight, in her hospital bed." Rose gave Delphine an anxious glance. All the housekeeper did was stare at her toes. "Waiting," Alik said. "She assaulted my wife," Kravis said heatedly. "A sexual assault." "Gonna count to 3, Salovitz said, "and if I don't get an answer—" "She told me to back off, Delphine," Rose said wearily. "I never asked her to do anything to you," Delphine said quickly. "I don't even know her." "Back off. Why?" Salovitz asked. "All I said was to return Bailey's game, Matrix, and I wouldn't enter a formal complaint with the housekeeping agency," Rose said. "You're saying my boy stole from you?" Delphine said in outrage. "Lying bitch! Alphonse is a good boy, aren't you, honey?" She gave him a reassuring squeeze. The kid's head was bowed. "He was with you the day it went missing," Rose countered. "Who else would take it? And you never asked permission to bring him into my home." "It was the goddamn Christmas vacation. What am I supposed to do with him?" "Ask his father to look after him?" Rose sneered, and Alik suddenly understood why Kravis married her, not just for plenty of hot sex with the finest piece of ass on the block.
She belonged in his uptown world just as much as he did.
Fucking bitch,
Delphine spat.
Cool it, both of you,
Salovitz said.
So,
He eyed Delphine.
Rose accuses your boy of stealing, and you go running to Raina? That's the story here?
I didn't do that. What am I, stupid? It's only a goddamn matrix, a couple of $100, and that brat has dozens of them anyway. He probably just put it in the wrong case. You're blaming Bailey? Rose shrieked.
You called Al a thief. Jesus wept,
Salovitz grunted. Alphonse, Alik said softly. The boy still didn't look up. What did you tell your Uncle Rainer? All that happened was the kid shook his head. Delphine suddenly gave her son a suspicious look.
Hey, did you go and see Rainer?
I don't know, Alphonse sobbed.
Maybe. You dumb.
For a moment, Alik thought Delphine was going to smack him in the head there and then.
Did you take that matrix?
She challenged. You answer me. You tell me the truth right now.
Did you?
The boy's shoulders were shaking now as tears dripped onto the floor.
I was going to give it back, he wailed. I was. Next time we went back there, honest. It's Star Revenger 12. It's only just come out. I wanted to see what it was like, that's all.
The expression of satisfaction on Rose's face was so brutal, Alik wanted to give her the smack Alphonse deserved. Your mom was all over you about the Matrix, he said to Alphonse, right? So you asked Uncle Rainer, man to man, to get Rose to back off. That way you could sneak it back in.
I guess,
Alphonse mumbled. Did he laugh? Did he say yes? Did he say well done for taking it? I knew you were one of us, kid, is what he said. Alphonse's sobs got louder. Alik turned to Kravis. And you? What about me? Why did Reek go and kick the shit out of Samantha after she hijacked your wife's massage? I don't know. Really. Because I have a list of your law firm's clients. My alt-me ran a cross-check. Long Park Developments mean anything to you? No, I've had no dealings with it. Huh. Lawyer's answer. It happens to be owned by Javed Lee. In fact, that's one of 15 perfectly legal companies owned by him that pay your firm retainers. Kravis glared at Alik in stony silence. You went to him, didn't you? After the massage, Alik carried on. She's your wife, after all. You didn't want justice, not for what Samantha did. You wanted vengeance. You can't prove that. Don't be so sure. You went to him because you believed he was deniable. Wrong. Sure, he won't give you up. You're in too deep with him now. He fucking owns you, which I'll bet hasn't even registered yet. You made a deal with the devil, Kravis. He's got you sold by the balls now. But if we looked hard enough, if we leaned on the right people, the little people, there would be witnesses. I could send you down as an accessory to a multiple homicide. How long would you last on Zagreus, do you think? A nice, well-bred guy like you. Those cannibal rumors, they had to start for some reason. Javed Lee is a client, Kravis said in a shaky voice. I discuss many legitimate business details with him. That's all I'm prepared to say. There's one thing I don't get, Alik said. Delphine, why did you go to the Lorenzo's place last night?
Kushik called me, she said grudgingly. I knew him back in the day. He said Javed Lee was looking to hit back against Rainer for some kind of firebomb attack on one of his clubs, and that it was getting out of hand, which meant I could be a target. Said we should go quiet for a few days, until it was all settled. I was scared. I know what Rainer's life is like. We're not tight, but to these people, we're all family, all the same. So I knew the Lorenzos were off for the weekend, away with their fancy friends on a boat. It was the last place anyone would look for us.
Who was the woman? Alik asked.
What woman?
Javed Lee sent 2 others with Peregrine Lexi that night, Dwayne Norton and Lisha Khan, while Rainer used Kushik Flavio and Otto Samuel, the 2 that didn't make it, along with a 3rd, a woman. She survived the bloodbath. Who was she?
I don't know. Really, I don't. I told you, I'm not involved in that part of the family life.
Alik glanced at Salovitz. I'm out of questions.
6 people dead,
Salovitz said quietly.
Another in the hospital. You started a gang war that's still going on because a kid steals a fucking virtual game. A game.
Do you have any idea? Jesus H. Christ.
I didn't know, Kravis began.
Shut the fuck up! Salovitz bellowed. You don't get to talk, not after what you've done.
What happens now? Rose asked. Her kids were pushing up against her so hard, it was like they were trying to bury their heads in her ribs.
Darwin, Alik told them.
Salovitz gave him a filthy look. I don't understand what that means, Rose said. Survival used to be down to how fast and strong you were, how good a hunter, Alik told her. That was back when we all lived in caves and got frightened by thunder. Today, it's all about being the smartest. Just tell us, Delphine said. Please, tell us the smart thing to do.
Option 1, we charge you all with criminal conspiracy. Given what's happened tonight, that's an easy trip to Zagreus. Certainly for you and Rose and Kravis. Your kids will be taken into city services care, or handed over to any remaining family.
Or? Kravis asked. Alik almost grinned. He should have known. After all, Kravis was Wall Street. He could recognize a deal on the table from a block away.
I make a report to my boss that you were all in the portal home when 2 rival crews broke in, trying to burgle the place. You naturally fled and saved your families. All very dramatic, but you're not involved in any criminal act. But that would be a big favor I'd be doing you. And as we've all learned tonight, those kind of favors don't come cheap.
You want money? A puzzled Rose asked.
No. I want the 2 of you to do me a favor in return. A simple personal call. That's all.
The Black Maria went for Javid Lee first. He was in the Costado restaurant on Broadway, sitting by himself, with 3 of his lieutenants at the bar where they could watch the patrons coming in, alert for anyone who might have been sent by Rayner. The war was still nuclear hot. He was by himself because Kravis Lorenzo hadn't yet shown up. 5 guys in FBI jackets came in. The lieutenants sat up. Hands went to their holsters. They looked at the boss, not knowing what to do. Javid Lee gave a tiny shake of his head. The agent surrounded his table and activated a Solnet restriction on his Alt-Me, leaving him dark. Lead agent Marley Gardner asked, politely but firmly, that he accompany them to the downtown Federal Building. Javid Lee agreed. In the spirit of reciprocity, Gardner agreed he could call his lawyer after they reached the Federal Building, but before he was processed. He was discreetly cuffed and led out to the Black Maria. The NYPD and the Bureau still used them in preference to escorting suspects more than a couple of hubs through the public Metro Hub network. Way too many tiresome attempts to run. Procedure was to send the Black Maria through the commercial and government services network, with the suspect safely contained. The nearest of those hubs was off the northeast corner of Central Park in Harlem. The Black Maria drove in the opposite direction. 8 minutes later it drew up close to Giorgiano's Pizzeria. Rayner was sitting in a booth by himself, with 7 of his lieutenants divided between the bar and a nearby table, watching the pizzeria patrons coming in, alert for anyone who might have been sent by Javid Lee. He was by himself because Delphine Farron hadn't yet shown up. As before, the 5 guys in FBI jackets got out of the Black Maria and walked confidently into the pizzeria. The lieutenants sat up. Hands went to their holsters. They looked at the boss, not knowing what to do. Rayner held up a hand, a diminutive gesture preventing them from any unwise action. The agent surrounded Rayner's booth and activated a Solnet restriction on his Alt-Me, leaving him dark. He invited lead agent Marley Gardner to join him, an invitation that was refused, and a counter-invitation was given that he accompany them to the Federal Building. Rayner agreed. In the spirit of reciprocity, Gardner agreed he could call his lawyer when they reached the Federal Building, but before he was processed. He was discreetly cuffed and led out to the Black Maria. The inside of the aging van was divided into 6 cages. Rayner stiffened when he saw the only other occupant sitting on a narrow bench, but he allowed himself to be placed into a separate cage opposite. Marley Gardner withdrew, and Alik stepped into the Black Maria.
What the fuck is this?
Javid Lee asked when the back door slid shut and locked.
Rendition,
Alik said as the Black Maria drove away.
Fuck you, asshole.
Javid Lee shouted,
You can't do that.
Really? Who are you going to complain to? The Justice Department? Hey, maybe you could call the FBI. Complain to my boss. Oh, wait, there is no Solnet on Zagreus.
I'm gonna make you watch your whore mother die slowly before I kill you. That's a promise.
How are you going to do that from Zagreus? Alik inquired lightly. See,
I was at the Lorenzo portal home that night. I gotta tell you, that was impressive. That many people dead because of a motherfucking virtual game matrix? Shit. You two have taken dumbass feuds to a whole new level. So, as a thank you, my boss and I have decided not to waste taxpayer money on a trial. What do you want? Rayner asked quietly. Nothing. Yes, you do. If this was a straight rendition, you wouldn't be in here with us. Darwin, huh? Rayner smiled magnanimously. I'm on the wrong side of the bars here, pal. Whatever it takes. Cancer, Alik said. Oh, shit. Why did you choose her? I didn't. I'm listening. Rayner jabbed a finger at his rival. This asshole doesn't know when he's lost. Fuck you! Javid Lee screamed. I sent Kushik to deliver a message so loud that someone even this dumb could recognize. You were going to whack the Lorenzos, Alik said in understanding. Fucking A, I was. The whole fucking family. That way it's ended. Clean and over. No more loser paybacks. Like fuck it would have been. Javid Lee snarled. I can take you down any time I want. Rayner gestured around mockingly. Sure you could. Get on with it, a weary Alik told Rayner. Okay, so Kushik and his crew are getting ready to take out the Lorenzos. Next thing I know, Cancer comes to me. I don't know how she knew. Kushik shouting his dumb mouth off around the clubs, most like. Then what? Hey, I wasn't going to turn down that offer. Cancer! She would make fucking sure there wasn't a Lorenzo left alive in this universe. Kushik, he's good, okay, loyal. But they were kids. That wouldn't mean shit to her. And she lived her rep, you know? The way she maneuvered people, getting the yacht trip cancelled, putting the Lorenzos exactly where we wanted them to be. Shit, like Kushik could ever pull off a stunt like that. Did she say why she took this contract? Said it was a good fit, and we'd both come out ahead. Told me there was some files Kravis had at his firm that she'd like to bust. I figured, what the hell, you know? She's Cancer, and she's working a job with me. Doesn't hurt to be tight with someone like that. Why did she want those files? Seriously, man? You think I'd ask her a question like that? I just told Otto and Kushik she was going with them, and do what she said. He glowered at Javid Lee, stabbing a finger through the bars. And then that rat fuck ambushed them. We didn't know they were there. Javid Lee yelled. Your butt-ugly bitch cousin Delphine ran there after you warned her. Peregrine was on his way to hit her kid. What? You think I was going to ignore you whacking Reek and firebombing my fucking club? You took it up to this level, you fuck, because you have no respect for me. So your rat fuck nephew, that little shit that started all this, his ass is mine and you know that. You know that's the price you gotta pay. Only you're too chicken shit to stand up like a man. Your whole family hides and runs like pussies. That's what you are, gaping fucking pussies. Rayner yelled wordlessly and spat at Javid Lee through the mesh. Enough, Alik said, his finger lined up on Javid Lee. You were hunting Alphonse? Course we fucking were. Peregrine's good. He tracked the kid and Delphine to the Lorenzo place, and that's when it all went to shit. Javid Lee glared at Rayner. Which is your fault, because you're a fucking coward. Now look where you've put us. You? Rayner smirked back. But you, pal? Me? I'm cooperating with the feds. I'm out of here. Fuck you. Okay then, Alik said. I believe I got everything I need. Shango opened the back door for him. Hey, Rayner said. Hey, wait, what about me? Alik paused. You have my personal thanks for your cooperation. No, that's not the deal. You get your ass back in here and you unlock this motherfucking cage. You hear me? The door closed, and Alik stepped down onto the muddy ground of the Lewis County Environmental Processing Site in upstate New York, a patch of rural ground covering 6 square kilometers, dominated by an impressive atmospheric cleansing plant. 5 massive concrete, hyperboloid air tunnels stood together in a line, each one sporting a necklace of molecular extractor filters. 3 pulled carbon monoxide out of the air, while the remaining pair collected carbon dioxide. Both gases were stored in big, high-pressure tanks, ready for disposal. As reduction efforts went, the Lewis County site alone wouldn't have much effect on the global greenhouse gas legacy that was still uncomfortably high, even after 100 years of scrubbing the excess out of Earth's atmosphere. But there were more than 500 similar plants dotted all over the planet, and between them they did make a difference. So much that in another 100 years, the experts claimed the world would be down to pre-20th century levels.
Alik could hear Javidli and Rayna yelling obscenities at each other inside the Black Maria. It was parked in line with 6 other equally ancient, identical vehicles. Marley Gardner and his team were waiting in a 4x4 to one side. Alik climbed in. "Nice job. Thanks," he told them. Alik liked working with Marley on the occasions he needed to go off-book. Marley ran an efficient team and knew never to ask questions. "Your money will be in the designated accounts by morning." "Always a pleasure," Marley said. His Altme instructed the 4x4 and it started driving toward the hub portal. Behind them, the line of Black Marias was facing a huge metal cylinder, 50 meters long, 15 high. Alik watched in the mirror as the big circular door at the end slowly swung open. The first Black Maria's auto-drive carefully maneuvered it inside, followed by the second. Direct disposal was a part of the Lewis County environmental processing site made possible by modern economics. With energy as the Sol system's currency, everything was costed in watt dollars, and with abundant, super-cheap energy delivered from the solar wells, the value of most services and material was inexpensive. 100 years previously, people on Earth carefully recycled the last generation's garbage, breaking down matter into its component atoms, refining their cast-offs and sludge into useful compounds, ready to supply manufacturing and microfacturing industries. But now, with so much raw asteroid material streaming in at minimal cost, that energy-intensive processing of recycling old things was no longer financially viable. Those fiscal conditions meant that obsolete items, for example the Bureau's 15-year-old Black Marias, were simply disposed of in the most economic fashion possible. Just before the 4x4 carrying Alik went through the hub, the last Black Maria drove into the giant cylindrical airlock, and the door swung shut. The heavy-duty rim seal engaged. Carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide from the big extractor towers flooded in. After all the nitrogen and oxygen had been expelled from the airlock, the door at the other end of the big metal cylinder opened, exposing the portal behind it, which twinned to Haumea Station. The pressurized toxic gases acted like a shotgun cartridge, blasting the Black Marias out into trans-Neptune space. Julos, year 591 AA. The 15 boys and 5 girls that made up the Amali clan's current senior year were clumped together in a big old plaza, in the shade of a dilapidated 70-story skyscraper. They had spent 6 days exploring the ancient abandoned city as part of their training, investigating and analyzing unfamiliar environments. The trip had been scheduled to end 19 hours ago. Their flyer hadn't arrived. Their personal data buds had been glitchy for the whole expedition and had now dropped out of the planetary network. They were isolated, hundreds of kilometers away from the clan estate. Their supplies were low. They had no weapons. They were completely alone. The meeting was generating a lot of nervous chatter and some outbreaks of near-panicked shouting as they tried to work out what to do. Suggestions were dismissed or endorsed abruptly. A plan began to emerge. They were to set up camp in a more sheltered spot. Weapons were to be improvised, signal fires to be lit. Delian smiled at that, remembering his own insistence about signal fires on the arid hillside where his year group had been marooned. From his vantage point, perched unseen 100 meters up the side of a nearby skyscraper, he could make out the worry and uncertainty on several faces, while a few of the boys had started to assume a more determined posture. Time to stir things up. His biologic pterodactyl's talons let go, and he fell for 30 meters, building velocity. Then his wings opened wide, producing a leathery rushing sound. The avian beast had undergone a few artistic modifications from the original predator that had roamed Earth's skies millions of years ago, specialist designers accentuating a more dangerous aesthetic. Delian thought they might have been a little too enthusiastic. The big creature was practically a dragon. He leveled out and powered between the tall empty buildings. The positioning had been selected with a hunter's instinct, keeping the sun behind him, its glare making him invisible to his prey. Genuine birds took flight, squawking in alarm as the huge marauder raced past, a giant flock flowing in a colourful super-geometry murmuration in the clear air. On the ancient plaza floor below, the clanmates looked up at the sudden airborne commotion, squinting against the sun. Shouts of alarm burst out. Delian swooped lower, crying out in a long, aggressive ululation. The clanmates began to scatter, sprinting for cover. His huge shadow flashed over them.
It was all he could do to prevent himself from turning the ominous cry to laughter. He pitched left, rolling the big body, swooping around the corner of a pyramid-shaped building, seeing the reflection of his fearsome shape fluctuate as it slid across 1,000 silvered windows. Then the plaza was behind him, and he banked again, wings slowly pumping to gain altitude, terrorizing yet more birds as he rose up and up. The original pterodactyl had been more glider than hawk, but now muscles had been enhanced to pump the big sail-like wings, adding range and speed to its already formidable abilities. Finally he circled the Bedial Tower on the southern edge of the city and slipped down to a sedate landing on its flat roof, dodging the slender aircon heat pump panels. Reluctantly he pulled in his wings with a haphazard shake. His databud gave him visuals from the city's sensors, showing him the dispersal pattern on the plaza floor. The boys hadn't kept together, splitting into 3 main groups, with a couple of stragglers. The girls had stayed together and remained with one of the boy groups. Tactically advantageous, but he felt it had been a random dispersal. Their combat game training hadn't kicked in yet.
"Great saints, that was pitiful,"
Xanti sent.
"Yeah, they haven't adapted to the situation. They're still in soft mode. We should change that."
Delian had to smile at the eagerness in Xanti's voice. "We will, but gradually. If we suddenly confront them with a tsunami of threats, they might start wondering how come none of the predators were around while they were carrying out their training mission.
I guess.
That's the kind of thing that clued Yarella in back when we were stranded, wasn't it?" Delian's humor deflated.
"Yeah, something like that."
"So what do we do? Give them a couple of hours? See how they react now they know the area isn't as passive as they thought? Then buzz them again. Both of us."
"Okay."
Delian released the big pterodactyl from his command bond, keeping his attention on the databud's display to make sure it settled quiescently. Subsentient biologics had been known to get quirky when released from human control. He opened his eyes and stretched on the long couch. Phantom sensations tingled along his limbs as the boost sheaths abandoned the biologic's wing nerves. After riding the pterodactyl's neurology for 3 hours, he felt faintly resentful his human body couldn't actually soar through the sky. His subconscious was busy convincing him he was made out of lead. The training mission control room was a wide circle, with 2 tiered levels surrounding a central hologram stage. The couches were on the topmost level, where operatives commanded the various artificial creatures that would soon be stalking the poor, innocent clanmates. A threat scenario designed to trigger the instinctive teamwork they'd trained for all their lives. The graduation exercise had been refined considerably in the 4 years since Delian had crash-landed after his island resort holiday. The introduction phase was more gradual to avoid suspicion. The period the exercise was conducted over had been lengthened, allowing a broad range of talents to be brought out and utilized, and the area itself was given a much greater level of scrutiny beforehand, eliminating unforeseen problems like cougars suddenly cropping up and wrecking everything. Delian sat up and looked over at the next couch where Xanti was lying. His friend was still riding his own pterodactyl, eyes closed, limb muscles twitching at random. Most of the 20 couches were currently unoccupied. The threat action wasn't due to be ramped up until later that evening, when darkness closed over the deserted city. On the tier below, the training masters were busy monitoring their pupils, listening and watching. Delian's overflight had certainly stirred things up, bestowing a sense of urgency lacking until now. He watched the watchers for a while. Tiliana was a section leader now, although the majority of the instructors were the clan's tutors, evaluating their protégés, with Fariana, this year group's mentor, directing the overall setup. Over the years since Delian's graduation, the boys who'd been boosted were gradually taking over the animal rider duties. This was his 3rd graduation exercise, allowing him to put his combat training to practical use. It was strange. He felt like he was looking into the past, seeing Alessandra in Fariana's place, with himself and his year-mates performing on the visual stage, while the training masters made sarcastic and amusing comments among themselves at the antics of the hapless trainees. And now he was one of the puppeteers. It was a sensation he could feel his cohort picking up on and puzzling, mainly because he wasn't entirely sure of his own emotions at the development. "Taking a break," Delian told Fariana, and received a quick nod of permission. He left the control room and went through a portal out into Eastmarl's Riverside Park.
The city was now the capital of Julos, mainly by default. It was the only inhabited city left on the planet. Located 4,000 kilometers north of the Amelia state, it had a temperate climate Delian rather enjoyed after growing up exclusively in the tropics. Living there gave him a somewhat melancholy glimpse into what life on the world had been like before the Traveller generation ships portaled out, taking everyone else with them. Not that he was resentful, he told himself every day he walked through the busy streets. As he walked, he zipped up his jacket. Autumn was coming, sending gusts of cooler winds across the broad river. All around him, the park's terrestrial trees were wrapping themselves in the spectacularly rich red and gold tones that signaled winter's approach. For a while, he walked slowly along the stone promenade, relaxing into the park's slower pace of life. Below him, on the dark water, swans glided about with arrogant grace. Almost all of this year's cygnets had lost their grey plumage now, transforming to a pristine white, except for a couple of black swans he could see farther downstream. They were the only ones in sight. He grinned forlornly at them. The ratio was similar to the boy-girl quotient within the clans. Up ahead, someone in a long blue wool coat was leaning on the rails, dropping bread to the big birds. If he had any, Delian decided, he would have thrown it to the black swans first in sympathy. Then he realized it was actually Alessandra who was feeding the swans, and back in their hangar the cohort reacted with happiness. He knew it wasn't coincidence. Since he'd moved to Ismail, Delian hadn't seen much of their former mentor. It wasn't deliberate. They'd all been so busy in preparation for their starflight. And partying, he admitted guiltily, that was a really good part of city life. "You're looking very fine," Alessandra said as they hugged in greeting. Delian kept his welcoming smile in place as her grey eyes gave him a level appraisal. Inside, he was mildly shaken by his mentor's appearance. Say was male-cycled, as he had been for the last 7 years now. It was an unusually long time to remain as one gender and an uneasy indicator of age. Not only did gender cycles last longer as people grew older, the transition phase was also extended. It wasn't detrimental, simply a sign of an older body slowing down. Alessandra had been there for him his whole life, and Delian didn't like to acknowledge C was getting older. But now he looked closely. Her dark blonde hair was thinner now and becoming lighter from the rise of grey strands. It wasn't something he wanted to consider, that one day Alessandra wouldn't be there to turn to. Death was something he'd only encountered on rare occasions, except poor Uma and Dooney, that one wretched morning. "You too," he replied. Alessandra's grin widened affectionately. "You were always a rotten liar. That's why you were always in detention. No more than anyone else. I know. Your whole year. It's a miracle any of us came out of the estate alive. But here we are. Aye, here we are. So how's the graduation exercise going?" "Pretty good. They've missed some caches that'll be useful, but I just gave them a scare that should send them back to re-evaluate everything. If not, Zanti and I are due back later. That should kick them into gear. Ah, the pterodactyls. I remember the arguments we had about introducing those. Some felt it was taking things a step too far. They're magnificent." "Yes, you would think that." Alessandra's hand squeezed his shoulder fondly. "This year group seems a little more cautious than we were, or more controlled, maybe. Changing the training routines has helped. Somehow I don't think they'll ever be a match for your year. You made us." "Aye, that we did. It's funny to think there's only 3 more year groups left. Then it's over. All of us will be real soldiers. And the fight begins. The search begins," C corrected gently. "Who knows? You may never see the final conflict. It might even have happened already." "No, we'll see action. I know it. I will meet the 5 saints, and I don't want to let them down. The optimism of youth. So how is Zanti?" "Fine, thanks. Have the 2 of you moved in together?" "Not quite. It's good the way it is. We enjoy each other. We're very similar in some ways, and the differences can be fun too. We're happy. If it's not broke, don't try and fix it. Something like that." Delian gave up. "How is she?" "Doing rather well, actually. She's smart enough to know she needs to understand herself. It's an arduous process. She can be quite stubborn, but her progress is exceptional. I never expected anything else. So she's getting better. Yarella was never ill. Delian. Just different from what we expected. Different? She killed Uma and Uni. Some nights he still woke in a sweat, thinking about it. To do that to your own monks. She liberated herself, Alessandro said. The only way she could. Our arrogance gave her no choice. What we did, the life we gave her, the training and environment of the clan was simply wrong for her. We are at fault, not her. And we didn't recognize that until too late. Now we have to give her the space and ability to become what she wants to be. And what's that? I don't know. I'd settle for her being happy. Isn't she? I believe she's in a position where that might be possible now. There was so much she had to unlearn, so much to be forgiven. But there are aspects of her life she is comfortable with now. It was almost too painful to ask, but he couldn't not. Does she ask about you? He nodded silently. Of course she does. You meant a lot to her. Meant, he thought, not mean. Can I see her? Not yet. But soon, I hope. She still hasn't quite separated you from what we were molding you and your yearmates into. I don't want to introduce the possibility of further conflict until I'm sure she can distinguish between what you are and what you will achieve up there among the stars. Her head tipped back, and Sei stared calmly into the clear, cool sky. You are a strong resonance in her life, Delian. Perhaps the strongest. I want to help. I know. And she knows that too. But let me ask you this. Would you give up everything you have worked for to be with her? What would we do? We can't stay here and live a planet-side existence. It's not just the battleships that will port her away. There will be one last traveler generation ship too, for all us old folks. You're not old. She raised a chiding eyebrow. What was it I said about your inability to lie convincingly? I wouldn't want you to be in harm's way. You deserve to see a fresh planet and have a peaceful life. And you deserve your chance. That's what you made us for. Now you sound like her. You think that's a bad thing? No. I always said it would be a mistake to make you all arrogant. It leads to overconfidence. Better you have doubts. That way you will always question what you see. Like she did. I prefer a simpler life. Give me a gun and point me at the enemy. You can cut the humility routine too. It doesn't work with me. Delian glanced down at the swans. Without tidbits of bread, they'd lost interest and were sliding away. Will you tell her I asked about her? Tell her I'll wait until she's ready. That I still care. That I always will. Of course. Good. They embraced again. Delian broke away, smiling. Now I have to go scare the living crap out of those kids again. That's my boy. Alessandra had a wistful expression on her face as she watched Delian walk away. After a minute, she turned her gaze to the nearby clump of tall maples. The grass around them was smothered under a matting of fallen leaves. Urella walked out from behind the widest trunk. She put her arms around Alessandra and bent down slightly so she could rest her head on her shoulder. Thank you, she said. She patted her back. I'm still not convinced this was a good idea. I needed to know how he affects me. Seeing him in the flesh was a good indicator. I'm glad he's got Zenti. He needs someone. I must be firmer with you. I'm too easily manipulated. It's called integrity and caring. Without you, I'd be sitting in a nice comfy room with lots of happy juice in my veins. So what's the result? I looked at him and saw the false beauty of nostalgia for something that I've idealized. We were friends for 18 years. Then lovers, briefly. Nothing will ever again be so important in my life. I've managed to self-edit the bad times. I was there for all those 18 years. There weren't any bad times. Urella pulled some of her wild hair from her eyes where the breeze from the river kept blowing it. That's very sweet. He really does care, you know. I heard. Good. I'm not sure if we shouldn't be filling him up with happy juice in the room next to you. I'm happy enough without the juice, and that's mostly down to you. I didn't want to raise any false hope. He does question things now, doesn't he? I think I may have infected him. That's not a bad thing. We don't want gentians. We want humans. You're projecting a future you cannot possibly know. As he would say, that's why we made all you wonderful binaries. She smiled sadly. He is what he is. We all are. Humans adapt to the circumstances of their era. I think it's time I accepted that and grew up. This is not what I wanted for myself, but in 1,000 years' time it could be. Imagine what we could accomplish as a species if we weren't under threat, if we weren't constantly running. We almost made it before. We were given a glimpse of how high we can climb if we didn't have to huddle in the darkness out of fear. That's probably why I always loved the Sanctuary Star story, even though I knew in my heart it was probably just a lure. Every planet like Julos has the potential to become more than a stopover, an island harbour in the long voyage. Then, just as the opportunity opens, we have to flee once more. Imagine what our knowledge and tools could birth if we were truly free and had the luxury of time. I think I'd like to help bring that opportunity to the galaxy. I'm going to go out there and join the Saints in their battle. I'm very glad to hear that, my dear. I won't be any use in the fighting, but there are other ways I can contribute. There are, Alessandro said, but they must be ones you devote yourself to spontaneously, not out of guilt. Yarella looked back down the promenade, hoping to catch one last glimpse of Delian, but he'd stepped back through the portal. This isn't guilt speaking. It's understanding. My graduation exercise is finally over. Did you pass? Yes, I believe I did.
The Assessment Team. Ferreton Kane, Nkia, June 25th, 2204.
You killed them both? Callum asked in shock. You killed Javed Lee and Raynor. Bloody hell, man. Why? I have to admit, I was somewhat alarmed myself. Rendition I could understand, even almost approve of, but such readiness to kill another person was disturbing. I expected it from someone as damaged as Kandara, but I'd assumed Alik Monday was, frankly, more refined. Alik shrugged, unruffled by the reaction. Think of Raynor and Javed Lee as contaminants that need venting. It's an appropriate analogy for those sons of bitches. Ain't no need to thank me. I'm just a public servant doing my job. You executed them? No, it was murder. Simple as that. What was I supposed to do? Rendition, Callum said hotly. Oh, yeah, Yuri called out with vicious glee. Now rendition is acceptable, is it? Callum glowered at him. Strange as it may seem, I don't have the authority to order a rendition directly, Alik explained. I would have had to go through the national security procedure, and we'd have needed 3 tame judges to sign off on it. Sure, I'd probably have got it for Raynor and Javed Lee, but that would have involved a whole bunch of other people. The whole problem was a clusterfuck Washington wanted to disappear fast. We got the media to write it off as gang warfare, and the 2 asshole families involved got to keep their frightened mouths shut for life. Actually, it was the best solution. Go me. Bloody hell. Callum dropped his head into his hands. There was a long silence in the lounge as everyone tried to come to terms with what we'd just been told. I found it interesting to see how being judged riled Alik. He really was that arrogant. A lot of senior government officials come to have the attitude that nothing they do should ever be questioned or challenged. But it did explain a lot. He hadn't turned up on this case for any other reason than he'd been told to. It was politics, pure and simple. He was a Washington creature, receiving orders and reporting back to the executive and the dark global pacts. What he reported no doubt contributed to policy, but he wasn't a policy maker. He wasn't the one I was looking for, but I would be very interested in talking to this Tansan character at some time in the near future. What about the New York Shield? Jessica asked. Have there been more attempts to bust the file since Cancer tried? Beyond my pay grade, my friend, Alik said, splaying his hands wide. Like any of us believed that. But I did hear the whole National Shield project had some pretty sharp security upgrades after that night, he conceded. Civic shields were taken back under military jurisdiction 22 years ago, Loy said. In America, at least. So someone must have taken the attempt seriously. Over half of Earth's nations have placed their urban shields under military control in the last 15 years, Kandara said, those that still have a military. Why did Cancer want the shield files? Jessica asked. We don't know. Wrong question, Callum said. What did Cancer's employers want with the files?
When I find out who they are, I'll be sure and let you know, Alik said.
It'll be money, Eldland said in a knowing tone. It always is with universal types.
I thought Callum looked irked with his assistant for the jibe, but my impression of Eldland was of a devout utopian, more so than most Omnia, who never left the comfort of the Delta Pavonis system. So he simply couldn't resist the opportunity to establish cultural superiority. I'd guess that was why immigration to Akitha had leveled out in recent years. There's an old saying in the Sol system: utopial culture would be a great place to live in, but the problem is that it's full of utopians. And Eldland was a perfect example of that unconscious patronizing privilege they all possessed.
How can it be for money? Yuri asked. Shields have protected cities from severe weather for decades.
Eldland said in a tone that told us he clearly felt he was explaining the utterly obvious.
People are complacent. They take that protection for granted. So if a shield fails during a storm, there'll be plenty of damage. That will have a big effect on spending patterns and insurance payments. If you knew in advance that was going to happen, you could make a killing in the markets. Wow, Loy said. I hope you never become a criminal mastermind. You'd be terrifying. Eldland gave him a knowing grin. If whoever wanted the files could afford cancer, you know it has to be a big deal, right? That's got to be a Wall Street player. Yuri pursed his lips as if in approval. Good point. You had to be as familiar as I was with my boss to see just how much he was humouring the poor jerk. I'd seen those tactics played in a dozen meetings. It nearly always ended with someone getting fired, or worse. So what happened to Kalyana's brat? Kandara asked. You? Her index finger lined up on Eldland. No! Loy laughed out loud. Everyone else was grinning. Who gives a crap what happened to the kid? Alik grumbled. You haven't been checking back on Kalyana after you were so noble with her insurance. Yuri joined in, parodying disappointment. Shame on you. Do I look like a fucking fairy godmother? Stranger things, Callum proclaimed. Fuck you all. What about cancer? Loy asked. Are you still looking for her? Sure, Alik said. The Manila police lost her cabbies, of course. She scrambled the city's logs good and hard. Langley assigned a dark team, but even they couldn't catch the scent. The bitch vanished like she always does. We'll catch her one day, and when we do, I'll be having a long conversation with her before we dump her naked ass on Zagreus. No, you won't, Kandara said. Alik bridled at what he took to be a challenge. Yeah, how do you figure that? Because she's dead. No fucking way. I'd have heard. You didn't hear. Alik gave her a suspicious look. How do you know this? Because 10 years ago, I watched her die. The Death of Cancer. Rio, AD 2194. Early morning on Copacabana Beach, before the gold-skinned bodyguards began strutting their glistening physiques for the tourists and lovelorn to envy, the horizontal rays of the sun were playing across the water to create a dazzling shimmer. Not even Kandara's Category 4 sunglasses seemed to offer much protection from the glare. She pounded barefoot along the sand, careful to keep out of the long tire furrows. Every day the city's heavy-duty sandrake service came out in the hour before dawn, restoring Copacabana to an implausible level of purity in readiness for the daily crowds. In doing so, the wheels often left sharp ruts behind, which could trip the unwary before fresh tides and 10,000 playful feet trampled them flat again. Just before reaching the southern end, she turned around and ran back. Zapata, her alt-me, monitored her heart rate and oxygen consumption, splashing the data across her Tarsus lenses. She used it to keep her pace steady, the optimal cardio routine she'd followed faithfully since leaving Heroica Colegio Militar 24 years ago. Proper diet, some simple telomere treatments, disciplined exercise, and her body had retained the stamina and speed of that 21-year-old cadet. 11 minutes later she was closing on the other end of the beach, and more people were venturing out onto the sands. Stalls along the promenade were opening, the time-honored volleyball nets going up. Kandara slowed and walked over the Avenida Atlantica, her soles slapping the old wave pattern mosaic as she made her way across to her apartment.
The high-rise hotels bordering Copacabana for close on a century had suffered the same economic fate as all hotels, post-quantum spatial entanglement, and had long since been redeveloped into blocks of luxury apartments above the street-level clubs and restaurants. Kandara had bought her own relatively modest apartment 7 years ago. It was only on the 3rd floor of the 20-story building, but it did have a balcony that looked out over the beach. When she opened the front door, King Jasper, her elegant Burmese cat, was in the hallway, protesting loudly as usual. Before she got him, she'd never heard a cat as loud. Mr. Parker Dawson, her neighbour, wasn't talking to her anymore because of the infernal racket. He'd also lodged several complaints with the residents' board. "All right," she told King Jasper. "Calm down, I'll get your breakfast." In response, he just mewed even louder. "Shut up! It's coming." Another penetrating cry. "Shut it!" Her bare foot shoved at the cat's silky fur. Not too hard, but enough that he'd get the message. She received a sulky look for her troubles. "You little—" A hiss of exasperation escaped from her lips, and she made an effort to calm down. "Mother Mary is just a goddamn cat. Get a grip. Come on." She bent down fast and scooped him up. Her finger tickled him under his jaw as she carried him through into the kitchen's small utility room. There was contented purring as she filled his bowl one-handed. Then, as she put him down, an extended claw snagged on her lycra running top. "Hell!" Kandara glared at the fraying strands he'd tugged from the tight black fabric, now more annoyed with herself for the anger. The whole incident was like a feedback loop. "Ridiculous. Give me a status update on my neurochemistry and skull peripherals," she told Zapata. Standing in the middle of the long living room with its tall houseplants and Mexican rug wall hangings, hands on hips, impatient for the scan results, sweat from the run glinting on legs and torso as the sun began to shine sharp gold rays through the big balcony windows. "Neurochemistry stable," Zapata announced. "Gland functionality 100%. She snarled. It would have been easy to blame the little gland. It was a complex, delicate piece of medical bioware, secreting a carefully regulated dose of dopamine antagonist, helping keep the schizophrenia locked away in the darkness at the bottom of her thoughts like a slumbering beast. So she couldn't blame her frustration on that. Maybe it was the run, pumping her up, or the lack of work, over 2 months now. And it was no good calling around to her contacts. Work came to her, not the other way around. She walked down the short hallway and opened Gustavo's door. Gustavo had about the same status in the apartment as King Jasper. He was certainly equally dependent. Her house guest, her charity case, her work in progress, her release. She'd found him in an alley behind a swish club 7 weeks ago, beaten badly by a furious husband's security team. He was 19 and male model handsome, so he explained, which was why he'd come to Rio in the first place, loaded up with excitement and hope. Except the modelling work had never arrived, despite his being on the books of 3 local agencies. Instead, the agency bookers suggested he escort aging fashionistas to parties. "To be seen, darling, so the right people know your name." A flesh accessory with far less value than their glittering jewellery and this week couture. The fashionistas, colder and more calculating than any street pimp, began to pass him around their wealthy clients. He partied with them, smiled at their nonsensical jokes, then fucked them for half the night like only a virile teenager could, and when that stamina began to falter from the excesses, he took the right drugs to carry on regardless. Gustavo was sprawled on the bed, snoring softly. She'd gotten him on a program and he was staying clean. He'd even snagged a couple of gigs modelling sports gear and once as an extra in a music visu. But as charity cases went, she knew exactly what she was doing, and altruism didn't much enter into it. He was convenient, nothing more. Her heel knocked the door shut. The noise woke him, and his head came up, showing him blinking sleep confusion away. She grinned down at him as she tugged the spoiled lycra top off over her head. "Holy Mother, what time is it?" he croaked. "It's morning. You haven't slept again, have you?" "A few hours." "You need to sleep more." She wiggled out of her shorts. "I can't sleep when you're dead. Yes. You keep saying." "That's right." Kandara tugged his sheet away and climbed onto the mattress beside him. There was a moment when he might have resisted, but instead he gave a sigh that played at reluctance. That left him soon enough as her hands moved proficiently across his lean body, banishing the last fog of sleep. After all these weeks, she knew exactly how to rouse him, how to keep him hard while she rode him greedily. The sexual gymnastics her gened-up muscles let her perform on his bed never strayed into true intimacy. They were fuck buddies, not lovers. All she wanted was the physical. The doctors had cautioned her about her anger management. The glands infiltrating her mesolimbic pathway were not a cure, they said with their wise nodding heads. The neurochemicals would only treat the symptoms. In doing so, there might be side effects. Now she couldn't even remember how she used to think before her parents had been slaughtered. Which behavior trait was new, artificial, psychological, bio-neural, divine? Her trio of driving demons had been brought under control. Psychopathy, hypersexuality, insomnia. She ruled them with an iron fist now, used them as she needed to, gifting herself the perfect personality for her work. An avenging angel, cleansing the world of unchecked evil. After she'd finished with him, she watched with mild fondness as he quickly fell asleep again, before she slipped out to shower. Breakfast was a smoothie of her own concoction, a half-dozen different berries and yogurt. Natural, organic. She didn't do printed food if she could avoid it, mixed in her blender. She drank it, sitting beside the open balcony door, wearing a robe, her hair wrapped in a towel. Gustavo wandered in when she'd already drunk half of the smoothie. He was naked, a beauty that competed with the view of the beach for her attention. "Shish, you don't have any real food?" he moaned. "Such as orange juice, toast? I'm sure they're out there on the street stalls somewhere. Okay, I get it. I can mix some honey with yogurt for you. Gee, thanks." He slumped on a stool at the kitchen's small bar. She grinned as she busied herself with the array of expensive cookery gadgets she'd carefully acquired for her galley kitchen. All organic ingredients blended carefully, the deep-filled tray heating up to the perfect temperature. "This yogurt?" he asked, puzzled, as she poured the thick, creamy liquid out of the blender and into a measuring jug. "I'm making you waffles. My thank you treat for this morning." His smile won out against the sun. "You got anything on for the rest of the day?" he asked as he wolfed down the third waffle. "Meetings," she said, which wasn't quite true. She'd booked a couple of hours on the shooting range to keep up her proficiency. Then she was due to meet a dark supplier to review some of the new lethal peripherals coming out of northern Russia. She probably wouldn't have any implanted, but it would be good to know their capabilities. "Can I come? I won't get in the way or anything. I could be your assistant." "I don't think so. Not today." He gave her a sullen look. "Fine. Sure. I get it. You think I'm stupid." "No," she said, proud she wasn't sighing in exasperation. After she'd moved him in, she'd told him she was a freelance design refiner for algae reactor initiators, used extensively during the early stage of terraforming. It was a good holding lie, but she hadn't expected this hiatus to last so long. "You just need some basic qualifications to work in my sector." "Yeah, like I'm ever going to have that." "You could have if you go to university." "Sure thing, Mother." She gave him a sly, lecherous smile and stood up. The uncertain look in his eyes was arousing. Her hand closed on the jar of organic Manuka honey. "Would your mother do this?" she murmured, and opened the front of her robe, ready to pour the luxurious golden goo over her chest. "You have a call," Zapata informed her. The identity icon of her European agent, splashed on her Tarsus lenses, made her stop. "Go take a shower first," she told Gustavo. The dramatic return of the pout made her laugh outright. He stomped back to his bedroom. "Accept," she told Zapata. "Good morning to you, my greatest client," the agent said. "How are you today?" "Restless," she admitted. "I thought you were dead or in jail." "Like you haven't got a dozen others the same as me tirelessly hunting the worthy jobs." "Maybe. If I do, they're a lot more tireless." "I'm hurt." "I'm sympathetic. Come on, what have you got for me?" "The biggest. The job of legend. The one that never happens. This is your pinnacle, my dear. You can retire after this and bore everyone in the bar all night long with tales of your imminent sainthood." "Bullshit. You said that about Baja. This time, though." "Oh, yes, this time.
I need a better agent. No, you don't, because no other agent could bring you a contract with Akita. A small, cold shiver of excitement ran up Kandara's spine. Double bullshit. That's Utopia Central. They wouldn't touch me with a barge pole. Desperate times, my dear. Can I tell them you're interested? Is this on the level? I guarantee it. I had to meet their representative in the flesh. That I never do. But for you, what's the job? Oh, yeah, like they're going to tell me. Madam Mary, all right. When do they want me? Now. Seriously? No offense, but if they want you, it has got to be monumentally urgent. Give me an hour. She looked down at the jar of honey she was still holding. Make it 2. It was King Jasper who was the biggest problem. Kandara wasn't entirely surprised by that. Gustavo was simple. She fucked him until the honey was all used up, then told him he had to go. She did the decent thing and paid a fortnight's rent for an apartment in the respectable hilltop neighborhood of Santa Teresa. Rage, screaming, threats, pleading, but in the end he packed his bag and stormed out, yelling impressively obscene curses on both her ancestors and descendants. Easy. Now try booking a pedigreed Burmese into a decent cattery in Rio with a half-hour's notice. It cost her more than the Santa Teresa apartment. After that, she paid a lawyer to find King Jasper a suitable new owner if she wasn't back in a month. Rule 101. Always treat every mission as if it's going to be your last. And in this case, she wasn't under any illusion. If the Utopials were asking for her, it was going to be something very serious indeed. The Rio Metro network took her to the international hub, from which it was 3 hubs to Bangkok. That was where it started to get more interesting. She had to take a civic radial out to Prawet, where the Utopial embassy was situated. As she walked through the interminable portal doors with her baggies trundling along behind, Zapata checked her neurochemical balance, which was perfectly level. She breathed calmly into a Zen state. Ready. A minute later, she was walking up the embassy's broad steps with fountains playing on either side. A Utopial called Cruz was waiting for her at the top, just in front of the main arched entranceway. Sei looked about 30, with a mane of chestnut hair in which rainbow jewels glowed discreetly. Her fawn tweed suit was very formal, with a skirt that came down over her knees. Kandara had to tip her head up when they shook hands. Cruz was an easy 40 centimeters taller than she was, but the ominous smile seemed genuine enough. Investigator Martinez. Such a pleasure, Sei said. Likewise, Anne is just Kandara. Being called investigator threw her slightly, but if that was the way they were going to deal with her, so be it. Of course. This way, please, Kandara. Cruz showed her through a smaller door at the side of the main entrance. A short hall led to a single portal door. Kandara stepped through. She knew immediately they were on a space habitat. Her inner ear could detect the subtle difference of rotation-induced gravity. Zapata confirmed the change, linking to the local net and questing its metadata. This is Zabok, it told her. Kandara had been expecting that. Zabok was the first large, self-sustaining habitat built by Emilia Uric, one of the founders of the Utopial movement. It was still an important center for them in the Sol system. There were several portals facing the one she'd just come through. The ever-formal Cruz gestured to one. Please. Nebeza, Zapata informed her after she'd stepped through. Details splashed across her lens. The Nebeza habitat orbited 100,000 kilometers above Akita, a terraformed planet, itself orbiting Delta Pavonis. Her inner ear detected another change, a slowing of the balance instability. Understandable. Nebeza was considerably larger than Zabok, making its rotation ponderous by comparison. They walked along a brightly lit passage that opened out on a broad paved square. Kandara looked up, smiling as she took in the habitat's interior. The massive cylinders always engendered sensations of awe and reverence. Most people considered terraforming to be the greatest technological wonder humans had achieved. Nature had taken 1 billion years to produce multicellular life on Earth. Now the human race could duplicate that process on a barren planet in under a century. But Kandara considered that a cheat. Simply spreading microbes and seeds across sterile rock plains was merely carrying nature's banner forward. The habitats, however, ripping asteroids apart,
forcing their raw metal and rock into cylinders the size of some of the old nations on Earth, bringing new air and water to the interior of these defiant islands in space. That was real engineering, combining all of scientific history's knowledge into a victory over the most hostile environment possible, the empty universe itself. Magnificent, Kandara said quietly, breathing down the humid air, cleaner than anything the South Atlantic wind swept across Copacabana. Thank you, Cruz said in genuine appreciation. Nebesa's interior was 60 kilometers long and 12 in diameter. What looked like a splinter of captured sunlight burned sharp along the axis, bathing the interior in a tropical glare. That surface was a mixture of long lakes, studded with islands, confined by land coated in a lush rainforest. There were even some mountains, with slender waterfalls tumbling down rocky slopes. Clouds beset with odd curlicues twisted slowly through the air. They'd emerged at the foot of a gently curving end cap. The base of it formed a ziggurat ring of black glass balconies, extending 200 meters above the paving where they stood. A vertical city that made her mildly dizzy, tracing its course all the way around the rim, until she was looking at the tiny ebony band directly overhead. "How many people live here?" she asked, trying to do the math without using Zapata. Even if everyone had an apartment 10 times the size of hers, the population could be measured in millions. Just over 100,000 these days," Cruz said. "It was more than twice that when the terraforming was at its peak, but everyone wanted to move down to Akitha when it was cleared for habitation. Now it's just the senior-grade industrial staff and administration personnel." "Uh-huh. You sound like you disapprove." "I don't get the utopial grading system, that's all. I thought the ethos was equality." Cruz gave a quick smile. "Opportunity is equal. People are not. In our society, you can progress as far as your talent and enthusiasm can reach. The same as everywhere." "Not quite. Here, everyone receives a fair share of society's produce, no matter the level of practical contribution you make. If you choose to do absolutely nothing for your entire life, you will still be fed and clothed and housed, and given access to medical treatment or education without prejudice. But in reality, a life of total leisure or sloth is rarely chosen. It is human nature to want to perform some kind of activity. The difference is we do not require it to be what the old communist and capitalist theories interpret as economically viable. With the introduction of Turings and fabricators, the human race has advanced to a technology level that has given us a self-maintaining industrial base. It can provide consumerist products at practically zero cost. Nobody should be regarded as a parasite or sponger, as your media condemns and shames your underclass. Here, if you wish to devote your life to developing obscure philosophy or an artistic endeavor that is outside the mainstream, this is to be welcomed and encouraged, as much as someone who commits to designing new technology or researching pure science. Some are more equal than others. That is how the rich universal rulers like to spin the utopial ethos. Yes, it is rather childish, don't you think?" Her hand gestured proudly at the glorious cylindrical panorama. "Could a flawed society produce and maintain this? I guess not. One day, everybody will live like this, free from constraints." "Indeed." All Kandara could think of when she looked at the tall utopial was the local priest who had governed so much of her childhood. The scriptures, his ethos, could never be wrong. He would have a patient smile as he explained away every question bold young minds could think of to challenge God's implacable word. "So what now?" "There is someone who wishes to meet you before you can begin." "Sounds interesting." It was quite a hike, which Kandara hadn't been expecting. She followed Cruz into the trees. They'd only gone a few hundred meters before the overhead canopy merged to a single luxuriant emerald roof. Slim beams of light slithered through the long leaves to dapple the ground. Trunks grew closer together and the undergrowth shorter. Several times they crossed narrow, arched wooden bridges with streams gurgling away below. Birds squawked loudly in the high branches, unseen from the ground. It wasn't long before Kandara took her linen jacket off. The still air was so warm even her trademark black singlet seemed excessive. Finally they came to a small clearing with a stream running along one side. There was a tent in the middle, all billowing white cloth with scarlet edging and bronze guy ropes. The only thing missing to complete the look of medieval pageantry was a royal pendant fluttering from the apex.
The whole structure was ludicrously incongruous in a space habitat orbiting an alien star. Kandara gave Cruz a skeptical look. Really? It was the first time Cruz's urbane expression faltered. Sei pulled the opening curtain aside. Jaru is expecting you. Sei hesitated. Please be aware of the importance so many utopias assign to her, though Sei will, of course, dismiss any such devotion. Once again Kandara felt a tingle of unease at Cruz's piety. Of course. She walked into the tent. It was noticeably cooler inside. The fabric seemed to glow with a rich luminosity lacking in the stark light outside. Somehow the interior didn't surprise Kandara. The cushions, small fountain, and a single stiff-backed wooden chair all sang, "Humble yet mystic Guru." Jaru Neum sat in the chair, draped in sea-blue, monk-style robes, gaining an immense dignity by looking as old as anyone Kandara had ever seen. It has to be theatre, she thought. But then Sei had already been old when telomere treatments first became available. Old, yet rich. Jaru was the only child of a wealthy Thai family. Her father had made a fortune in property development as Thailand's prosperity grew. They had been estranged when the elder Neom had died from a stress-induced coronary at 61, never quite able to come to terms with his cherished offspring becoming Kathoi. Most assumed the more gentle Jaru would let the company dwindle, but the family's entrepreneurial gene wasn't recessive. Her inheritance came at the same time as Kellan Rinstrom demonstrated quantum spatial entanglement. With a flash of intuition Sei would often demonstrate in later life, Jaru immediately saw a way of advancing her company's fortunes, benefiting the environment, and providing cheaper housing which the world so desperately needed. Thailand became the first country to construct ribbon towns. Jaru bought, at a bargain price, hundreds of kilometers of the nation's motorways and expressway networks, along with the entire 4,000 kilometers of the state railway network, all of which were becoming redundant as connection continued its inexorable advance of portal hubs across the globe. Jaru began building houses along the abandoned train tracks. Big vehicles ripped up the asphalt and concrete of the roads, exposing the raw earth, ready for new foundations to be sunk. What Sei had realized was that Ainsley Zangari's notorious slogan was correct. Everything truly was one step away. In this new age of instantaneous transport, habitation didn't need a civic center anymore. All the facilities like schools, hospitals, and theaters could be accessed no matter where your home was physically located. You just needed a portal door nearby. It was a model swiftly copied by the rest of the world. With governments desperate for the cash that selling obsolete roads and railways to developers would raise, and solving the global housing crisis at the same time, the resulting construction boom went on to save, or at least salvage, many economies suffering from the collapse of the traditional transport industries. Multi-billionairedom allowed Jaru to expand her commercial interest out into the burgeoning space industries, constructing new habitats on Sol's asteroids. Then, in 2078, as a direct result of 9 uber-corporate habitats declaring themselves low-tax nations open for business, Sei sponsored the first progressive conclave, where 15 more idealistically minded space-based billionaires pledged to birth a true post-scarcity civilization for the human race. Each of them committed their habitat to an economy based on a Turing-managed, self-replicating industrial base. It was the start of the whole utopial movement. Kandara didn't need any prompting to duck her head in a small bow of acknowledgement. "It's an honor to meet you." "You are kind," Jaru said with a melodic voice, "though I fear at my age I am no longer terribly spectacular." "Age is wisdom." Sei chuckled. "Age can be wisdom. It depends how you spend those years." "True." Kandara was aware of Cruz coming into the tent behind her and bowing deeply. "Are you acquiring wisdom, Kandara?" Jaru asked. "My life has a purpose. You know that. It's why I am here." "Of course. That is why I asked to meet you before we commit to this course of action." "So you can judge me?" "Yes. You are free to ask me whatever you wish, but please bear in mind my former clients have full confidentiality. I don't wish to know the darker commercial details of corporations. I am interested only in you. I'm not a serial killer who's found the perfect cover. Nor am I a sadist. If a client wanted someone to suffer before death, I would turn the job down. I execute people. It's that simple. What about those who can be redeemed? If the person causing you trouble can be redeemed, you don't need me. So, you judge us in turn, then. Everybody judges everyone else. I don't deem myself infallible. I hope and believe I haven't made a mistake so far. Everyone I've been called upon to deal with has deserved what happened to them, in my view. Surely, we would be better served by you arresting these criminals and quietly renditioning them to Zagreus. Again, if you can deal with them that way, you don't need me. I'm here for the ones who won't come meekly, or who are so far along their path that a fight to the death is what they want, consciously or otherwise. Is this a quest for revenge, then? I don't want any more children to suffer as I did. If you want to call that revenge, feel free. You sleep at night, then? Kandara narrowed her eyes as she studied the ancient, wrinkled face for any hint of guile, wondering if the Utopials had cracked her medical files. My conscience is clear. I wish I could say the same. I can walk away if you'd like. No offense will be taken. No regrets. I believe we are past that point now, Jaru said sadly. The senior council has made its decision based on the level of extremism we appear to be facing. I do not dispute this. If those who are harming us do not surrender to authority, then they must be dealt with. I simply wish to see what kind of person you are. I'm sorry to be the serpent in your Eden. I never deluded myself we would achieve a truly peaceful, egalitarian society without suffering misfortunes along the way. I am a last resort. Most of my clients regret having to call me in, but they seldom have any choice. So it would seem. I cannot express how disappointed I am that people are so hostile to us. They fear you, Kandara said, for you are change, and change frightens people, especially those with the most to lose as that change is enacted. You approve of us? C asked in charmed surprise. Yes. The economics you seek to replace are those which ultimately resulted in my parents' murder. How could I not approve? Yet you have not come to live with us. My skill set has no place in your culture. When the human race comes to accept the utopial ethos, embraces it even, then I will settle here with you, if you'll have me. Until then, I will always be needed. You may be in for a long wait. We are a small nation. The number seeking to join us is disappointingly few. Kandara glanced wearily at Cruz, uncertain how the acolyte would respond to the immutable doctrine being questioned. Do you mind if I tell you how I see it? Acceptance of truth is fundamental to our ethos. To determine truth, we must first listen to all opinion. Okay, you went too far, too quickly. The Turings were nothing new, nor was the level of sophistication in the fabricators that manufacture our technology. The asteroids provide us with unlimited elements. Solar wells supply eternal energy. Synergy between such diverse developments was inevitable. Yes, but they were just the economic factors. You took it a stage further. Ah, Jaru smiled gently. The Omnia. Yes, you are asking too much of people. You offer converts to the utopial ethos all the material goods they could want, practically for free. But first they have to accept the gender change. We prefer the term gender expansion. Whatever. The material benefits of post-scarcity shouldn't be wholly dependent on pimping the DNA of your children. But, dear child, the formation of utopial society was never just about physical rewards. The universal culture provides much to its citizens, to a great many of them, in fact. Today there are fewer living in relative poverty than ever before. So why insist on the Omnia-only clause? Because I seek more from people. I seek universal equality. And the most basic inequality is that caused by a binary gender. It fuels every disparity and bigotry present in the so-called universal culture. It condemned our history on Earth to variants of the same mistakes because, before, genetic modification. It could not be eradicated. I know this. In my youth I experienced it in ways you should be thankful you will never encounter. It is worse than any of the miseries brought about by the old foes of religion, capitalism, communism, and tribal nationalism. Those can all be cured, in time, with education and love. But genders would remain unless we took action. Her hand was extended, palm outward toward Cruz. And now, even that problem has been solved. Quite beautifully, too. Cruz beamed worshipfully. Thank you. Nice theory, Kandara said. But all you've done is set up an admittedly worthwhile society that exists in parallel to the majority society. You're not changing anything. The universal factions are in constant conflict, Cruz said darkly. They will fall as we will rise. Which is why I'm here, Kandara concluded. Not falling the way you hoped, huh? Their hostility is unremitting, Charo acknowledged with a profound sigh. And recently they have advanced that enmity to a level it is impossible to brush aside as petulance. They seek to inflict physical harm, much as I would wish it. I am not Gandhi. My father's pragmatism remains strong in me. Tell me what you need, Kandara said. A group of universal activists has been sabotaging our design bureaus. Some of the most promising research has been stolen, and our results corrupted. They are damaging us, Kandara, quite badly, though that cannot be admitted in public. We don't know where they came from or who sent them. They elude us. Find them. Stop them. Kandara nodded solemnly. It's what I do. We've put a team together for you, Cruz said as they walked back through the trees. Oh, really? What kind of team? And who's we? Our Home Security Bureau. We brought in a variety of experts and advisors. It is their task to track down the physical location where the attacks come from. Okay, that's good. Kandara had been expecting to use some of the specialists she was familiar with, but she was prepared to give Cruz's people a chance. A portal door in the habitat's end cap took them down to a hub on Akitha. 7 hubs later, they reached the central metro hub of Naima, a city of some 700,000 inhabitants sprawling across the southern side of a large island. From there it was 10 hubs around a metro loop to the street where Cruz had assembled the team. Kandara stepped out of the hub and immediately dabbed at the sweat that was starting to bead on her brow. Naima was part of an archipelago in the equatorial zone, making it considerably hotter and more humid here than it had been back in Nebesa. They'd emerged into a white stone plaza that was several hundred meters above a calm indigo ocean. Naima occupied the rugged slope on all sides, comprised of modest stone and glass buildings that Kandara felt were a little too similar. It put her in mind of the Tuscan villages she'd visited in her childhood, when her parents had spent several weeks in Italy on management courses at their employer's head office. Pretty and peaceful, if bland. They walked along the broad road with its central sentry line of tall palm trees, her baggies rattling over the authentically uneven cobbles behind her. A minute later they arrived at the villa. It squatted at the top of a small cliff, with a glass-walled living room presenting a magnificent view across the broad, curving bay below the city. In the distance, a clutter of small pillar-like rock islands stood proud from the sun-sparkled water. Beyond the open doors, a paved patio stretched out to an infinity pool. When Kandara walked over to it, she realized most of the pool must be supported on pillars. Only the house itself was sitting on the terraced cliff. Okay, this will do, Kandara admitted. The team is in the kitchen, Cruz told her. Naima might have been Italianate, but the kitchen clearly followed a more Nordic tradition, a minimalist spectacle of black and scarlet marble, with a dozen worktop recesses from which various culinary devices could slide out as required, looking more like sculptures than practical machinery. She tried not to show any envy, but it made her little kitchen seem quite tired in comparison. 3 people were sitting at the long crystal table in the middle of the pale oak flooring, sipping wine from tall stemmed glasses. A rebuke was starting to form in Kandara's head. It was ridiculous. These people were acting like they were on some kind of delightful weekend break, not setting up a covert op that was likely to end with smoking ruins and dead bodies. 2 of them were clearly utopial omnias. Their height alone evidenced that, while the third was shorter and female. Kandara didn't think she was just female-cycled. Not that she could explain her conviction. Hopefully it was solid detective's intuition. The trio rose to greet her, smiling warmly. "This is Tyle," Cruz said, introducing the tallest, who had sandy hair and a slim dark mustache with the tips precisely trimmed in neat curls. "Our network analyst." "Excited to be working with you," Tyle said. Her voice was high and eager. Kandara thought Sei was genuinely young, maybe in her late 20s, but then her sharp features were so disturbingly close to Gustavo's. She felt she was being haunted. "Oystad, a defensive program operator." Sei was almost as tall as Cruz, but with thick, honey-blonde hair that came over her shoulders in languid waves. The flowing blue summer dress Sei wore left Kandara no doubt Sei was in full female cycle. As always, age was difficult to pin down these days, but to Kandara, the poised manner spoke of someone over half a century. "And Jessica Mai, a strategic profiler." Kandara shook hands cautiously. "What exactly is that?" "It means I take a look at the crimes and how they were committed, the motivation behind them, and try to work out what's coming next." She shrugged. "I used to work for Connection Security, so I have some experience." "They brought you in, too?" Kandara asked in surprise. "No, I was already here. I decided I prefer the utopial life, after all. Long story, but I was utopial before. Lost faith, then regained it." "Okay, then." Kandara sat at the head of the table, pointedly refusing the glass of wine Tyle offered. "Not while I'm working." Tyle pulled the glass back sheepishly. "Brief me, please," Kandara told them. Akita's research institutes had been under attack for years, they said. Teams from Sol's dynamic and greedy companies got sent to Akita, where they cracked files on anything that they believed was going to have commercial value. That data got fed into corporate design offices, improving consumer products that were the economic bedrock of universal worlds. "Blatant theft," Tyle said, "and it's crazy. We release all the data anyway. That's the utopia way. We want everyone to benefit." "Not quite so crazy," Jessica said. "It's a fairly basic market force. If you can get something into production before your rivals, you establish a good sales lead. Also, stealing is a lot cheaper than having a big expensive research team of your own." "It is about the assignment of value," Cruz said disdainfully. "If something people want or need is limited, if it becomes rare, consequently it acquires value. That's the foundation of old-era economics. Giving a thing value is the end of equality and sharing. That is how so-called universal culture maintains its status quo, by monetary force, controlled by the unelected elites. By taking our ideas from us and using them to enhance their wealth, they are inflicting a double violation upon us." "Sure, I get that," Kandara said with careful neutrality. "But what we're dealing with here sounds like standard-issue industrial espionage. That's been around as long as industry itself." "Data theft is just the first crack in the dam," Tyle said. "It has been an annoyance for decades, but what else can you expect from universal culture corporations, right? So we didn't put as much effort into preventing it as we should. There always has to be a balance between freedom and restriction. That is fundamental to any society. Without law, there is anarchy. But too much law, applied rigorously, becomes oppression. Here on Akita, of course, we favor as little restriction as possible, something that has been exploited ruthlessly by the corporations. Our mistake." "Hindsight is always the clearest vision," Kandara told her. "It means our networks are not as secure as they should be, and they're susceptible to black routing. We're working to rectify that, of course, but fortifying an entire planetary network is no small task." "And the activity of these universal agents has changed," Cruz said. "They no longer simply steal our work for their own profit. More recently, they have begun launching acts of sabotage." "On what?" Kandara asked. "Industrial facilities," Oystad said. "It's relatively subtle. Refineries lose efficiency. Component failure in manufacturing facilities increases due to glitched management routines, decreasing productivity. The rate of these attacks has been gradually increasing. We're upgrading our electronic countermeasures, but we're behind on security development. Even our G8 Turings have trouble defending themselves against the more sophisticated intrusion attempts. Your G8 Turings are vulnerable? Kandara asked in surprise. G8 Turings had only been coming online in the last 6 months, almost in accordance with the Robson law of progression, which said the rate of development would double between each generation. Though they'd taken slightly longer than expected to develop, the G8 Turings should have been utterly secure. They can't be cracked, obviously, but defense absorbs more of their processing capacity than I'd like. The G8 Turings, produced by commercial companies, are more evolved in that regard. And this is why you brought me in? Kandara asked skeptically. A few items in short supply? No, Jessica said firmly. There's been a tipping point. 3 weeks ago, the public BioLife Center here in Naima was subject to an intense digital assault. The entire production facility was taken offline. Black routing opened a clean channel into the network. They penetrated the management routines so deeply, they even overrode safety limiters. The machines suffered actual physical damage from overloads. That all had to be repaired, and sleeper bugs were left behind. The entire network architecture has to be wiped and rebooted, and even that doesn't guarantee the bugs are eliminated. They're highly adaptive. What does the BioLife Center produce? Kandara was very aware of the glances the team exchanged as soon as she came out with the question. For a moment, she wondered if it was some kind of weapons research, a nice, dirty little secret at the heart of Utopia society. They have to have some kind of physical deterrent, surely. A way to defend themselves. Naima produces 90% of the planet's telomere treatment vectors, Oistad said gloomily. We've had to implement rationing, Cruz said. Treatment therapies have been delayed. We're now buying in vectors from universal companies, but even they don't have enough. They use demand-match supply systems. Nobody stockpiles anything these days. It's not economically viable. We were an unexpected new market. The Big 9 farmers were delighted, of course, Jessica said, but they're frustrated, too. By the time they expand their production facilities to meet our requirements, we'll have the Naima BioLife facilities back up. So all that's happened is the price of the universal vectors has risen, making the treatments more limited for everyone. Supply and demand. Cruz said it as if she was uttering a profane curse. Kandara suspected that, in a way, she was. That's not good, she admitted. Thank you for your empathy, Cruz snapped. If you wanted a therapist, you came to the wrong person. They knew what they were doing, Jessica said. They knew the effect damaging the telomere therapies would have. It's an attack on the fundamental principles of our society. In any decent civilization, healthcare is a right, not a privilege. Even their own, the universals, suffered from this action. I see why you called me in, Kandara said. Life expectancy is precious. Take a day away from everyone on a planet, and you've killed centuries of human life. It's subtle, but very real. I hoped you'd understand, Cruz said. Jessica gave Kandara a sly, conspiratorial smile, which quickly vanished. She drained her wineglass. So, we've been trying to track down where the black routing originated from. And? Kandara asked. We have absolutely no idea. Their routines are better than ours. They left nothing behind. Kandara looked around the table, taking in for the first time just how glum some of them appeared. So you're not going to find the source, are you? Not now? If you can't backtrack the load point within a day, then no, Tile said. What do you need to find it? She asked. Better routines? I know some experts we can bring in. Good ones. I'm not that bad, and I have been given the Bureau's G8 Turing to work with. Then how do we catch them? Give me a best-case scenario. The dark routines are easier to detect when they are being infiltrated into the target network. If we could just be monitoring that when it happened, we can backtrack effectively. So you have to upgrade security monitor routines. We are doing that, but there are hundreds of thousands of individual networks on Akita. I told you, it will take time. All right, Kandara said. Then we need to narrow it down. Jessica, you're supposed to be analyzing the strategic pattern. Is this one team or several? We think there are up to 15 industrial espionage groups currently operating here on Akita, but most of them are only involved in theft. Judging by how infrequent these active sabotage attacks are, maybe one every 6 weeks, that suggests a lone team. They're being cautious and covering their tracks well. Okay. Do you keep track of all non-Utopia citizens in the Delta Pavonis system? Certainly not, Cruz said. Really? Connection Corp can find anyone using their hubs. Anytime, any place. Because Ainsley Zangari's company is an oppressive component of the universal plutocracy. Our portal transport network is public. We don't spy on our citizens. Yeah, you've got civil liberties busting out of your pants. I get it. How about, can the public network be used to watch for individual people in an emergency? Theoretically, yes, Tile said. C grinned at the annoyed glance Cruz directed at her. There's a sensor on every portal. Even we need basic police procedures. We need an order from the Superior Court, Cruz said. You haven't got one already? We thought we could find these criminals through their digital signature. Right. So talk to whoever you have to and get a warrant. A warrant for every non-Utopial in the Delta Pavonis system? I'm not sure we'd ever get that. A warrant for every region when this team finally tracks down a possible location, Kandara said. That's the absolute minimum we need here. Without that, we're just wasting our time. Cruz nodded. I'll call my bureau, Chief. C went out onto the patio, leaning on the railing to stare down at the ocean with its distant, towering islands. Kandara looked around at the others. Seriously? You've got nothing? After 3 weeks? I know, Tile said bitterly. It's a shit result. We're not used to something of this magnitude. Not just that, Jessica said. It's the nature of the people we're up against. They are very professional and experienced. I keep telling the Bureau we should run an exchange program with equivalent Sol agencies. That way our operatives gain experience and understanding. But too proud, huh? Kandara guessed. Everyone glanced out at the figure silhouetted at the end of the patio. Stubborn, Oistad said. Self-righteous. Needlessly independent. It's a big thesaurus out there. Kandara looked at each of them around the table. Have you guys ever worked together before? This collaboration is bright, shiny new, Jessica said, and poured herself some more wine. The Bureau brought us together because we're the top of our respective fields. So that's got to work well, right? We do help each other, Oistad said. Some, Tile said. He glanced out at Cruz. We need direction. It's called leadership, Oistad said, flinching. You don't get a lot of that here on Consensus World. I'm not criticizing. I love Akita and what we've built here. The trouble is we have no familiarity in dealing with something at this level. Yeah, I see that, Kandara said. She stood up. I need to think. You're not quitting, are you? A worried Tile asked. Don't worry. I don't give up on contracts I've agreed to. Professional pride. You're stuck with me. Kandara's room had a set of wide glass doors opening onto the overhang patio. She unlocked the clothes section of her baggies and let her house service put everything away in the closet, except her dolphin skin swimsuit. Her mind was racing as she slipped it on, running through everything the so-called team had given her. It wasn't good. She was used to working with top-grade corporate security or deniable spooks with bottomless accounts of dark money. The infinity pool was barely long enough to take 5 strokes before she had to flip. Warmer, too, than the one in her Rio gym. So many first-planet problems. After 20 minutes she took a breather, clinging on to the drop edge of the pool, so she could look down across Naima. The boulevard lights were coming on as the sun dipped below the horizon, creating a wan blue-green haze over the coastal town. Out on the sea, sailing boats were making their way back to the marinas, all very peaceful and bijou. This doesn't make any sense, she told Zapata. In what way? Shutting down factories is an inconvenience, but it's not going to kill off Utopia society. In fact, all it's done is wake them up to how shitty their digital defenses are. In another 6 months, Akita will be immune to sabotage. Sabotage at this level? If digital attacks are thwarted, the perpetrator may step up a level to physical assaults. Sure. So if you're prepared to attack telomere vector production, why not go straight to inflicting physical damage? And while we're at it, who the hell genuinely wants to smash a whole planet full of people back into the Stone Age? There are a great many zealots with extreme ideologies, even today. Even today, I hate that phrase. It assumes we're constantly improving. Is the human race not improving socially? Don't see it myself. Like I told Jaru, this utopia society of hers isn't the answer. The way they've insisted any immigrant's second generation is always omnia is a dead-end structure. All it's done is create a separate culture, which, incidentally, never stops whining on about its superiority. That always ends well. Then it is not unusual for such a culture to be subject to attack from ideological rivals. She pulled a face. I don't buy it. This is an odd assault. There's something else going on here. What? Mother Mary, she said out loud. I don't know. I don't get hired to figure things out. My bit's the simple part at the end. Talking to yourself? Kandara looked around. Jessica was standing on the other side of the pool, a small smile on her lips as she held up a couple of wine glasses. Sorry. Kandara grunted and climbed out of the pool. I was trying to work something out. Don't know why I bother. Ultimes aren't exactly G8 Turings. Jessica gave her one of the glasses. Something wrong with this crime-fighting setup? I'm so disappointed you think that. Kandara grinned. It's fucking amateur hour. If this is how they tackle fanatics, the whole utopia concept is doomed. You should pack your bow and arrows and head for the hills. Yeah, I've been biting my tongue since I got here. Didn't you tell Cruz we need professionals to work something like this? Actually, Oystad and Tile are good at what they do. And you and me, we are the professionals. Mother Mary help them. Kandara raised her glass in salute and sipped some of the wine. It was sweeter than she was expecting, and nicely chilled. Not bad. Jessica glanced into the kitchen, where Cruz was now back at the table, in earnest conversation with the other two. What we lack is leadership. Cruz and her bureau were assuming that if you bring me and Tile and Oystad together with a decent G8 Turing, we'd have no trouble tracking down the perpetrators. Then all we have to do is stand back while you go in and eliminate them. Yeah, but there's something about this whole sabotage thing that bothers me. I know. They can't see it, but the cost-benefit ratio is all wrong. Excuse me? People like Cruz, they genuinely don't get old economy, finance. Too enlightened. Here, if something needs to be done, it is done. Hey, presto. With post-scarcity resources, no one thinks about the cost of anything, until you reach macro projects, like terraforming. But those are all political decisions, reached democratically, and the manufacturing facilities are incorporated into what passes for this society's budget. If something is truly expensive in terms of resources, you don't borrow money to pay for it. You act rationally and spread the cost out, devoting what you can afford each decade. Timescale isn't so important now that we all live for a couple of centuries. It's all very nice and rational. Living within your means. Exactly. Which is why they don't see the problem. It costs commercial companies a lot to place an industrial espionage team here. Most of them pass themselves off as immigrants, converts to utopials, looking for a better life and embracing the great new future culture. Immigrating here is easy enough. This is the second time I've done it. The only real requirement is that you agree to have baseline genome editing for any kids you have after you arrive. So that they're omnia. Yeah, ideologically that stinks. To you, yes. And it does kind of reinforce the difference between us and them. Actually, I like Jaro's equality theory. Fuck knows I put up with enough shit from misogynistic pricks while I was in the military. I just think there's got to be a different solution. Writes me down as an old reactionary, I guess. Kandara grimaced at the slip and drank some more wine. So this is how a standard industrial espionage goes, Jessica said. You're a professional gang tech that gets hired to steal data. You settle in your new town and go to barbecues with your neighbors, play sports in the local league, basically blending in. But by night, you're a secret supervillain. You spend your time online black routing malware to try and bust medical research files. You succeed, and your corporate employer earns $1 billion from a revolutionary new headache vector. Like I said earlier, it's cheaper than paying a research team. Cost-effective. But this? You get no benefit, other than making your ideological enemy better prepared to resist further sabotage. Who can afford it? There are a lot of zealots out there. Trust me, cost never deterred fanatics. Okay, so where did this sabotage team get their money from? Their digital ability is astonishing. Tile is convinced their routines were formatted by a G8 Turing, and there aren't many of them anywhere. So far only governments and bigger companies have them. I don't know, Kandara said. Maybe we are overlooking the obvious. The universal governments genuinely feel threatened by utopias? It's a Cold War for our century? Technically that fits, but I'm thinking just one, Tim? Even if you're completely paranoid. That isn't how a government works. They have backups, fallbacks, hungry acolytes in training, whole departments given over to an ideological enemy's downfall. Okay. One rich, bigoted billionaire, or a global pack. They don't care and don't think logically. Or there's something else altogether going on. Kandara tensed up. You know you're preaching to the converted, right? It's just that I can't figure out exactly what's wrong about this. Jessica shot a glance at Cruz, who was staring glumly at the kitchen table. Logically, given a poor cost return, the sabotage is a diversion. For what? Exactly the question we should be asking. When I raised it, I got shot down. Kandara raised her gaze to whatever heavens occupied the sky above Akita. Oh, great. You want me to be your patsy. That's Trojan horse. But I think messenger is more accurate. So he might listen to you. You are the expert, after all. I fucking hate office politics. Me too. Jessica drained her glass and sauntered back into the villa. Kandara glared at her back, but she knew she was right. The attacks are a subterfuge, Cruz said incredulously half an hour later, when Kandara had changed back into her singlet and shorts and rejoined everyone in the kitchen. I don't know, but we have to cover all possibilities, especially this one, as it might offer a route to tracking down the team launching these attacks. You cannot overlook this opportunity. But what are we looking for? Kandara was pleased she managed to avoid looking at Jessica. I'd suggest you review the networks that have suffered the attacks. We already have, Tile said. No other secure files were cracked. Even if you could guarantee that, which I don't believe you can. That's not what I want. So what are we looking for? Some kind of pattern. Something common to every attack. Start by finding out what other science projects were using the same network. Tile gave Cruz a questioning look. It wouldn't hurt. We haven't got anything else. All right, Cruz said. Do it. It must have been something about the bed, or maybe planet lag time difference. Kandara slept for almost 3 whole hours, waking at 4 o'clock local time when the town was still buried beneath the clear night sky. She lay flat on her back, eyes open but unable to see the ceiling behind the dense grids of fluorescent data that Zapata splashed across her Tarsus lenses. The other 4 had spent most of the night reviewing the affected networks. There were hundreds of research and development projects sharing each one. The Bureau's G8 Turing had sorted them into categories and attempted to match them, but there was no real pattern, not with the types of projects involved. Even the amount of resources they'd been allocated had no relation to where the attacks took place. She grinned at that grid column, suspecting Jessica had been the one insisting they provide a cost analysis. But in the end, there was nothing. That was the problem with pattern analysis. You had to define the parameters correctly. If it was easy, everyone would do it. So she began to feed in her own parameters, sending the columns twisting into new formations. At 5 o'clock, Kandara stalked down the villa's main corridor, banging on the bedroom doors. The team appeared grudgingly, rubbing sleep from their eyes, robes and PJs disarrayed as they ambled into the kitchen. They found Kandara operating the sleek coffee machine. She'd already filled a teapot with English breakfast tea, allowing it to brew. What? Cruz demanded. I've found the pattern, Kandara told her. What is it? Jessica asked sharply. Kandara grinned. Weapons. We don't have any weapons projects, Oistad protested. Which is why you didn't find the pattern. Cruz sat at the big glass table and snagged a cup of coffee. All right. Show us how smart you are. I'm not smart. I got paranoid. Ah, Tile exclaimed. Developments that could potentially be adapted for weapons usage. Damn right. Which are? Cruz asked. Kandara raised a hand and started ticking off her fingers. The factory that produces pipe drilling remotes used by our water utility services attacked 9 weeks ago. That one shared a network with 3 teams, researching link bots. It's been our goal for decades. Bots that can mechanically cling to each other to multiply their overall physical size and strength, and simultaneously network their processing power. We have link bots, but the concept has plateaued. The network connectivity protocols are difficult to establish, and glitchy, even then. Your people are working on bots from ant size up to big dumb mechs. The ant size are particularly interesting. When they link up, it's called the dry fluid effect, where these things swarm in units of up to 500,000. Picture a nest of army ants in perfect synchronization, but with added intelligence and purpose. I don't want to think of the damage they could inflict on a flesh body, while a clump of linked big dumbs could take out entire city blocks. Okay, I'll give you that could have aggressive applications, Cruz said. What else? The molecular bond fabricators. That research had spin-off research on shields. Obvious. Kandara sipped her green tea, putting her thoughts in an order that would make the most compelling argument. Then there was last month's attack on the assembly core that puts together relays for the planetary power grid. That network was hosting a university lab working on magnetic confinement systems, also for power applications, mainly MHD chambers, which the solar wells use. She glanced around the blank expressions, enjoying the moment. No, these ones are small-scale confinement chambers, with monopolar magnetic field generators, very powerful, perfect for spaceships with plasma rockets, or maybe missiles. Oh, come on, Oystad objected. Coherent X-ray beam emitter tubes for micro-medical applications? Scale that up, and you have gamma and X-ray beam weapons. Tyle and Cruz exchanged a look. Damn, Jessica muttered. You said it, Kandara said. The data attacks are irritants. This, on the other hand, takes everything to a whole different level. But why? Cruz asked, genuinely puzzled. One aspect at a time, Kandara told her. Let's try and confirm there is a pattern first. Tyle, can you check those projects I've just mentioned? See if any of their files have been cracked or copied? Sure. If you find anything, then we can start looking for motive. Servies brought their breakfast on the patio as the sun rose, shining a sharp bronze glimmer across the bay below. Kandara had eggs Benedict, with freshly squeezed orange juice, followed by croissants and wild blueberry jam. When she was working, she wasn't as strict with her health food regime, figuring you never knew if you'd need the calories for extra energy. Jessica ate with her, while the others coordinated their review with the Bureau's G8 Turing. Nice job, she told Kandara. I'm familiar with the game. I wonder who we're up against. The obvious choice is a weapons company. Not so obvious. Why include the attacks? That's political, or maybe ideological. If you're stealing data, you'll need to be stealthy. Misdirection? Kandara mused. But they knew we'd react to this. We had no choice. Once we have more information, like who it is, the motivation should fall into place. But that's the thing. What motivations can there be? They damaged us, the whole of Akita. Who does that? Fanatics, Kandara replied automatically. I'm no longer surprised by what they do, by the misery and suffering they inflict on others. Ideology is a sick soul meme. It gnaws basic decency away until you can self-justify the most extreme acts as worthwhile to further the cause. Any cause. Jessica gave her a surprised look, a spoon of fruit salad poised in front of her mouth. I didn't have you down as the philosophical type. I'm not philosophizing. I'm simply telling you what I've seen. Hell, I thought I'd seen bad stuff when I worked for Connection Security. Kandara gave her a sympathetic grin and reached for another croissant. That was when the villa doors opened and Cruz came out, followed by Tyle and Oystad. They cracked the files, didn't they? Kandara said. She barely needed to ask. I had to go deep into the management routines, Tyle admitted, and even then all we found were ghost traces. The routines they're deploying are extremely sophisticated and incredibly hard to detect. The Bureau is worried. It's like nothing we've ever seen before. So it is a weapons company running an espionage team, Jessica said. I think it might be worse than that, Cruz said. We've only had an hour, but I asked the research teams to check the files. Some of them appear to have been altered. Altered how? Kandara asked. It's very subtle. The researchers are comparing the active files to deep cache copies. There are discrepancies. Not many, and not in all the files they've checked so far, but data has been tampered with. Sayi looked worried. Entire projects have been compromised. If hardware was built on the basis of those files, it wouldn't work, Oistad said. The sabotage would have wrecked years of research, and lost us all the industrial resources allocated to fabrication. Then it wasn't a distraction, Kandara said thoughtfully. Not entirely. All of this is aimed at disabling your industrial base. It's going to paralyze us, Cruz said in a monotone. We don't know how widespread this is. We can't start to rebuild anything new until the development data has been reviewed. This is a declaration of war. Interesting analysis, Kandara said, given that this seems to be concentrating on systems that have weapons applications. What are you saying? Tile asked. Your ability to build weapons that you can use to defend yourself against physical assault is being sabotaged. Nobody's going to invade us, Oistad said. That's insane. Pearl Harbor, Kandara muttered. No, Cruz declared firmly. A couple of teams armed with the most advanced routines G.A. Turing's written and consumed by a hate agenda, that I can accept. But some kind of physical attack? From whom? Nations don't have standing armies anymore. You assemble 10,000 people and start giving them military training, and everybody will know. There's another purpose behind this. There has to be. Glad to hear it, Kandara said. So your intelligence service monitors everything on Zagreus, does it? Cruz shot her an exasperated look. I'm not dealing in hypotheticals. Is that what I'm doing? We have reached over 100 star systems. 23 of them have planets that have been or are being terraformed. You have no idea what's going on in half of them. Did you know one criminal gang in Ukraine is claiming to have an independent portal door to Zagreus? If you're truly rich and manage to hang on to your money, you can buy your way back after you're renditioned. Really? A fascinated Tile asked. Like I said, rumor. But I'm completely serious about not knowing what's going on in some of the star systems we're settling. And it doesn't have to be a human army. Soldier drones are cheap and easy to build. I appreciate your insights and feedback, Cruz said, but actually this isn't helping. I understand your position. However, what we found here provides us with the kind of projects that this enemy team is likely to strike next. Tile can load her monitors into the appropriate networks. Yes, we'll do that. I need to inform the Bureau. Sayi managed a weak smile of gratitude and went back indoors. For a society that prides itself on individual freedom, Sayi certainly talks to her boss a lot, Kandara observed. The team was kept busy for the rest of the day, reviewing the initial discoveries and trying to identify more corrupted files. Most of the afternoon was spent trying to cross-index with current universal visitors, and then recent immigrants. Finally, the Bureau had them refining potential future targets. It all allowed Kandara time to herself, which she spent jogging down to the beach and back up again, before spending an hour in the villa's well-equipped gym. After that, she ran test procedures on her weapons peripherals, using images splashed over her Tarsus lenses for virtual target practice. She much preferred physical range practice, but doubted Naima had one. At least none they'd admit to. She supposed Cruz's mysterious bureau possessed a training facility for agents. By late afternoon, Kandara was considering another swim when Cruz came looking for her. You need to pack your baggies, Sayi said. We're transferring up to Onisco. Where? Even as she asked, Zapata was spraying information across her lens. It was the primary dormitory habitat for the Bremble asteroid. Never mind. Why are we going there? It's been identified as a high-probability target. The highest, actually. Onisco wasn't quite as large as Nebesa, measuring only 48 kilometers long. This biosphere was temperate and edging into its chilly autumn season when the team walked out of the portal hub. Once they were out in the open, Kandara turned around to look up at the end cap. She'd been expecting a ring city around the base, the same as Nebesa. But here the flat circle was mostly a smooth grey faux stone, with several spectacular waterfalls curving sharply sideways from the Coriolis Force. A few sections along the rim, like the one they'd emerged from, were urban zones, with their giveaway balcony stacks. Zapata splashed up the habitat's population. 7,000? Kandara asked in surprise. Are you sure? She eyed the closest deciduous trees, which she guessed at a good 50 to 60 years old. The habitat really should have a larger population by now. Some of the larger habitats back in the Sol system were approaching populations of 250,000. That is the information supplied by the Onisco G8 Turing. It is current. Strange. They were assigned quarters in the Gloeth residency, a 10-story ziggurat embedded in the end cap. Their apartment was on the 3rd floor, larger than the Naima villa, but furnished in the same clinically minimalist style that had Kandara wondering if it was some kind of subtle utopial conditioning therapy. It seemed to reinforce the feeling of middle-class conformity, which she already considered a little too prevalent in Delta Pavonis. It was as if everyone was reluctant about exposing a sign of individuality. Tyle collected her for the meeting, the pair of them walking along a maze of corridors leading through the end cap. Jessica and Oystad were already waiting in the conference room when they arrived. Kandara's mouth lifted in a gentle smile as she appreciated where they were. One wall was a bulging window, curving out from the habitat's external shell. She'd never seen anything like it. Habitat shells were usually a solid 100 meters thick. Just thinking of the sleet of cosmic radiation striking the window made her nervous, as the transparent material didn't even look particularly thick. Despite that, she sat at the rock slab table filling the middle of the room and stared, unashamedly. The view made her wonder why she'd ever been impressed by the sight of Nebesa. The window was facing the Bremble asteroid, which, from Kandara's viewpoint, prescribed a tight arc across the starfield outside, as Onisco rotated laboriously. She could see the town-sized sprawls of machinery hanging limpet fashion to its dusty grey-brown surface, sharp light from Delta Pavonis sparking on crinkled, gold foil sheets to make it twinkle hypnotically. Zapata splashed a visual overlay, tagging the image components with identifiers. Most of the machinery clumps were industrial stations, sending root-like tendrils boring deep into the rock, extracting minerals for the refinery level to process, before distributing them in turn to the construction units that formed the upper layer. Any elements that weren't available amid Bremble's complex weave of ore seams were fed in through portals linked to other asteroids and the moons of Lanavet, Delta Pavonis' solitary gas giant. More than half of the stations were replicating themselves, Zapata said. A fascinated Kandara watched the glittering metallic encrustations that were slowly spreading over the oddly smooth regolith, like mechanical bacteria. It would take years, but eventually the entire surface would be covered, converting the huge asteroid into a giant technological bauble. Tags were flickering across the vast free-flying factory modules drifting around Bremble in a loose cloud, the majority constructing new habitats. The layout of the modules was predicated on the elegance of simplicity. A gantry ring 8 kilometers in diameter, its plain geometric struts looking crude in comparison to the segments of enigmatically dark equipment they caged. They contained massive bonding field generators, a variant of those that produced city shields. With the refinery supplying a steady flow of vaporized material, the bonding field squeezed the atoms back into a solid form again. She stared in admiration at the energetic starlight glimmering across the smooth obsidian-like outer shells of the prodigious cylinders as they extruded out of the factory rings. As with Bremble's industrial stations, the process had an undeniable affinity with organic life. And out beyond the collection of factory modules, recently completed habitats gleamed like first-magnitude stars, a swarm that was slowly dissipating across the Delta Pavonis system, traveling on decade-long trajectories that would bring them to their own asteroid, where the mining, refining, manufacturing process would begin afresh. It made her picture Bremble as a dandelion head, casting its expanding cloud of seed to propagate time and again across the hostility of interplanetary distances. More organic equivalence. Real utopial von Neumannism, Tyle said happily as C sat next to her. C smiled contentedly at the vista. Machines building machines, practically without any human intervention. Now that Onisco has G8 Turings, they can manage so much more these days. Kandara pursed her lips as she gave Bremble a more searching assessment. It was smaller than Vesta, which was Sol's leading space industry asteroid, but she thought the systems on show here were a lot more sophisticated. They weren't constrained by conventional economics anymore, she realized. Is this exponential? Not yet. Give it another 20 years. The industrial stations will have engulfed Bremble, at which point they won't bother replicating themselves. They'll just consume the remaining rock to build habitats. After another 50 years, there will be nothing left. and they'll fly to new asteroids and begin again. That seems almost dangerous. Not at all. It's a triumph. We really are aiming for a genuine post-scarcity economy, Oistad said earnestly. The systems we're developing out here will finally make it possible. Right now, everything is macro, too interdependent. The industrial stations have a multitude of separate specialist fabricators, all of which knit together to make self-replication of the whole possible. Cells in an organism, she murmured. Right. Emilia wants to take us to the next final stage and achieve an order of magnitude reduction in our current level of mechanical complexity. Ultimately, down to a single unit that can replicate itself ad infinitum. Then go on to produce specialist manufacturing systems like the ones out there building habitats. The G8 Turings should finally make all that possible. Once they do, it's the point at which universal culture economics collapse. And you smoothly replace it with an age of enlightenment? Something like that, Tyle said sardonically. Which, if someone is wrecking your industrial production capacity and advanced research in an ideological crusade. Exactly. Oistad gestured at the window. What you see out there is the true beating heart of utopialism. Tyle chuckled. Make sure Cruz doesn't hear you say that. Oh? Kandara was interested. Why's that? There are two components to utopial society being an unqualified success, Jessica explained. We have the physical aspect. That's the technology being developed here, which will make absolute post-scarcity possible by providing an overabundance of material items. And then there's the philosophy, which will allow people to live fruitful, meaningful lives within such a physically rich environment. It's something humans are unaccustomed to. I get that, Kandara said. Why is Cruz upset by it? Upset is the wrong word, Oistad said. You see, Jaru promotes the philosophy aspect. It's her belief that equality and human dignity are important above all else, even the material aspects of our culture. Reasonable, Kandara mused. Cruz is quite devout in her support of Jaru. Wait, there's a conflict inside the utopial concept? Conflict is a very strong word. There's a question of assigning priorities and resources. You see, Cruz and her fellow travelers think omnias are just the first stage of human transformation. That if we truly reach an overabundant supply state for our physical requirements, ordinary human personalities won't be able to cope, and will collapse into decadence within a couple of generations. The whole heaven is boring thesis, Kandara ventured. Yes, which our more radical colleagues are saying can only be solved if you gene up basic human neurology. Really? So if the people won't fit the new perfect society, alter the people? That sounds rather fascistic. Oistad nodded wryly. And yet, without Jaru's original notions of how to achieve equality, I wouldn't exist. And I am so very happy with what I am. So you're in favor of even more artificial evolution? He shrugged and glanced over at Tyle for support. You have to solve the technological challenges first, and create the abundance problem for real, or the whole notion dissolves into debating how many angels can dance on a pinhead. And for all the progress the von Neumann teams have made here on Isco, we haven't got that close to single-unit self-replication yet. Humans still have to problem-solve. Not out there with a screwdriver. She pointed at the constellation of half-built habitats, but developing and enhancing what we have already. Some of us are concerned the systems are starting to plateau, even with G8 Turing involvement. All human technology is leveling out, Kandara said, but we're a star-faring species now. It's to be expected. But we can go so much further. So many problems will simply vanish if we can build a proper von Neumann unit. It never starts with jackboots and black uniforms, Kandara said. Just good intentions. But that's how it always ends. We're not going to impose our vision of how to live on others. That's not what we are at all. Kandara grinned at how earnest she sounded. Out of the corner of her eye she caught Jessica squashing down her own amusement. What vision? Cruz asked as she walked into the conference room, followed by two other people. We're just talking philosophy, Kandara said, as you do. Then she paid attention to the woman behind Cruz. It was difficult to actually see anything with Zapata suddenly splashing so much personal data across her vision. Emilia Yurik, she blurted in surprise. Emilia was looking good for someone 160 years old. Certainly a lot better than Jaru, Kandara thought. Her hair was thick and dark, arranged in an elaborate nest around her head. Sharp cheekbones were prominent under the kind of healthy, wrinkle-free skin that a 25-year-old would take for granted. Light grey eyes gave the room a swift scan, which left Kandara feeling judged, and not in a good way. The woman had an almost regal presence, allowing her to carry off her formal black and carmine high-collar dress of Indian silk with an easy grace. Kandara took a malicious guess that the telomere treatments she received were probably from an exclusive Earth clinic, rather than a standard utopial medical facility. Then again, she was a Grade 1, entitled to the best Akita could provide. In her case, that was fair enough. Emilia Juric's parents had emigrated from Croatia to London back in 2027. Their daughter dutifully studied 3D printer programming at the London Metropolitan University and was working in the distribution division of a food printing company in 2063 when Connection opened its first portal link between New York and Los Angeles. What she did next became a classic case study for business schools across the Sol system and beyond. Connection had, of course, produced a map app for its burgeoning hub network, but Emilia could see how basic that was, a situation that was only going to get worse for users as more portals were added. So she founded her HubNav company that December, and spent every spare hour developing a MyNet app to guide people through Connection's rapidly expanding network. She started coding it when there were a grand total of 322 public quantum entanglement portal doors in the Sol system, with Connection already announcing its ambitious plans for 50,000 more across the continental United States. She coded it because, growing up in London, she'd always appreciated the elegant modesty of Harry Beck's classic London Underground map, drawn with the simple truth that it didn't matter where the stations were, nor the way the tunnels twisted between them, because Beck instinctively recognized that all you really needed to know was where the stations were in relation to each other. She coded it because she knew people were basically stupid and lazy, and their world was about to become more complicated by an order of magnitude. As Emilia studied the burgeoning tangle of hubs, she saw a series of interconnecting spiderwebs spreading across the globe. If you wanted to travel from, say, Oakham, in the heart of England, to Atlanta, Georgia, it was a theoretically simple route. Go through the Oakham hub loop into the county hub network, which links to the national hub network, and takes you to London, where there's a link to the international hub network, which takes you to the America Arrivals Port in North Dakota. That state's senators were impressively fast at digging into the government Fair Deal quantum entanglement infrastructure pork barrel, helped by a Washington backroom packed with Texas senators who snagged the national commercial goods import station for Houston. From there, you walk into the Interstates hub to get to the Georgia hub network, and finally onto the Atlanta Metro network, where you step out into the welcome of that sunny city's warm, muggy air. A maximum of 8 portals. Easy. Except with so many portals linking to other destinations, each central hub was a roundabout of hell, especially at local rush hours. And Emilia was right. People were stupid. After decades of sat-navs and auto-drive cars, they just wanted to be held by the hand and guided hassle-free. They wanted an app to tell them one central hub is jammed up with frustrated people, or a portal door is down for maintenance, so they could take a longer, but quicker route through 3 alternative hubs. Where to go, which way to turn as soon as they emerge from a portal door, how many steps to the next, a green Halo MyNet graphic flashing around it just to be certain you've got the right one. By 2078, there were 12 billion people living in the Sol system. Apart from toddlers, all of them had a copy of Emilia Juric's HubNav app, much to the fury of anti-monopoly legislators. By then, of course, the app provided its user with a rundown on their destination's weather, political status, canny bargains, top restaurants, cleanest beaches, hottest clubs, trendiest art, grooviest music events, the whole long, long list of profiled advertising, each one bringing in revenue. Emilia wasn't quite as rich as Ainsley Zangari, but her wealth was enough to found her own habitats, Dvor and Zebok, fueled by the age-old dream of a fresh start, fully independent of Earth. She was also rich and philanthropic enough to attend the first progressive conclave. Along with Jaru Neom, she underwrote the Utopial movement. Kandara guessed Emilia was the leader of the Utopial's technology development faction. She was the practical one, wrestling equipment into obedience, mirror twin to Jaru's philosophic dreams. An honor to meet you, Kandara said. Emilia gave her a sly grin of acknowledgement and sat at the head of the rock-slab table. The pale red-headed man who'd accompanied her sat on her left. Callum Hepburn, Emilia said formally, our von Neumann project technology strategist. She means troubleshooter, Callum said amicably. Has there been any trouble? Kandara asked. Not on the scale that hit name as telomere production, he said, but there have been more glitches out on the Bremble stations than usual. Of course, defining usual here is difficult in itself. All our industrial systems are under constant development as we evolve them up to the von Neumann mono-machine ideal. Some months, everything goes smoothly. Others we get overrun by problems. This current batch might be normal, or they might not. We'll need to give our files and routines a thorough audit. I'd like permission to install monitor routines in Onisko's networks and on the Bremble industrial stations, Tile said. If that's what you need, Emilia said, go ahead. What happens if you find evidence of tampering? Callum asked. It depends on when it occurs. If it's historical, then we'll pass it on to you. Hopefully you'll be able to assess and compensate for whatever damage there's been. And if it's current, Tile glanced over at Kandara. We believe we can track the access point. And I'll deal with that for you, she said. Callum gave her an uneasy look. I think rendition to Zagreus would be more appropriate. We've had that discussion in senior council, Callum, Emilia said levelly. As a result, Investigator Martinez has been hired. I believe she is even more necessary now that we know the full extent of the sabotage against us. If you're going to attack Utopia society, this is where to do it. The severity of the other attacks may be a diversion. It's your conscience at stake, not mine. Thank you, she said coldly. Investigator? Yes. If it is possible to apprehend one or more of this team, I would like you to do so. I understand, but not at risk to yourself. I wouldn't expose myself to unnecessary risk. That has a habit of compromising my mission. Very well, but I am very curious about who is behind this. The level of planning and the commitment to damage our entire culture is one which I find profoundly disturbing. I fear it won't be resolved simply by you eliminating the current threat. I think you're right, Kandara said. Do you have any idea who might have launched this? I believe it highly unlikely to be a global pack or even a multi-stellar corporation. We've had our ideological disagreements with them. We still do. But this? No. They would understand that as soon as we uncovered their capability, I would strike back. Also, generating physical conflict is not on the global pack agenda, Callum said. Quite the opposite. Zagreus' rendition was their idea in the first place. He grimaced. I know that for a fact. They stamp down heavily against anyone who uses violence, especially political violence. And that's what this is. How long will it take to set up your routines? Emilia asked Tile. Hopefully within a day, C replied. There are a lot of networks, especially on Bremble, but the Bureau has allocated me additional G8 Turings. Very well, Emilia said. Keep me informed. The team set up in an office on the 9th floor of the Gloweth residency, looking down the length of the habitat. Their desks had a full range of network access nodes and projectors, and there was a drink dispenser in the corner that produced a great hot chocolate. It still lacked the kind of professionalism Kandara was accustomed to, but she had to admit it was an improvement to sitting around a kitchen table. They'd also acquired additional support from Onisko's small police force, 5 officers specializing in network security. Tile supervised the review of Onisko's projects, examining networked files for the kind of discrepancies they'd found before. It took 15 hours. I've got something, Saeed told Kandara. There's a materials science team in one of the astro engineering offices up here. They're running a development project for spacesuits. It researches active magnetic polymers that will deflect cosmic radiation. A layer of that in a spacesuit will weigh a great deal less than the carbon and metal layers we're using now. Okay, I can see that having some weapons capability, Kandara said. It looks like some of their key files were altered. We're running a comparison with deep cached copies to see how many, but it fits the profile. What about the access point? Kandara asked. Tile's smile was confident. I've been thinking about that. There have been so few traces, and the G8 Turing up here isn't that slouchy. It was like the project networks were being accessed directly, physically, which is contrary to all the illegal file cracks I know. They're always remote. I had access from as far away as possible, with multiple random routing. so it takes time to trace and intercept. But up here, remote access would be risky. The G8 Turing can monitor all the links back to Akita. There are 5 portal doors that carry all the habitat's digital traffic. They're doing this from inside the research lab? Kandara said. How did they get in there? They didn't. Tyle's smile was growing broader. The others in the office had all stopped working to look at her from inside the cages of glowing hologram icons. We don't have a huge amount of security up here, but the critical areas are all covered with restricted systems the Bureau maintains. Someone cleared the standard coverage around the lab, but they didn't know about the additional Bureau systems. C pointed as a projection formed beside her desk. It was a standard digital services crypt, filled with row after row of equipment stacks, geometric galaxies of twinkling electronics encased in dark glass, altars devoid of worship, except for the man walking along the narrow aisles, his stern features illuminated by diffuse blue lighting, a silver-white insulated coverall providing him with a little protection against the icy air. Everyone watched him slide a glass panel open, exposing the tight-packed racks inside. He ran a hand down them, eyes shut as if he was communing with the systems. Kandara realized that, in a way, he was. His fingers must contain scanner peripherals, analyzing the racks. He stopped and slid one out, exposing the bundled optical cables along the side. What looked like a barcode label was applied to the top of the electronics. Then the rack was pushed back into place. He stood there for a minute, watching whatever graphics were being splashed across his Tarsus lenses before closing the glass cover. Kandara pursed her lips. "Physical intrusion," she said, almost admiringly. "That's real old school. You'll need a lot of balls to attempt that." "We've all got 'em," Oistad said, grinning at Tile, who groaned in dismay. "Onisco's vulnerable to that kind of operation," Jessica said. "It was a smart move." "They analyzed your systems and found the weak spot," Kandara said. "That's a professional team. I don't think they'll be the fanatics. All they're interested in is the money." "Here you go," Jessica said. A projector above her desk was showing the man's face, this time with a lazy smile. "Baylis Arntzen, a botanist from the University of Phoenix, on a 2-year research exchange scheme. His specialty is developing the synthetic biology of desert flora. We have 2 habitats under construction, scheduled for arid climate biospheres." "Go back through all the restricted security files," Cruz demanded. "Find out what else he's done to our networks." "The Bureau's G8 Turings are running it now," Tile said. They had to wait another 10 minutes before the next sensor recording materialized. Another man in a different services crypt, identified as Nagato Fasan, immigrated to Akita 17 months earlier, an enthusiastic convert to the utopial ethos. Then a woman, Naomi Mortensen. According to her file, she had a physics doctorate from München University, knowledge she was applying to build synthesizers to create organosilicon life. She was on secondment from a North African open-source research institute. Jessica took one look at her thin face and nerdy, pale hair. "Son of a bitch!" "What?" Cruz asked. "That's cancer." Kandara focused on Naomi Mortensen's bland image, ignoring the way her skin temperature seemed to have suddenly dropped a couple of degrees. "Are you sure?" "Goddamn right I am. I spent a year working on a case when I was with Connection, trying to track her. She's changed her hair, and the eyes are a different color. But I know her." "Everyone, stop, right now," Kandara said abruptly. "Nobody is to ask any Turing for a check on Naomi Mortensen. No file to be accessed, understand? Cancer will have loaded monitors into the network that'll spot any reference to her." She glanced around the office, half expecting to catch someone in the act of making a warning call. "So what now?" Oistad asked cautiously. Kandara turned to Cruz. "First, shut down all Onisco's portal doors." "All?" "Yes. Not just the pedestrian hubs back to Akita and the other habitats. I want the cargo portals too. Everything. We need to isolate her up here." "I'll ask." "No, that's not good enough. Talk to someone, Jaru or Emilia. Shit, both of them if you have to. Whatever it takes. But get the authority without making a big deal of it. No committees, no standard procedures." Cruz gave a determined nod. "Okay, I'll get it done." Kandara turned to Tile and Oistad. "When Onisco's isolated, and not before, we need to fix their locations." The Bureau during scan run a visual search, Oistad said. We'll have them straight away. Kandara pulled a face as she studied the projections floating above Tile's desk. As soon as the portals shut down, they'll know they've been blown and we're hunting them. I can find them fast, Oistad insisted. Their alt-me's will be linked to the network. I can run an interface check. It'll register as a maintenance ping. We can go old school too, Jessica said. Just call their colleagues, the ones they're supposed to be working with. Actually ask them to confirm who's in the room. Okay, Kandara said. Go wide. All the methods of confirming their location, trigger them together.
Crews took 7 minutes to obtain the authority to divorce Onisco from the rest of the Delta Pavonis system, using an emergency biohazard quarantine procedure that Amelia provided authorization for. Kandara used the time to summon her baggies and suit up in the office washroom. Her armor was a skin-tight one-piece, with 5 individual protective layers, the innermost being thermal regulation, keeping her body temperature constant. Then a self-sealing pressure membrane for biological or toxic weapons, which also allowed her to function in a vacuum or underwater environment. Another thermal layer, this time to resist both high temperature or sub-zero exposure. On top of that was a radiation reflector, which could ward off energy beams and EM pulses. And then the external layer, 4 centimeters of kinetic protection armor, which was flexible enough to give her full motion, but would harden when struck by bullets or shrapnel. It was also resistant to monomolecule filament. The helmet was a featureless shark profile, equipped with active and passive sensors, interfaced with Zapata and providing enhanced vision through her Tarsus lenses. Her slim segmented backpack provided life support, power for beam weapons, and projectile magazine storage, as well as a field medical kit. Micro-drones clung to the base like a cluster of black beetles. Wrist bracelets contained gamma laser emitters and mini grenade launchers, while her left forearm had a vambrace mount for a small magrail rifle, with a projectile feed from her backpack. She clumped back into the office, weighing in at more than 80 kilos. "Holy shit!" Jessica exclaimed. "You look like a serious badass fallen angel. Does that thing pack a flaming sword, too?" "Not today, but nice suggestion, thanks." "I'm about to order the shutdown," Cruz said. "Wait until I get down to the Gloeth hub," Kandara told her. "Then I'll give you the go-ahead. When you have their locations, close Onisco's internal hubs, but leave me a route open to intercept whichever of them is nearest." "I'm coming with you," Cruz said. "No, but we have to deploy our local police. They'll physically cordon off the area you're operating in. I'm responsible for minimizing any damage and casualties." "Fine. You can create a cordon to stop any of your citizens getting near, but make it very plain to the police that if Arnsen, Fassan, or Cancer exit the area, they are not to try and stop them. I will take them down." "Agreed." Kandara sighed, which went unheard inside her helmet. "The rest of you need to keep a tight watch on events. I'm going to need constant operational intel." "You'll get it," Jessica said. "I know how to filter for this kind of procedure." Kandara left the office and went down 2 levels to one of the Gloeth hubs. "The police tactical team is ready for deployment," Cruz announced. Kandara wondered if Cancer's monitors would be telling her the same thing. "Jessica, when we have locations, can you cut network access in each area, please?" "Sure thing." The hub was deserted. Kandara stood in the entrance, running a final check on her medical vitals. She took a breath, switched her weapon systems to active. "Okay, Cruz. Initiate." Zapata's display showed her the portal doors powering down, reducing their twin links to a null space entanglement. The 3 hub portals in front of her maintained their integrity. "Tile, ping is active. Got him," Jessica cried. Zapata splashed the results across her vision. Arnsen and Fassan were together inside a lab in the Owen research block on Onisco's other end cap. Cancer was on Bremble, in a silicon refinery module. A route to Owen splashed across her Tarsus lenses. She moved fast, running through the first portal door, turning sharp left in the next hub, another door. People milling around in confusion as portal doors started to shut down. One remained open. "Nice job," Kandara muttered as she sprinted through. Twist left again. 4 fast steps, and she was out into Owen's central oval atrium, lined with a broad ramp that spiraled up from the black and white marble floor, looping around 8 stories of laboratories and offices.
"Oin network suspended," Jessica reported. "All portal hubs closed. Can you seal the laboratory doors?"
Kandara grunted as she hit the ramp and started sprinting. Arntzen and Fassan were in Lab 5 on the 2nd level.
"I think so."
She could see several people on the spiral, leaning over the white balustrade, frowning as they looked around to see what the problem with the hubs was. Several doors were opening, more people coming out.
"Do it fast. There's too many people exposed here." "The police are on their way," Cruz said. "They'll help clear the area."
"We're way past that point,"
Kandara said. Her senses caught her, with Zapata's feature recognition routines confirming. Cruz was walking out into the black and white tiles of the floor below.
"What are you doing?"
Kandara snapped furiously. C must have followed her from Gloath.
"I'm responsible for this operation," Cruz replied levelly. "I'll supervise the police and start evacuating civilians."
"Fuck's sake, just stay the hell back."
2 people on the ramp ahead of her turned to gaze in astonishment at the squat, armor-clad figure pounding toward them. Surprise and fear rose on their faces in a near-comic slow motion. Then Kandara had barged past, with only 1/2 circle of ramp left before she reached Lab 5. Her helmet sensors picked up a drone descending fast down the center of the atrium. It was a standard bracelet shape, 20 centimeters wide, with internal contra-rotating fans. She instinctively knew it was wrong.
"I thought you killed Owen's network." "I have," Jessica said. "The only channel in is this secure comm."
"Then why is there a remote drone in here?"
"What drone?"
Kandara reached level 2, the door to the lab 17 meters ahead, and the drone was drawing level. Her right arm came up and target graphics closed on the little machine. A gamma beam sliced into it. The explosion turned her armor layer completely rigid and slammed her against the wall. A big chunk of balustrade and ramp vanished in the blast, smoldering debris cascading down onto the tiles 2 floors below. People who'd been on the spiral ramp were struck by the brutal blast wave, bodies flung into the structure, limbs broken, flesh torn and burned. In the first few seconds' aftermath, the atrium was claimed by a vacuous silence. Then the screaming started.
"What the fuck was that?" Jessica yelled. "What's going on?"
"Weapons drone,"
Kandara grunted. Zapata splashed a fast suit status for her. External damage minimal. All systems functional. She pushed herself away from the wall and powered on toward Lab 5. Its metal door had buckled in the explosion. Kandara shot it with a mini-grenade. Her armor stiffened up again as the grenade detonated, flinging shards of metal in all directions. She skirted the missing hunk of ramp carefully and launched 3 micro-drones through the gaping hole into Lab 5. Their images splashed across her Tarsus lenses as they flew forward. The laboratory followed a standard layout. Big bioreactor cabinets lined up along one wall. Benches laden with glassware, tended by robot arms. Workstations orbited by complex holographic data grids. A tall cylindrical fish tank stood in one corner. The mini-grenade had reduced the room to chaos. Cabinets warped and cracked. Glassware shattered into avalanches of shards saturated with sticky chemicals. Arntzen and Fassan were on their knees behind a bench, blood dripping from their eardrums, exposed skin cut by flying glass. Fassan was holding a small black tube that the drone sensors revealed as a beam weapon, while Arntzen seemed to be dazed and disoriented. The drones completed their scan of the lab. There was no one else inside. Kandara flattened herself against the wall to one side of the ruined door and shoved her hand out across the gap. 3 more mini-grenades were fired into Lab 5, programmed to detonate close to the back wall so the fugitives wouldn't be shielded by the bench. The drone sensors showed her the overlapping explosions. She saw the fish tank finally disintegrate, sending water sloshing across the floor, with thrashing fish surfing the churning ripples. Several of them slithered to a halt around Arntzen, who was now face down, his clothes badly ripped by the blasts. Several of his ribs were visible in the gashes where skin had been flayed and burned from his back. Fassan, by some miracle, was still relatively undamaged. He was crawling toward the shattered window wall. Kandara selected a projectile for the mag-rail rifle and spun around the warped doorframe. There were 3 benches between her and Fassan. Target graphics locked onto his head, a coordinate supplied by the micro-drones. The rifle fired, punching the projectile through the benches as if they were holograms. His head exploded in a cloud of gore vapor and bone shrapnel. Kandara walked forward as slender white rods began to slide up out of the bruised flesh of Anson's forearms. Shit! She shot 2 mini-grenades at him. His body ruptured, spraying gobs of skin and organ across the laboratory. 2 of his projectile peripherals fired on her as they sailed through the air. One embedded in his wrist, another rooted in a long chunk of humerus bone that spun like a baton. Her armor's outer layer locked, deflecting the impacts. Even so, they were powerful enough to shove her back toward the broken door. Helmet sensors revealed his peripherals that had survived the grenades, splashing them like a cloud of gold embers across the lab. Kandara's arms moved as if she were karate chopping an invisible foe, using her gamma lasers to kill the small devices before they could attack her. Once they were reduced to smoking cinder points, she went over to Fassan's headless corpse and began a precision strike on his peripherals. "Kandara, what's your status?" Jessica asked. "Still active. You can restore Owen's network now. Hansen and Fassan have been eliminated. Tell whatever cleanup crew you send to be vigilant. I've disabled their peripherals, but they might have left other hostile systems behind." "Understood. Kandara, we're worried about Cruz. Her alt-me is offline." Kandara walked out of the lab. "I'm not surprised. C was completely exposed to the drone explosion." She scanned around the ramp, her suit sensors picking up the moaning and cries of pain. "There are casualties. You can allow the paramedics in." "Opening the hubs to Owen now," Oistad said. "Can you get a visual on Cruz?" "I'm on my way down now. Do not open any portal doors to Bremble. It's imperative that Canso remain isolated." "We've got that, but what about Cruz?" Kandara looked over the balustrade to see police in dark armor entering the atrium in a tactical formation. Debris from the shattered ramp was piled high on the prim black and white tiles, while the air remained hazed with dust. "Cruz is dead. I can see her. C was caught by the blast and the rubble. My sensors can't find a pulse." "Holy fuck!" Jessica cried. "No! Are you sure?" Tyle asked. "Pretty much. Have you found out how the weapons drone was being controlled?" "What? The weapons drone in Oin. You shut down the local network, yet it was being controlled. How? Cruz is dead?" Kandara cursed inside the privacy of her helmet as she arrived at the bottom of the ramp. This was what happened when the ops team weren't true professionals. "Yes," she ground out, "but the operation is still ongoing. Now where's my route to Bremble, and how does Cancer still have access to the network?" The police watched warily as she hurried through them on her way back to the hub. In front of her, the first paramedics were arriving, each with a tight cluster of medical baggies rolling along at their heels. "I have 3 possible routes to Bremble for you," Jessica said. "Coming through now." Kandara studied the map that splashed across her lens. 3 different portal doors, with one inside the Silicon Refinery's small pressurized control center and 2 outside the main section. "How good is that last known position?" According to the intel, Cancer was beside one of the material processing cores, almost at the center of the refinery. "She was there as of 3 minutes ago," Jessica confirmed. "Okay, I'm entering the hub now." Kandara didn't say what her exit point was going to be. Maybe basic training, maybe paranoia. But Cancer had compromised Onisco's data network. She might even be listening into the secure channel. "I think she's using the same black routing that they used to get into our networks originally," Oistad said. "The Bureau Turings are reviewing traffic packages for encrypted Trojans. I'll try to isolate them." "Okay," Kandara said. "In the meantime, download me whatever real-time intel you can from inside the refinery. I also want you and the Turings to access every sensor in the area. If she goes external, I need to know." "Understood," Tyle said. Kandara went through the first hub door and turned right straight away. She could feel her heart rate increasing. So many law enforcement and security teams had confronted Cancer over the years, and there weren't many survivors. Every time, Cancer fought as if she was invincible, and with the ferocity of somebody who had nothing to lose. Now she was going one-on-one, with no real backup. The only way to do that was fight fire with fire. 4 hubs and 23 steps brought Kandara to a long tubular airlock designed for 10 people. The hatch swung shut behind her, and she triggered the emergency vent. Air screamed around her, turning to white vapor. She could even hear it through the helmet insulation. The noise barely lasted a couple of seconds as the vanishing atmosphere buffeted her with the ferocity of a mountain-top wind. 15 seconds later, she was in a hard vacuum. The circular hatch in front of her unlocked and swung open, revealing a star field above the crinkled gold surface of Bremble's huge industrial station. "Low-gravity environment ahead," Zapata warned. Kandara raised her left arm and fired a wide pattern fusillade of smart sensor pellets at low velocity. The image they splashed across her lens showed the different industrial modules arranged like city blocks, with a grid of deep metallic canyons between them. The airlock was on top of a storage sector, with 15 big spherical tanks bunched together, along with their piping and heating mechanisms. They were crowned by a broad circular platform, used as a landing and parking bay for small engineering pods. 5 of the little craft were docked to it, their systems plugged into stumpy umbilical pillars. "Jessica, disable those engineering pods. Way ahead of you. 3 are locked down, and I have secure remote access to 2 of them if you need it. Thanks." Half of the smart pellets had struck the refinery module walls, sticking to the flimsy foil surface. They scanned back across the gulf, seeking the signature of Naomi Mortenson's spacesuit. "Looks clean," Kandara said, moving out. "Just—" Jessica hesitated. "What?" "Be careful," Tile said. "Always aim." Kandara moved to the back of the airlock, then ran at the open hatch and jumped. The airlock itself was still inside Onisco, while its hatch opened into a portal door that was on the top of the Bremble storage tanks. As soon as she crossed the threshold, she was immediately subject to the asteroid's minute gravity field. She grinned savagely at the sensation of flying, superhero style, above the platform, and out across the gulf between the tanks and refinery. When she passed over the edge, tiny thrusters on her suit torso flipped her upright and pushed her course down slightly. She released 2 mini-grenades from her left bracelet. The refinery module was built around a cluster of long cylindrical material processor cores and their ancillary equipment, all encased in a thin shell of gold-skinned metallocarbon that was discolored from more than 2 decades of vacuum exposure. It was almost 50 meters tall and 70 wide, sitting on top of a squat extractor rig the same size. Struts and odd mechanical protrusions stuck out into the dark canyons surrounding it, illuminated by tiny lights that drove down to a black vanishing point where the asteroid's surface was hiding. The mini-grenades exploded in silence, violet light flaring in perfect intersecting hemispheres, consuming the fragile shell. A swarm of fizzing shards twirled out from the impact. Then the glare was fading, and Kandara's suit sensors revealed the irregular hole seared into the side. Her thrusters fired again, refining her trajectory, and she soared through the narrow gap, wincing as she went past the still glowing jags. There was no light inside other than the weak illumination seeping through the grenade rent. Her sensors switched to infrared, revealing a 3-dimensional matrix of machinery and cables and pipes rendered in green and black. Directly in front of her was a narrow, curving gridwork, approaching fast. She grabbed a crosspiece and jerked to a halt, straining her deltoid muscle. The refinery machines were producing a constant vibration, which she could feel through the gauntlet. High-voltage cables gleamed sunset orange as the sensors picked up their magnetic field. "I'm in." "We're getting sensor glitches on level 17, Jessica reported. "That's 2 below the control center she was in." "Okay. Going down." Zapata splashed up a schematic of the refinery. Kandara started to haul herself along, using cables or support girders, whatever she could grab. Sometimes the equipment was packed so tight she could barely get through the gaps. Then she'd be in empty spaces bigger than her apartment. Finally she found an access way, a tube made from a composite grid allowing mechies and humans easy transit. There were dozens of the tubes winding their way around the interior of the refinery, as if some piece of rogue cybernetics had dug itself a warren. Looking at it all, she'd never felt more like a field mouse lost in a construction site. "All the refinery sensors just failed," Tile said, a strong hint of panic in her voice. "I'm working to restore them." "She's still in here, then," Kandara said, pulling herself along inside the accessway. The size of the refinery was going to give Cancer a huge advantage, she realized. Without sensors, they could spend a week moving around trying to find each other, and that was assuming Cancer would seek a confrontation. "She's going to want to escape," she said. "If she goes down into the extractor rig below,
Will she have a better route out? Not particularly, Jessica said. The extractor rig and refinery where you are have a physical gap between other modules. She'll have to cross that gap somehow. We've got active sensors on all sides of you, Oistad said. If she makes a break for it, we'll know. And if she switches them off as well? I'm hardening the network, Tile said. But if she does disable some, at least that'll give us an indication of where she might be. 3 minutes later, Kandara was at level 17. If it hadn't been for Zapata's guidance graphics, she wouldn't even have known which way was down. Bremble's gravity was so slight. She gripped one of the accessway's struts and held herself motionless. Her helmet sensors scanned around on their maximum magnification. Nothing. Do the G8 Turing have control over the refinery's mechis? She asked. No, I shut them out when I restricted the network. We'd have to open up a lot of bandwidth for that, Oistad said. That'll give Cancer more channels to route a call out. Who's she going to call? Kandara muttered. All right, this is how we play it. Reopen the network as much as you need, and move every mechis on the refinery inventory to level 15 and level 19. I want every access way physically blocked, so no one can get through those levels. Are there enough of them to do that? Yes, Oistad said. Right. Once that's done, start moving them into this level. Get the noose around her and start contracting it. While the team started organizing the remotes, Kandara snaked along the accessway. Every time she reached an intersection, she left a drone, then moved on. The one place she didn't venture into was the control center. She was worried Cancer might have booby-trapped it. In fact, she was surprised there were no smart mines concealed somewhere in the accessways. Or perhaps there are, and I just haven't come into trigger range yet. The thought made slithering along inside the dark, winding accessways a nervy experience. She didn't usually suffer from claustrophobia, but this was pushing her close. Kandara, we might have a problem, Jessica said. She froze, surrounded by misty green thermal outlines, with the power cables forming an irregular glowing web around her, none of it real. The refinery's vibration was still present in the strut she was holding, no sign of a human heat signature. What? Something's blocking an extractor rig ice feed chamber, 8 levels below you. You mean a feed inside the extractor rig? Yes. I thought you said there's no way out down there. Oh, shit. The feeds. They bring in ice. Ice? Yes. The refinery process uses a lot of water. Where the hell does ice come from? Oh, fuck. I said shut down all the portals. One of the harvesters on Verbi is malfunctioning, Oistad said. The ice feed has shut down. Sensors are offline. I can't see the damage. The damage is her going through, Kandara realized. Where the hell is Verbi? It's one of Lanivet's moons, Zapata informed her. The surface is covered with extensive ice oceans. The water has a low mineral content and is therefore an excellent resource for both industrial systems and habitat biospheres. Mother Mary. Jessica, give me a route down to the ice feed chamber. Fast! Coming through now. Kandara started to haul herself along the accessway, following the glowing purple route line, now splashed over her lens. Is there anyone on Verbi? No. Just the G7 Turings controlling the ice harvest. The operation is completely automated. Good. You know the drill. Shut down every portal. Properly this time. Kandara, Oistad said. The ice feeds are essential to half of Bremble's industrial systems, and the habitats need water too. How many people does she have to kill before you listen to me? She shouted. Shut the fucking ice feeds down! Powering them down now, Jessica said. Listen, that harvester she went through. It has 3 ice feeds into the extractor rig. I've stopped the other 2. Kandara smiled to herself. Clever girl, she thought. The locations of the other 2 feed chambers were suddenly splashed across her vision. She changed course and went for one Cancer hadn't used to reach Verbi. Most likely the diabolical woman was waiting on the other side, or worse. A drone would be watching, and she'd blow the power while Kandara was halfway through. Unless she's bluffing our bluff. She shook her head, angry with herself. Too paranoid. The ice feed chamber was a broad cylinder that sprouted 5 branches, which then went on to branch again deeper into the extractor rig, like some ancient tree that had long been entombed by machinery. As Kandara approached, an access hatch near the base slid aside. She eased herself in. When Jessica shut down the ice flow, the extractor rig had continued to swallow the chunks of ice already inside the feed chamber. Now the cylinder, which minutes ago had been packed with a constant stream of crushed ice, was empty, apart from a tenuous mist of twinkling particles. Kandara pushed off cautiously and sent several smart pellets on ahead. They revealed very little, just more curving metal walls, which was the mirror image of the extractor rig end. The harvester supplied the ice through more than a dozen smaller pipes, but her sensors could detect any other sensors watching for her. No more calculating risks. No more doubts. Go! She pushed off hard, zipping through the portal. Verbi's 1/5 standard gravity abruptly tugged her down. She landed with a shoulder roll, springing up fast, which sent her rising off the floor. At the same time, she held her left arm out and moved it in a smooth arc, firing armor-piercing rounds as she went. The munitions blasted through the feed chamber's walls on either side and above her, exploding inside the harvester. Her feet were pushed down by the rifle's impulse. She could feel the harvester juddering beneath her soles as it ground to a halt. "Do you know how much those cost?" Tyle asked dryly. "I thought you guys didn't lower yourselves to talk money. In terms of resources and time to replace it. You wanted an accountant to do this job? Should have hired one." The ruined feed chamber began to split asunder. She stood directly under the slowly widening gap and jumped. In the low gravity, her jeaned-up muscles pushed her an easy 5 meters upward, landing precariously on a warped and splintered section of the upper bodywork toward the rear of the machine. "Now close down the last portals on Verbi. Nothing apart from the data links. And if they're above 10 centimeters in diameter, cut them too." "Already done," Jessica said. "There's no way off that moon." She paused. "For either of you." "You hear that?" Kandara asked, raising her voice despite how foolish that felt. No answer. But then she hadn't expected one. She started to pick her way along the twisted bodywork as the broken harvester swayed about, settling ponderously. It was a huge vehicle. The blade scoop at the front was 30 meters wide, cutting a 5-meter deep channel through the frozen ocean as it rolled forward. Power blades along the lower edge could chop through granite if they ever encountered any. Not that this moon had any rock even approaching that level of toughness. The harvester fleet operated on the bottom of a pit the size of a small sea they'd gouged out over the last 20 years. In the distance, she could see vertical cliffs an easy 3 kilometers high. When she looked up, Lanavet formed a vast crescent that filled a third of the sky. Its seething cloud banks were pale pink, streaked with white, with occasional slashes of cobalt blue squirting up from the unknown depths. A myriad of cyclones churned arrogantly through them, though nothing the world-swallowing size of Jupiter's great red spot. The waning gas giant radiated a pastel light that shaded the sparkling ice a gentle damask. Kandara climbed up the harvester's twisted metal and composite bodywork to the highest point and scanned around. "She's either got the greatest stealth technology ever built, or she's still here." "Can you see any footprint tracks leading away?" Tyle asked. "There's no stealth that can cover that up." She studied the surface a little more closely, moderately impressed with Tyle's suggestion. 5 kilometers away another harvester was slowly braking, with high fantails of ice grains rising in sluggish arcs from either side of its scoop blade. The constant deluge from all the harvesters had coated the pit's surface of solid ice with several centimeters of ice granules, as neat and uniform as a Zen garden. "I can't see any tracks," she reported. "Jessica, can you get me any images of Cancer coming out to Bramble today? Specifically what spacesuit she was wearing? I think I see where you're going with this. Hang on." Kandara moved down the harvester several meters. Being perched on top would make her a splendid target. "But I haven't been shot at." "Why?" The whole situation was making her jittery, gnawing at her resolution. Cancer wouldn't hold back. Did I get her with those first shots into the harvester? Could I be that lucky? "Get me a schematic of the harvester," she told Zapata. "She's got to be inside somewhere." The translucent image splashed across her Tarsus lenses highlighted the harvester's internal walkways and small maintenance cubicles. 90% of the interior was solid machinery. Of course, the explosive projectiles had opened up gashes big enough to shelter a human, but not many. Kandara scattered a dozen micro-drones and watched them scurry through the fissures. They'd be able to find her elusive target quickly enough. "You were right," Jessica said. "I'm looking at video of her going out to Bramble this morning. She was in a standard-issue spacesuit. Did she bring it with her from Sol, or is it one of yours? Ours. Ping the beacon. Kandara held her breath, but the transponder didn't respond. Sorry, Jessica said. She's wiped the standard routines. Or one of my explosive rounds hit her. Worth a try, but at least it's not armor. Kandara, Tile said. Are you shooting at the harvester again? No. Why? I'm reviewing the telemetry. What's left? Systems are going offline in the main power network. It looks like they're being physically damaged. Show me, Kandara instructed. The schematic splashed up the harvester's power system. A tiny portal supplied power to the vehicle from Akita's solar well electrical grid, but there were several quantum batteries distributed through the big machine as backups, keeping essential equipment active in the case of a power failure. If the harvester cooled below 30 Celsius, it would be a lot tougher for the maintenance teams to restore. She saw the failures were all in the same section, around a quantum battery that supplied power to the rear caterpillar tracks. What systems are being hit? She asked, as she sent 3 micro-drones racing to the location. Is there a pattern? Zapata mapped a route to the section. She'd need to go back into the harvester through a hatchway on the left-hand side, but inside was the last place she wanted to be. Find me a target line the mag rail can shoot through, she told Zapata. From what she could see on the schematic, the section was almost completely surrounded by chunks of dense machinery. Kandara? Tile said. It's the safety systems that are being taken out. 2 more have just gone. A microdrone crawled into the tiny cubicle that provided access to the quantum battery and its cabling. Kandara felt her breath catch. Cancer was there, using a tool to work inside a high-voltage cabinet. The woman turned in a smooth motion, lining her right hand up on the microdrone. The connection vanished, but not before its radiation sensor spiked. Maser, Kandara realized. Cancer was using a peripheral to shoot through her suit. The narrow beam would wreck any active systems in the fabric it passed through, but wouldn't puncture it. Kandara opened her communications to an open broadcast. Cancer, there's no way out. You know that. Every portal is closed to you. No answer. I'm authorized to offer you a deal. Tell us who hired you, and you'll be renditioned to Zagreus. Refuse, and you'll be terminated. She just took out another voltage regulator, Tile said. There's only 2 left to limit the quantum battery's output. Kandara looked at her own feet. The crumbled bodywork she was standing on was composite, non-conducting, but the frame underneath was boron fiber reinforced aluminum. Is she trying to electrocute me? Well, she's inside. She'll receive a lot more of the charge. It didn't make much sense, but Kandara crouched down and jumped anyway. Her muscles were strong enough to propel her in a long arc, taking her over the side of the harvester. She landed hard in the mushy ice granules, but managed to keep upright as her boots slithered about. The ice came up over her ankles. Mother Mary! Tile, is she rigs a full discharge? How far will the ice conduct the charge? She looked back up at the broken harvester, ready to jump back. Her armor could ward off an electric shock ordinarily, but that quantum battery stored a lot of electricity. Not far. Remember, the ground underneath is ice too. It should just travel straight down. She'd be better off rigging... Oh, Kandara. If she shorts out that quantum battery, it'll explode. And trigger the others. Kandara stared at the harvester in growing panic. How big an explosion? Get away. Kandara, she's just taken out another voltage regulator. There's only 1 left. Run, get out of there. Move! Kandara brought her arm up and started firing armor-piercing projectiles. The magrail rifle slammed them through dense machinery. An overlapping series of explosions sent dazzling yellow vapor streaming out through the tears in the bodywork. The whole mass of the harvester shifted slightly, the profile distorting. She turned and jumped. Soaring above the lustrous ground took an age. She landed, wobbling, jumped again, a lower trajectory this time, carrying her father. Last regulator! Tile exclaimed. Landed. The quantum battery exploded. Kandara flung herself flat, a movement she never completed. Zapata instantly hardened her armor's outer layer, locking her limbs in mid-leap. Behind her, a flawless hemisphere of blue-white light erupted from the harvester. It flashed across her, physically nebulous, but enriched with energy. Milliseconds behind the incandescent wave front came the shrapnel cloud. Amid glitching electronics and mutilated lens displays, her outer armor rang like a bell from the impacts. She tumbled anarchically, punched by the disintegrating splinters. Beneath her the ice flash evaporated from the energy deluge, forming a secondary blast wave. She hit the seething ground and ploughed through the superheated slush. Red danger graphics plagued her vision. She rolled along chaotically, banging elbows and legs as the solar-bright light dissipated. Finally, the universe stabilized. Eclipsing the passive gas giant above, a scintillating debris cloud formed the spectacular short-lived galaxy of coral-pink embers that curved delicately back toward the ground. Kandara groaned from the pain. Icons stabilized in her vision. 5 red-hot fragments had pierced her hardened armor, stabbing through the suit layers underneath to sear into her flesh. No major blood vessels or organs punctured, Zapata reported. The suit's self-sealing layer was already closing, cutting off the flow of air and blood into space. Inside her backpack, the medical kit injected a coagulant agent, helping stanch the flow of blood from the wounds. She winced as she attempted to sit up. The parts of her body spared laceration seemed to be a single giant bruise. Where the harvester had been, a steam-cloaked crater had been blasted into the ice ocean, nearly 20 meters deep. A hazy aurora cavorted over it like a demonic will-o'-the-wisp. She watched in astonishment as effervescent geysers pirouetted around the jagged rim, their spume freezing before it even reached the ground. Within a few seconds the phenomena had abated, and the aurora's phosphorescence grounded out. Larger chunks of wreckage started to tumble out of the clearing sky. They were scattered over kilometers, shining brightly in infrared, kicking up sprays of ice as they thudded down into the granules. After a while, Zapata picked up a signal. "Kandara, are you receiving this? Can you hear me? Are you okay?" "I'm here," she replied. A burst of cheering came along the comms channel. "A harvester is on its way," Tile said. "I've diverted it to you. It's not fast, but we're dispatching a recovery team through an ice feed portal. They'll be with you in 10 minutes. Can you last that long? How bad are you hurt?" "I can last 10 minutes. What the fuck happened?" Jessica asked. "You were right about shorting the quantum batteries. She didn't want to give us her employer, so she suicided. That's just twisted. You offered her a way out." "I'm guessing she didn't like the odds. There are a lot of powerful people who'd like to act out some medieval-level vengeance on her. She'd probably never have made it to Zagreus, no matter how sincere Emilia was about the offer. So we still don't know who was paying her. No. You will have to wait until next time, and hope you make a better job of apprehending them than I did." Chulos, Year 593 AA. The passageway was circular, 4 meters in diameter, its cyan-shaded walls made from something resembling fluorescent cotton candy. Delian floated down its empty center, his armor suit's thrusters firing almost constantly to keep his course steady. 4 of his combat cohort clawed their way along in front. As they were in 0G, they'd linked additional segments around their core to form a segmented oval shape, wrapped in a shell of energy and kinetic armor, which bristled with tri-segment arms. Their gripper talons tore long rents in the corridor's glowing organic fibers. The remaining 2 from the cohort were tail-end Charlies, bringing up the rear, alert for any enemy soldiers creeping up. What Delian assumed to be nutrient fluid squirted out of each wound the cohort's talons inflicted, filling the passageway with clouds of shimmering drops, a glow that slowly faded as they merged into larger globules. He batted them away. Suit sensors ran compositional analysis. It wasn't a bioweapon. "Another 50 meters, then take the 3rd branch. Coord 7B9, Teliana told him. "Got it. Any sign of hostiles yet?" "No. There has to be something there to defend the asteroid." "I'm looking." Which was almost true. He'd been relying on the cohort to scan the passageway. "That's complacent." The cohort picked up on his mild anxiety, the way his eyes changed focus to watch the sensor data splash a little more attentively. The 2 following him immediately released a swarm of drone bugs. They slid through the thin nitrogen atmosphere, as agile as the terrestrial wasps they were modeled on, dodging the oscillating blobs of fluid, their sensors scanning the weird organic walls for any changes. "Light level is decreasing behind," his suit announced. 3% down. Delian checked his squad display, seeing the platoon locations. They were sticking to formation, all of them snaking their way along the fluffy passageways that wound their erratic way through this section of the asteroid city. Their target was a large central chamber that earlier drone sweeps had discovered, containing a negative energy loop. Command had assigned the squad an infiltration mission to discover the nature of the loop and destroy it. Tiliana and Elise had split them up, allowing a greater probability that one of them would make it through. "Jenk? Hey, Jenk," Delian called. "What's your light level? I've got a reduction here." "I'll check." Delian was mildly pleased he'd been the one who found the drop. More savvy than the others. And now the fluffy, glowing strands had lost 5% luminosity just behind the two tail-end cohorts. Sensing his interest, they launched a batch of tick drones. The size and shape of maggots, they landed on the passageway's soft walls. Tiny bodies, with fangs of artificial diamond dust, chewed down into the delicate material. New displays splashed over his vision, detailing the chemical composition of the alien organic. The cells were arranged in a very loose weave and threaded with a fiber conducting electrochemical impulses. Nerves. "Yeah, it's getting darker in here too," Jank replied. "For me too," Oret announced. "Colian, same here. What's it doing?" Delian wondered out loud. In response to his misgiving, the cohort stopped moving and began to scan around. Even on his ordinary visual splash, the light level was noticeably lower. Now down 40%. His datapad reported. Delian fired his suit jets, moving himself toward the cohort. All 6 of them started to close into a protective formation around him. Then the tick drones began reporting that the structure of the alien cells was changing, the strands shrinking, growing denser. Through his helmet sensors, Delian saw the darkening walls were starting to contract. Undulations began, moving slowly toward him. The appearance of a giant gullet swallowing was inescapable. The cohort quickly surrounded Delian, their limbs linking to provide a solid cage with him at the center. Energy beams fired into the fuzzy mass of alien cells. The outermost layers were fried instantly, shriveling and steaming. But more of the stuff was advancing toward them like a sluggish tsunami, carrying a tide of dead cells and congealing liquid ahead of the still-living tissue. Even the coherent X-ray beams could only penetrate the dead matter so far. The sticky fluid bleeding from the charred strands was absorbing the energy, forming a hot barrier ahead of the living surface. In less than a minute, the cavity was completely full, engulfing him and the cohort. Pressure began to increase rapidly, as did the temperature. It was proving impossible to dissipate the cohort's energy barrage. Delian clenched his hands and the cohort switched off their beam weapons. Sensors located slim tendrils worming their way through the seething liquid towards the cohort. Power blades slashed at them, cutting through effortlessly. But the fluid was becoming more viscous, hampering movement. And still the tendrils kept coming, multiplying like a burgeoning root system. The tactical feed connecting him to the rest of the squad cut out. Signal lost, splashed across his lens. Shit. That shouldn't have happened. They were using entangled comms. He didn't waste time running diagnostics. When he tried a swimming motion, the armor's actuators strained against the pressure to move his limbs. Low-level joint seal warnings splashed up. He fired the suit thrusters, but all that did was send thin streams of phosphorescent bubbles out into the darkness. The cohort immediately started to move, using their gravitonic drives to tow him along, heading toward the rock wall that lined the passageway. It was tough going. The new tendrils were insidious, coming at them almost like a solid wave. Delian had given up trying to move his own limbs. Now he was starting to worry about the pressure seals. They'd never been designed for this kind of environment. Being immobilized was also starting to conjure up black phantoms in his mind. Bizarrely, for all the force being exerted on the armor, he was still in 0G, which was somehow helping the sense of isolation. Progress was slowing drastically as the tendrils grew thicker. The forward cohort started firing X-ray lasers to break them up. They'd become too thick for the power blades to cope with. Medical monitors showed Delian's heart rate increasing. The claustrophobia was getting to him. His plan was to detonate grenades against the rock. That was where the thickest nutrient arteries were supplying the cells. If he could cut those, he might be able to disable more of the passageway and claw his way out of this clot. One of the cohort stopped moving, every limb overwhelmed by the tendrils. And still they kept coming, wrapping it deeper and deeper in layers of alien cells, and tendrils were gaining on a second cohort. Deep inside Delian's neck, One of his new glands discharged a mild tranquilizer into his bloodstream. It was odd. He knew he should be panicking, but he wasn't. Instead, he ordered the cohort to fire a grenade. It barely moved 10 centimeters from the launch tube nozzle. Tendrils began to coil around it. Delian triggered it. His armor was easily tough enough to withstand the blast, but the pressure waves shook him about violently. "Saints shitting!" he groaned. Some of the suit seal warnings were now turning amber. His gland pulsed out another discharge. It didn't seem to make any difference. The explosion had died away, but his limbs were still shaking. Body temperature was up, except his skin now felt like ice. "Calm," he ordered himself. "For fuck's sake, keep calm." His voice sounded thin and pathetic. What would Urella do? A question that brought about a dangerously wild giggle. Not get into this shit to start with. It was looking bad. The cohort had come to a halt. Their gravitonic drives weren't strong enough to push any farther through the churning knot of tendrils. Can't use grenades again. Energy weapons are heating the fluid. Power blades beaten. Come on, think. The suit sensors showed him tendrils starting to wrap around his legs. He'd be cocooned in minutes, probably less. He didn't have the power to tear the strands free. Power! He yelled out the old year group game's war cry. It was shockingly loud in the helmet, ratcheting up the claustrophobia another couple of degrees, and now there was the very real prospect of drowning in alien gunk if the seals were breached. It took him 30 seconds to issue instructions to the cohort, rerouting the electrical output of their aneuronic fusion chambers, taking safety systems offline, cranking the output to redline. "Go!" he commanded. The combined power of the 27 generators discharged through the cohort's shells. Everything went black. Delian had no displays, no suit functions. He couldn't even sense the cohort, which spiked his fear. Black panic really hit then. He began to struggle. The suit held him tight. He screamed. "Hang on," Tiliana's smooth voice instructed through the unnerving darkness. "We're getting you out." The high-pitched whine of actuators cut through Delian's frenzy. He forced himself to stop thrashing about and drew some shaky breaths. A crack of bright light appeared right in front of him as the helmet hinged apart. "Faster! Great saints, I want this to stop!" Then the spongy contact pads that made up the interior of the suit released their grip on his sweaty skin. The helmet finished opening, and he could see the simulation egg's upper segments rising away from his body on the end of metal tentacles. They withdrew into a service globe in the middle of the simulation chamber, leaving him drifting a few centimeters above the pedestal that formed the rear half of the egg. He reached up and peeled the medic patches from his neck and thighs, then pulled the waste tube cap from his dick. The cohort returned to haunt the back of his mind, and they didn't seem upset at all. It had all been just another training session for them. "You okay?" Tiliana asked. "Sure. Fine." Right now, Delian didn't want to think about what had happened, how badly he'd reacted to the exercise. The stress had drained away, to be replaced by shabby embarrassment. He could barely bring himself to glance around the spherical chamber. The other simulation eggs had opened, leaving his squad floating listlessly above the pedestals. Most of them didn't even have the energy to remove their patches and tubes. That was bad, he thought, although a part of him was wondering if they didn't deserve it. The last 18 months had seen them run through some of the toughest simulations the tech strategists could dream up, and they could dream nasty. 83% success level, putting their squad well out in front of anyone else. This, though, this was on a whole other level of crap. He could guess why it had been created. The senior staff had decided it wouldn't hurt for the squad to have their confidence beaten down once in a while. He could even agree with the theory. But the actual experience, fearing you were about to smother, totally alone, without even your cohort, buried alive in the center of malignant alien goop, it made him worry just how much it would affect them. But he was squad leader, which made it his job to rally them. I don't want to let them down. He pushed off and glided through the air to Zanti. Well, fuck, huh? Zanti gave him a weak smile. Even that clearly took a lot of effort. "Hey!" Delian shouted, looking around. "Anyone make it out intact?" Some shook their heads. Others couldn't even meet his gaze.
The atmosphere in the chamber was worse than they'd known when they'd been stranded in the fake flyer accident all those years ago. The sim had taken them right back down to wrecked little kids again, and he resented that, feeling a spark of anger amid the gloom. "Tiliana," he called. "That was an 11 on my utter bastard meter. Urette, no sex for her tonight. That's an order. Clear?" Urette's lips lifted a fraction. "Clear." A few half-hearted smiles appeared around the chamber. The chamber door irised open 5 minutes away from where Delian was floating. Tiliana came sliding up through the gap, an arm reaching out to steady herself on Rello's egg pedestal. Delian had assumed she'd have a sly smile on her face, a few teasing phrases ready about how useless they all were. The banter would flow, camaraderie restored. Instead, she looked troubled, which resurrected all his own doubts about what had just happened. Elise Air swam into the chamber, also looking upset, but with that came a degree of exasperation. She had always lacked Tiliana's patience. "All right," Delian said to the pair of them. "Tell us that wasn't a suicide mission." "Of course not," Elise said. "You barely got through 15% of the asteroid." "You?" Zanti challenged dangerously. "What happened to us? To we? You're supposed to be our guardian angels. We're too dumb to figure out what's happening, remember? We rely on you." "Ease off," Delian said, making it as casual as he could. "Fucking felt like a suicide job," Falah grunted. He was plucking medical patches from his neck, his mood dark. "So how do we get through the asteroid?" Mallet asked. "Come on," Tiliana said. "They don't give us cheat sheets. These sim missions are only going to get worse from now on. Better get used to it." "Thanks," Zanti said. "Demoralized. Best way to go up against the enemy for real." Delian gave him a warning glance. "Enough. We're a team. We go through this together." "I was about to warn you about the passageway organics," Tiliana said. "I was slow. Sorry." "So, did you have a way out?" Urette asked her gently. "She still doesn't get any tonight," Rello chided. At least that brought a few grins, Delian thought. "No," Tiliana said slowly, "but if the bioluminescence was dimming, it must mean the cells were diverting their nutrient energy for another function. And they were." "Hindsight," Colian said regretfully. "Always the clearest." "All right," Delian said, making an effort to get them all back on track. "We'll have a full review tomorrow before we go back in. It's a wash for the rest of the day. The saints know we need a break after that. Maybe a drink." They agreed, their mood lifting slightly. The last connection pads were pulled off bodies. The squad started to air dive toward the entrance. Urette drifted alongside Tiliana and gave her a soft kiss as they slid past the rim, both of them laughing at the jeers they received. Delian was just about to leave when Zanti clamped a hand around his ankle. "We're not a team," he said. "What do you mean?" Delian asked. He certainly wasn't in the mood for this. He had a pleasant time all lined up, which he knew would ease him over his frustration. Then tomorrow they'd be back up here in the high-orbit station ready to kick the shit out of that bastard asteroid assault sim. "Elise and Tiliana are only 2/3 of a team," Santi said. "Great saints, rest this. It's been years. And she's not coming back. I get it. But we need someone to replace her. Urella wouldn't have let us get caught with our asses hanging out like this. Fucking saints. I thought I was going to die back there. It's a sim." "Yeah, like you were all relaxed and calm. We were a fucking shambles in there, all of us." "Overcommitted," Delian muttered. "They warned us about that. The sims are so fucking real you cooperate in suspending belief. Well, you'd better ask them for training to get over that, or therapy, or something." He shook his head. "I'm actually nervous about going back in there tomorrow. And that's ridiculous." "I know." After a shower and a change of clothes, Delian took a portal over to Gabronsky Station, orbiting 80,000 kilometers above Julos. The heart of the old Skyfort formation was a rectangular grid, 20 kilometers long, with weapon systems arranged in neat rows on the outer side, all powered up and vigilant for the enemy's arrival. In the middle of the side that faced Julos, a gravity anchor pylon extended for 50 kilometers down toward the planet, keeping the whole structure aligned. The pylon ended at a small metal asteroid, where a 2-kilometer toroid housed the military crew and construction managers for the battleships being fitted out in the attendant cluster of industrial stations that floated in the grid's shadow.
There were also some other more specialist teams resident in the toroid. Urella was waiting for him in the garden section, a chunk of toroid 300 meters long, with a geodesic roof of thick transparent hexagons. The vegetation was tropical and, after 200 years, getting quite overgrown, despite the best efforts of the horticultural remotes to trim and prune. As always, she bent down and greeted him with a platonic kiss. After that unthinking greeting, she stopped and studied his face. What happened? Saints! That obvious? Her smile grew taunting. Ah, the asteroid base with bio-wall tunnels. You know about it. The sim team has been preparing that for weeks. They've been giggling like 9-year-olds telling fart jokes over how you'd all react. It wasn't funny, Yi. I know. She put her arm through his and walked with him down a path. That contraction thing freaked me out. You've been in it? He asked in astonishment, not knowing if he should be angry or impressed with her. Yeah. They needed volunteers for the test runs. I made a few suggestions to improve the effect. The threat of the suit seals failing and drowning you under pressure, that was me. She sounded proud. You helped make it worse. Now her grin was mischievous. I know you boys best. The sim crew values my input. Bloody hell! The enemy isn't going to go easy on us. I know, but you... He shook his head in mock bewilderment. Such betrayal. Hey! She gave him an affectionate slap. It was moments like that, the ease they had between them, that gave him hope for the future. Over the last year they'd regained so much of what they used to have. They met when their schedules matched, talked, sometimes viewed dramas together. Several times they'd been to concerts. Not quite like the old times. They hadn't become lovers again, yet. But the relationship, whatever it was, had been too much for Xanti. I can't compete with this, he told Delian as he moved out of their quarters. With what? A depressed Delian had challenged. Xanti gave him a simple shrug. Hope. That you'll get back together with her. That the pair of you will fly on to Sanctuary after the final battle and live happily ever after. Crap like that. You're never here anymore. I am. Not in your head, you're not. You spend all your head time thinking of her. I tried an electrical discharge, Delian now explained to Urella, but I panicked and put too much power into it. Fried every chunk of technology in there. Okay, well, the idea was sound. Yeah? So, no, I'm not giving you any clues. Delian managed a weak smile and put his arm around her. But it is solvable. We can get to the negative energy loop chamber? Probably. She laughed. They wandered along to one of their favourite groves, where the trunks of the older trees grew upward in an identical, shallow curvature, as they followed the chamber of the toroid's rotational gravity, as if they'd all bowed to the same wind. He always found walking underneath them to be slightly disconcerting. Orchids and trailing moss swamped the boughs above, with bright-plumed birds zipping about. On the edge of the grove was a small waterfall emptying into a pond filled with ancient gold and black koi-fish. A marble table was perched beside it, inside the ribs of a radial pergola draped with sweet-flowering jasmine. When they sat down, Remote started to unpack their meal and lay it out for them. Delian sipped some of the wine they poured and scanned the small slice of starfield he could see through the shaggy vegetation. Julos was always visible just above the lip of the geodesic, while the various free-flying subsidiary stations slipped in and out of view, tracing short arcs. "Is that the Morgan?" he asked, as one of the battleship assembly stations appeared. She barely glanced up from the plate of seared scallops the Remote had put down in front of her. "No, the Macaulay. You can't see the Morgan from here." "It's nearly finished." "I know." He started eating his own scallops, wishing there were more than just 3. Ship assignments had finally come through last week, and the Morgan was going to be carrying Delian and his squad out into the galaxy. He was desperate to know if Urella was going to be on board with them, but too terrified to ask. If she wasn't, then that was it. The end. Relativistic time dilation would ensure their parting would be final, though perhaps, one day, in a few thousand years, one of them might read of the other in a history file, when the human race was finally reunited. He opened his mouth to ask, but heard himself say, "How's the lure coming?" Urella's smile was bright and genuine. "Really good. The enemy won't be able to resist investigating this civilization when they start broadcasting radio signals.
We're calling them the Vian. They'll be quadrupled, with a double-section body, like two donuts, one on top of the other, with legs on the lower section and arms and mouths on the second. Then on top, they'll have a prehensile sensor neck. They can move in any direction without having to turn around. Delian frowned as he tried to picture that. Really? I thought animals evolved to go in one direction. There's always a front and back. No, she said. It's not an absolute. Willant had an animal genus that possessed quintuple directionality. Where's Willant? It's a cryoplanet, over 7,000 light-years away. A Traveller Generation starship found it a long time ago. They stopped there for 50 years to study the indigenous species. There was some interesting biochemistry involved. A cryoplanet? Yes. I thought everything moves slowly on a cryoplanet. Their metabolism energy levels are lower, so generally mobile life there isn't as fast as a standard world. But the species on Willant had a chemical reserve, so they could move faster if they were threatened. Sort of like us with an adrenaline rush. Okay. And they had, what, 5 heads? No. They used sound waves to examine their environment. They could process the echo in every direction at once. They had a unique neurology to give them that ability. So these things were predators like the Moroks. She shook her head in amusement and sipped some of the wine. Not quite. More like starfish. They moved through seas of methane, clogged up with a lot of hydrocarbon slush, hence the sonar. You're kidding. You're dreaming up a sentient species based on blind starfish. It's an extrapolation exercise. The Willant neurology gives us a logical progression to make sentient Vians appear realistic. We're already growing full-scale Vian biologics in molecular initiators. They need refining, but they're valid. It's really interesting work, Delian. Very challenging. I love it. He paused as remotes cleared the starter dishes away. And that's what you do. Make the actual aliens. The biochemistry is fascinating, but no. I'm on the world-building team. We're fashioning their entire culture based on the physiology we created, along with their history, language, art, deciding how territorial and aggressive they are, and why. And are they aggressive? Oh, yes. Not quite as much as we were pre-spaceflight, but enough to give them a believably fast technological development. That way we can get the radio emissions up and broadcasting as soon as we find a suitable planet. The whole history of a species. He pursed his lips. I'm impressed. Don't be. Well, do. But our job is to design the parameters and plot the overall timeline. Even Gen 10s lack imagination at that level, so it's still down to good old human creative brain power. Once we've got that framework in place, the Gen 10s will churn out the details, like names and places and micropolitics, scandal and gossip and celebrities. Crap like that. He raised his wine glass to her. So basically you've become a goddess, creating a whole world. She lifted her own glass and touched it to his. Yep. So behave, or I'll start smiting you with thunderbolts. I believe you. Without any thought, he leaned over the table and kissed her. Come with us on the Morgan. Please, Your Honor. I can't bear the idea of doing this without you. No, forget doing this. I just don't want to be without you. The expression she responded with frightened him. He'd seen it once before. That desperation and loneliness, the night before poor Uma and Dooney. Her arm stretched across the table toward him. He saw the fingers trembling and instinctively grasped her hand. Do you mean that? She asked. Really? After everything? I mean it, he said. I've never been more certain about anything. I'm not sure I deserve you. Wrong way round. I am coming with you. On the Morgan. I had them assign me there a month ago. Delian couldn't help it. He started laughing. You are so much smarter than me, aren't you? No. I just think things through quicker. That's all. If that's not a definition of smart, I don't know what is. She came over and sat in his lap, grinning as she twined her arms around his neck. I want to be honest with you. Same here. Delian, I'm serious. We can't guarantee a long-term future. It's wrong to try and tell ourselves that can happen. You and I aren't Traveller Generation humans. We exist to fight a war, a fact that haunts me still, and probably always will. We may win, we may not. or we might die achieving victory. The only inevitable part of this is that the Morgan will fight, and the odds are not good. I know. But whatever time we have, we get to spend it together. That's all I need." Her nose rubbed gently against his. My Delian. So noble. Delian pushed forward and kissed her. It was every bit as good as he remembered. The Assessment Team. Ferreton Kane, Nkia, June 25th, 2204. I hadn't known Jessica had been part of the team the Utopials had brought together to deal with cancer. She was sitting down at the other end of the cabin next to Loy. The pair of them had been sharing quite a bit of time since the Trail Ranger had left Nkia's base camp, and both of them had pasts I didn't know about. Not covered up, but it would clearly take a lot of digging to provide a full timeline for both of them. Of course, you could say the same for Yuri, Callum, and Alik, too. More so, given how many layers of security their records were buried under. But they were my direct route into the real policymakers, the ones who mattered, the ones who logically could be the source of human paranoia toward the Olyiks, and the phenomenal resources various human factions had wasted by spying on them. I had been convinced that one of them was working for an unseen malicious enemy, who opposed every benefit the Olyiks had brought to the Sol system. Kandara had been an outside chance as well. It had been an odd decision for the Utopial Senior Council to bring her in to eliminate the sabotage. I thought it might be Callum, but now it seemed he didn't approve of her at all. Still, that much coincidence was unusual. Perhaps God was trying to tell me something. Alik nodded ruefully after Kandara finished telling her story. So that's what happened to cancer. I always wondered. Let me guess, Yuri said. Your precious bureau never found out who had employed cancer to sabotage Bremble's industrial stations and Onisko's research teams. We looked, Callum said, for years, but for all she was a complete bitch, cancer was good. She left very little trace, digital or physical. Plenty took her place, Alik growled. There's still a lot of dark ops teams duking it out with national agencies and corporate security. Her death didn't change anything. No big immediate change, I said, but you'd never be able to crack New York's SHIELD files these days. What about Bremble and Onisko? Secure, Callum confirmed. The incident with cancer made us realize how exposed we were. We use G8 Turings to manage and filter our critical networks now. The Senior Council made the Bureau swallow its pride and set up some exchanges with Sol agencies to share information on activists and fanatics. We developed our own safeguard routines. So everyone's a winner, Alik grumbled, except the people whose lives she ruined before you caught up with her. She won't ruin any more lives, Kandara said. That's a good result to me. The people who hired her will just carry on, Alik said. Killing her was just a glitch to their plans. It didn't solve anything. Kandara gave him a frigid stare. I didn't kill her. She committed suicide. You should have made a deal. I offered. Not very well, clearly. Genuine law enforcement is about balance. For all her reputation, cancer was a small fish. Basically, your mirror image. Go fuck yourself. The cabin became very still. A moment that stretched out. We're almost there, I said, as the images from the sensors on the front of the Trail Ranger splashed across my Tarsus lenses. The last thing I wanted was a fight to break out, which would have soured the atmosphere beyond repair. My suspects were still being open with one another, and I needed that to continue. Somewhere in among all the paranoia that dominated both sides of the universal utopial divide had to be a clue to where it came from. There remained my best hope of finding the origin, the alien. Everybody perked up at hearing the trip was coming to an end and started to access the Trail Ranger's sensors. The crash site base had just appeared on the horizon, a cluster of 6 silver-white geodesic domes, locked together with stubby pressure tubes. Big as they were dwarfed by the inflatable hangar that had been thrown over the alien ship, a rectangle of green and red silicone fabric large enough to cover a football field, looking so tight against the structural containment webbing it might burst at any second. None of the domes had a garage. That would have been a waste of expensive habitation space. Up in the cab, Sutton Castro and B. Jane carefully maneuvered the Trail Ranger to an airlock tube sticking out from the side of a dome. We all waited while the seal clanked and hissed,
Then the pressure normal icon splashed up. Lankin Warrior, the base commander, was waiting for us on the other side. One of Connection's finest troubleshooters, he had an engaging smile that backed up a dynamic air. When he spoke, it was with smooth authority, leaving no one in any doubt that he was in charge here, no matter what title any of us had stuck on our desks back home. "I guess you all want to go straight to see the ship?" he asked. "Of course," Yuri said. Lankin gestured down the tube. Like the first Eridana base, this one gave the impression of being both a rugged pioneer outpost and incredibly expensive. The brief glimpses we got walking past labs and personnel quarters were of every facility and piece of equipment being top of the range, but sitting in the starkest environment possible. I found that reassuring, after a fashion. The clean chamber was divided into 3 sections, which was where corporate technobabble had claimed its fiefdom. We had the Alien Environment Suite, AES, egress room, changing room, followed by the Terra Biosterilization section, eradicating terrestrial bugs from the surface of the AES before visiting the ship, and finally the Xenobio-Decontamination Suite, which resembled a bunch of cubicles in a country club locker room, where you were showered and irradiated after leaving the ship, to make sure no alien pathogens got loose in the base. My AES wasn't as bulky as some spacesuits I'd worn. For a start, there was no need for a radiation layer, nor particle impact armor. The thermal moderator layer was also pretty thin. Basically, it was like putting on an overall with an integrated helmet. When I'd slipped in through the long opening up the spine, Sanjay interfaced and the opening sealed up, followed by the collar at the base of the helmet tightening to form an airtight seal around my neck. It took another minute for the rest of the pale blue fabric to contract around my skin, flushing excess air out. With the suit forming a thick second skin, my freedom of movement noticeably increased. The telemetry splash showed me everything was stable. If I read the display right, the power in the quantum batteries could keep the air recycler module operating for a month. The helmets cut down on casual chatter, and the reflective coating hid faces from sight. But I could tell from body posture alone that everyone was keen to get going. They would have read the same thing in my stance. We moved into the sterilization section, with 3 pressure doors closing behind us. Jets of grey-blue gas sprayed down from the ceiling to be sucked away by the grills in the floor. The procedure took 5 minutes before Lankin Warrior led us into the final airlock. As soon as they arrived to set up camp, the engineering team and their remotes had scraped the regolith away from around the ship, exposing the bedrock underneath. With that clear, they'd fused the rim of the hangar directly onto the rock before inflating the envelope. A pure nitrogen atmosphere was pumped in, which had slowly been raised from ambient temperature up to 10 degrees Celsius to assist the science teams. We trooped down the ramp into a bright glare thrown by lights studding the hangar fabric. The ship they illuminated was a dark botanical red, like a once vibrant flower losing its bloom. It measured about 60 meters long and 30 wide. At its highest, it rose maybe 25 meters above the ground. But those were only the overall dimensions. The fuselage itself was probably 15% smaller, a basic, truncated cone shape with a flattened belly. The extra dimensions were made up from protrusions. Call them small wings or fins, nearly 300 of them sticking out from every part of the ship. Quite a few were bent or broken off, showing the kind of damage it had suffered from its hard landing. From what I could see, it had struck the ground along its port side before coming to rest more or less flat on its belly. A hatch was open near the front, where 3 of the stumpy fins had twisted out of alignment to clear a route to it. The hatch itself used electromechanical actuators, nothing too different from human technology. "The ship's atmosphere had bled out," Lankin said, "so the techs just allowed it to fill with nitrogen. It's a good neutral non-reactive gas. So far we haven't monitored any adverse reaction in the structure." "Do you know what the original atmosphere was?" Loy asked. "Preliminary examination of the life support indicates an oxygen-nitrogen mix. The percentages seem to be different from Earth, but not much. Slightly heavier on the oxygen percentage." "What are all the wing things?" Callum asked. "Are they functional?" "They have a core of materials similar to our active molecular technology. As near as the physics team can figure it, they're negative energy conductors." "Negative energy? You mean exotic matter? Wormholes?" "Yes." "So it is an FTL drive?" Eldon said excitedly. "Possibly." "Possibly?" "The fins are only conductors," Lankin said. "We think they were used to channel a flow of negative energy. So far, we haven't found anything on board that can create negative energy." "So how did it fly?" "Best guess, it rode along a wormhole the way trains used to ride along railway tracks. But something went wrong," Yuri said suddenly. "It jumped the rails. Most likely. If it fell out of the wormhole somehow and emerged back into space-time, it might not have been able to get back in. There are fusion chambers in the aft section, which would serve as rockets as well as generators. So, it dropped out of a wormhole tunnel into interstellar space, then flew here on a fusion drive. That's pretty much the consensus here, yes." "Holy shit. And you said there are humans on board?" Loy said, "which means there's an alien wormhole terminus open in a human star system?" "Yes," Lankin said. "That's about the size of it. The amount of energy required to create a wormhole is phenomenal," Loy continued, as if he was voicing thoughts as they formed. "Even the combined output of Sol's solar wells would probably fall short. It would take a Type 2 civilization on the Kardashev scale to generate the power levels required." "Again, yes." "Oh, Jesus wept," Alik hissed. "Are you telling me the conspiracy crazies were right all along? We're being fucking spied on by little green men. We have been since the 1950s. And they do shove things up our ass when they abduct us?" "Oh, no," Lankin said in a darkly amused tone. "They do much worse than that." "What the actual fuck?" "Let's go in, shall we?" We followed him inside. The hatch opened into a simple airlock chamber. Engineers had removed the inner door, allowing a dozen power and data cables to snake through and work their way into the ship, branching at every junction. Sanjay splashed up a schematic of the ship. 90% of it had been mapped. The missing sections were mainly big chunks of machinery like the fusion tubes and various tanks. Corridors were wide tubes, illuminated with strings of lights threaded along them, stuck into place by dobs of tachesive. A human ship would have corridors running the length of the fuselage, with branches at right angles. This ship had them in overlapping circles, some of which were inclined steeply, with the cylindrical chambers arranged in clusters. Lankin took us to the central compartment, which ran the full height of the ship. It was divided into 3 levels by walkway grids, but without any handrails. All the bulkhead walls were made of a smooth, dull metal that looked like it had been extruded as a single unit, with no displays or control panels visible anywhere. The only breaks in its surface were small life support grills. Several science techs were working inside, their instruments stuck to the bulkheads. Optical cables formed a messy spider's web, hanging between them and 3 G8 Turings, encased in their protective black metal cases, ribbed by cooling fins. Lankin climbed a rope ladder up to the middle walkway. "We're calling this the bridge," he said, "because this is what seemed to be in charge." There was a 2-meter diameter sphere suspended in the center of the chamber by 10 radial rods as wide as my hand. We crowded around it, feet close to the edge of the walkway. It was as blank as the rest of the structure, giving nothing away, except now it had about 20 sensor pads stuck to it, and some big 3D screens resting precariously on the rods. The image they were showing was like a deep scan of a big egg. "Okay," Yuri said wearily. "What is it?" "An organic neural processor unit," Lankin said. "Or to put it bluntly, the ship's brain. The onboard network isn't optical or even digital. It's neurological." He patted the rods. "These are a combination of nerve conduits and nutrient feeds. Think of them as the spine. The nerve fibers link every piece of machinery, and plenty of them are biomechanical." "Is it still alive?" Kandara asked in alarm. "No. However, 2 of the smaller fusion tubes are still functioning, so there is power. And as far as we can tell, the nutrient organ system that supports the brain was undamaged before it froze. We're theorizing the brain must have been alive to pilot the ship from when it fell out of the wormhole to Nkia, then died some time after the landing. Cause of death unknown, but we're thinking one of the first systems that failed was the life support heating." "A brain this size couldn't work out how to fix a heating circuit," Callum said skeptically. "Bollocks. It depends on what else was damaged by the landing, and this is where our alien's biology starts to get really interesting. We sampled the brain cells, of course. The genetic molecule has a similar function to K cells. Shit. This is an Ulyk ship. I said similar. My team is telling me this is a lot more sophisticated than Ulyk's biogenetics. All the traits this alien molecule contains seem to be equally valid. There is no equivalent to the junk chromosome we have in human DNA, which effectively gives every cell the ability to become any type of cell required by the designer. It's like a super stem cell. Any function can be switched on by the correct chemical activant code. As long as you have a valid pattern, you can build yourself whatever you want. In this case, they chose to build a brain. Christ almighty! It gets better. Some of the tanks on board are full of these cells in neutral mode. All dead now, of course. Enough, Alik snapped. What about the fucking crew? Where are their bodies? There aren't any, Lankin said. None that we've found, anyway. Hell, man, that makes no sense, Callum said. Okay, I get this isn't how we design a spaceship. For a start, I have serious problems with the lack of redundancy, but if the brain didn't need a crew, why are there all these compartments? Our working theory is that the brain simply builds itself whatever crew it needs out of the cells in the tanks, like biological Turing remotes. Our major onboard investigation is now focusing on the equipment that the tanks fed, which we're assuming is some kind of biomechanical womb. When the ship crashed here, something in that mechanism broke down. The brain couldn't build itself anything that could repair the other systems. No, Alik said bluntly. That's wrong. You said the hatch was open when you got here, right? Yes. That implies something left the ship after it arrived. The brain had no reason to open it otherwise. Some kind of mobile thinking alien was on board. Have you searched the surrounding area? Right now, there are over 1,500 drones outside, looking for any trace of activity that's taken place on the surface. So far, they've covered just over 1,000 square kilometers. There's nothing. Not a dint that looks like a footprint, or hoofprint, claw mark, or tentacle squiggle. No line that could be some kind of wheel track or a blast pit from a rocket exhaust. Nothing. If an alien left this ship, it flew off into the sky without touching the ground. If it had been rescued, they wouldn't have left the distress beacon on, Callum said. We're dealing with an alien psychology, Eldland said. You can't make assumptions like that. If they were rescued, why leave the cargo behind? Lankin countered. Speaking of which, Yuri said, I want to see them next. Of course. The cargo section was the largest aft compartment, another cylinder, wider than the bridge. This one was divided up into 4 levels. The walkways were a lot narrower to accommodate the hibernation pods. Several medical technicians were occupied examining the alien apparatus and the sensors that were probing their secrets. No atmosphere, Lankin said, but the power has remained on for the hibernation systems. Lucky for them, Kandara said. Depends on your point of view, Lankin muttered. The corridor had brought us out onto the compartment's 2nd level. I glanced around at the hibernation pods, which were bulky sarcophagi with a smooth, curving, transparent front. They were all dark and cold, unoccupied. These look like something a human designed, Loy said. They're designed to accommodate humans, Lankin told him, which is providing you with a visual bias. But I can assure you the components are of alien manufacture. Whoever made the ship produced them. You'll see why on the next level. One by one we followed him up the rope ladder that had been rigged to connect the walkways. How did the hypothetical crew get up and down? Eldland muttered as he swung about. The compartments are all positioned at right angles to the assumed direction of flight, Lankin said. So our conclusion was that there is no acceleration force while it flies along the inside of the wormhole, and that the docks at both ends are in freefall. I was last up the rope ladder. It was only when I was halfway up to the 3rd level that I noticed everyone had fallen silent. When I stepped onto the walkway grid, the assessment team was bathed in the pale blue-white light shining out of the units. They were all staring in, and I could hear the awkward sounds of people trying to control their gag reflex. The hibernation units did contain humans, just not complete ones. Their limbs had been removed, leaving the torsos and heads almost intact. They were held in place against the rear of the hibernation chamber by a blue-tinted membrane that looked as if it had been shrink-wrapped around them. It was translucent, revealing that the original skin had also been removed. The quadriplegic bodies were like medical anatomy models, with all their sinew, bones, blood vessels, and organs visible. The eye sockets were empty, and the ears had also been detached, along with any genitals. 4 alien organics, resembling umbilical cords, were attached to the empty hip and shoulder sockets, their veins and arteries pulsing slowly as blood circulated in and out. They were connected to external organs that rested like flaccid cushions of flesh down the side of the hibernation unit.
"No fucking way,"
Alik announced. I watched, mesmerized by the med remotes that had invaded the sarcophagi through a tiny sterile airlock tube drilled into the glass casing. The insectile machines crawled across the taut, restraining membrane, whisker-like feelers probing its structure down to the cellular level. Larger clusters swarmed around the junctions between umbilicals and body, exploring the fusion. Vital signs were displayed across screens rigged up on a temporary carbon strut framework, a whole genre of symbology beyond my comprehension.
"Are these actual humans? Or is this some kind of replica the ship's brain was building out of alien cells?"
Yuri asked.
"They're human,"
Lankin said, or at least they used to be. The medical team has taken extensive samples. Their brains are completely intact, along with some of the original organs. However, the rest of their bodies have been replaced by K cells. Basically, the torso organs have been reduced down to the brain's life support system, which is sustained by the nutrients supplied by the artificial organs in the hibernation chamber. They're powered by electricity, so as long as the fusion generators are working, these people stay alive.
"Are they conscious?"
A horrified Loy asked.
"No. Brainwave activity is consistent with a coma in all of them. Blood chemistry analysis has revealed the presence of some sophisticated barbiturates, which we assume are sustaining the coma state."
Yuri was leaning so far forward, his helmet was practically touching the sarcophagi casing.
"Why remove the limbs?"
"We can only assume they're not required. Certainly maintaining the muscle and bone structure would be a drain on the hibernation support organs. Incidentally, those exterior organs are made completely out of K cells."
"It is an Oryx ship, then?"
"That's the only indicator we have of their involvement. We don't understand why the cells in the ship's tanks weren't used to fabricate the hibernation chamber mechanisms. They are considerably more sophisticated. Presumably because K cells have been proven to work in combination with human biochemistry. Given this setup has successfully kept them alive for the 30 years since the ship crashed, it would be a valid explanation."
"They snatched 17 humans," Callum said, "then did this to them to keep them alive. Why? I mean, what's the bloody point? Is it reversible?"
Eldland asked.
"Can't they be given their bodies back? We can clone every part of a human body, or print it with stem cells, or replicate it with K cells," Jessica said. "The technologies are established, but actually doing a Frankenstein and stitching all those parts together is just about impossible. I'd say the only way to do it in this case would be to clone the original body, but somehow prevent the brain from developing, which," she sighed, "would take a lot of research. And even if you did succeed, you'd have the problem of transplanting the old brain into its new body."
"Huh," Yuri grunted. "That again."
"I thought Height 3 told you it was theoretically possible,"
Eldland challenged.
"Theoretically, yeah, but that's another huge research project. Even if Alpha Defense approved, it would take decades and billions of watt dollars to get them walking around in a decent body again."
Eldland's hand gestured at the sarcophagi.
"I imagine they would think it's worthwhile."
"But the risk," Callum said.
"You want to know if it's acceptable? Ask one," Kandara said. "Put one of those poor bastards into a decent human-built life support system, flush the barbiturate shit out of their brains, and they might wake up. And they might not,"
a shocked Eldland replied.
"Then you learn enough about the failure to improve the technique for the next one," she said, "and keep going until we've perfected it. Because we all know we're going to have to try this at some point. We're not going to leave them like this. The psychological trauma alone would be massive," Loy said uneasily. "Tough. For the record, if you ever find me like this, either wake me up or kill me. Don't leave me like this." "I'm not. There might be a way around this," Lankin interrupted. "The doctors are hopeful they can recover the odd one." The odd one? Kandara queried. What the hell is that? Yeah, sorry. My team is a bit on the nerdish side, and they don't have a lot of imagination. They called him the odd one because he's different from the rest. Different how? I asked sharply. See for yourself, he said. Next level up. I went up the rope ladder after a leak. 3 of the hibernation chambers contained the same kind of membrane-wrapped torsos we'd seen before. The 4th, he was intact. There was no restraining membrane. A single umbilical cord was fused to his navel, hanging down to a trio of external organs, larger than those in the other chambers. Shock froze me to the spot. That's not possible, an equally stunned Yuri said. What do you mean? Callum asked. He can't be here. Not him. Wait, you know him? Yes. It's Lucius Sochko. He vanished when we rescued Horatio Seymour on Altea. They made their decision after dinner. Everyone who'd come on the Trail Ranger settled in the base's lounge to talk it over. Not that it was much of a democracy. Callum clearly had reservations, but in the end he conceded that attempting to revive Sochko was necessary. I didn't give an opinion. It would be out of character as the mission's humble administration guy. But Jessica approved, as I thought she would. Kandara didn't contribute much. She'd made her view clear back on the ship. Loy and Eldland were a lot more cautious. We should investigate longer, bring in more equipment and specialists, make detailed risk assessments. Typical corporate culture kids. They had no concept of taking responsibility, because that meant consequences, and Legal always hated consequences. Not that their views mattered. Ultimately it was down to Yuri, Callum and Alik, and they were unanimous. Lankin sat with us in the lounge as everyone talked it over, but didn't say anything. When he was given the verdict, he responded with a gruff, "Okay then," and left to organize the operation. It didn't take long. His people had been working balls out to prepare for this ever since they put eyes on the odd one. It took them 6 hours. Remotes cut Sochko's hibernation chamber out of the ship's cargo compartment and carefully maneuvered it around the circular passages into the research base. The alien environment laboratory had been converted into an intensive care suite in anticipation. A small observation room ran alongside, with a broad window looking in. We crowded around it to watch the hibernation chamber arrive. The trolleys that delivered it was barely visible. The damn thing was surrounded by so many techs and doctors, all in their protective blue suits. "What's the atmosphere inside that thing?" Yuri asked. "Our standard gas mix," Lankin told him. "All the hibernation chambers are the same. No alien pathogens inside either. That we've detected." His knuckles rapped on the window. "But we're not taking any chances. The lab is quadruple-walled with positive pressure cavities on individual life support circuits. No bugs are going to get out of there and into my base." The revival team slowly sliced around the edge of the hibernation chamber's transparent lid, allowing remote arms to lift it away. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Eldland brace herself, but Sochko's body remained inert. The medics closed in. Monitor patches were bonded onto Sochko's skin, providing a more detailed picture of his vitals. Flesh-mouthed blisters were applied above his femoral and carotid arteries, ready to supply artificial blood or drugs if and when they were needed. He wasn't breathing. The blood generated in the external K-cell organs and fed through his umbilical was fully oxygenated. Artificial saliva was sprayed into his mouth, and they slid an intubation nozzle down his trachea. Ready. With the prep done, they moved him out of the chamber and onto a bed. A crash team stood by, watching and waiting as the extraction team clamped the umbilical cord and cut it. No warning went off. His heart kept on beating uninterrupted. Brainwave function remained flat. The intubation nozzle started to pump oxygen-rich air into his lungs in a slow rhythm. I watched his chest inflate, sink back down, rise again. Sochko gave a slight shudder, then another stronger shiver ran down his body. The revival team tensed up. Crash revival tools were held up ready. Sochko's shakes continued for a while longer before he went quiescent again. "He's breathing naturally," the lead doctor announced. There was a note of surprise in her voice. On the other side of the glass, the medical techs were high-fiving. 2 of the doctors were preparing their surgical remotes to remove the stump of the umbilical from Sochko's navel. "Now what?" Yuri asked. We wait, Lankin said. Make sure he remains stable and give his body a chance to filter out the barbiturates. If he wakes naturally, fair enough. If not, they'll try stimulants. We all trooped back to the lounge, with its comfy chairs standing on the bare composite panel floor. Loy and Eldland went over to the freezer cabinets and started searching through the meal packs for breakfast. Alik got himself a Belgian hot chocolate from the dispenser and settled back in his chair. It can't be that easy, Kandara said when she sat next to me. What about muscle atrophy? He's been lying there for 32 years, for fuck's sake. Something took care of that, Loy said as he came over, carrying a plate of scrambled eggs, sausages and hash browns straight from the microwave. Something in the blood they haven't found yet. It all came from the K-cell organs, don't forget. We don't fully know what they're capable of. You're talking magic potions, Callum said dismissively. Not real biochemistry. No chemical treatment will preserve an inactive body in healthy physical shape like that for 30 years. What then? Eldland sat down beside him, blowing the steam from her porridge. Maybe such is the success. The others are all being rebuilt by the alien cells, but he was just further along? No, Yuri said. The K-cell organs in his hibernation chamber were different. They supplied blood that's rich with oxygen and nutrients. A real hibernation as opposed to what's happened to the others. I kept a very careful watch on the faces around me as I said, he might not have been asleep the whole time. Yuri gave me a look that invited me to continue. He was my boss, respecting my opinion. No change there. Callum was expectant, waiting to hear some options, clearly eager for answers. Ali continued to sit there, mug of hot chocolate in his hand, waiting like every good interrogator for the suspect to talk too much. Those lifeless face muscles of his were as still as a millpond. Exercise, Kandara said eagerly. She grinned at me. That's what you mean, isn't it? I gave her an appreciative shrug. The simplest solution always applies, and the only real way to maintain muscle tone is through exercise. So Sochko wakes up once a week, she said, or a month, whatever, and spends a few days getting in some calisthenics sweat time, then goes back into hibernation. He's on a timer. Not a chance, Loy said. Kandara shot him a challenging glance. Why? Where does he do his calisthenics? The ship has been in a vacuum for over 30 years. There's no spacesuit. He couldn't even step out of the hibernation chamber. So why is he in such good shape? Genetic modification? Loy said uncertainly. The medical team sequenced everyone's DNA, Lankin said. Sochko doesn't have any modifications. We didn't even find vectors for telomere treatment in him. We'll find out soon enough if he wakes up, Alik said. We just ask. Meantime, let's focus on what we do know. We came here to assess if this ship indicates a clear and present threat. It does, Yuri said. Aliens with a significantly more advanced technology base have established a secret beachhead either in Sol or one of our settled systems. They snatch humans for unknown but fucking dire reasons. That's not necessarily a threat, Callum said. You're kidding, right? Come on, man, face it. We're scary. We can cross interstellar space, and we're still aggressive, unreasonable, badly behaved, and own continents full of weapons. Hell, if I encountered us, I'd want to hold back and watch for a while. Alik's hand shot out, pointing at random. Did you even see what they did to those poor bastards? They dissolved them. They dumped humans into some kind of alien version of acid or something and dissolved them. What's left is being taken back home to be torture experimented on. That is a fucking threat, you dumbass hippie. You got kids, right? Suppose you found one of them on board. No arms, no legs, their goddamned eyes ripped out, and that's just the start. Fuck knows what else would have happened to them if this ship hadn't fallen out of the wormhole. That could be you and your family in there, asshole. For once, Alik's neck and jaw muscles were flexing. Loy and Eldland were regarding him in concern. Their ethics might not match ours, Callum said. They are alien, after all. But they haven't been overtly aggressive. That has to mean something. Alik snorted in contempt and turned to Yuri. I need to talk to my people. Yuri and I exchanged a slightly guilty look. There are no direct comms with Solnet, I said. That was a major part of Alpha Defense's quarantine protocols. Oh, come on. Alik's voice dropped an octave to a bass purr, worldly wise and oh so reasonable. There's got to be some emergency line out, right? No, I told him, there really isn't.
Jesus H. Christ, you are shitting me. That's got to be the AI safeguard, Callum said. Am I right? Yeah, I conceded. The what? Alik asked angrily. The ship we've found is from an alien race, which, if not actively hostile, is certainly unsympathetic to humans, Yuri said. Suppose that frozen brain captain thing had been warm and running active routines, or it had an electronic AI like our Turing's. If we had a link back to Solnet, it could download itself into our networks, multiply itself 1,000 times a second. The potential damage it could inflict is impossible to calculate. Jesus, Alik wheezed. That is one son of a bitch paranoia you've got going there. No, Yuri said levelly. It's a very sensible precaution, especially now I've seen what we're dealing with. But the aliens who built that ship are already in Sol, one of our star systems, Alik countered. They have been for decades, and they're smart enough to hide a fucking wormhole terminus from us. If they wanted to crash Solnet, they'd have done it by now. We know that now, I said, but we didn't when we set up the research base and started investigating. Deciding to allow a direct connection to Solnet is one of the decisions you are here to assess, and we do still have questions of who or what opened the ship's airlock. Yeah, right, Alik said grudgingly. But I can offer you the trail ranger to drive you back to the portal. Alik looked from me to Yuri, clearly not a man used to being told no. I'll give it a day, he said. See if Satsko comes out of it. But after that, I have to file a report no matter what. I'll tell Sutton and B to have the trail ranger ready for you to go, I assured him. Which brings us back to what the bloody hell is going on, Callum said. The aliens are watching us. They're taking us to experiment on. Why? It's obviously an intelligence-gathering mission, Kandara said. They're learning our weaknesses. That can have only one outcome. No way, I said. There's no such thing as interstellar war. There is no conceivable reason for it. Once a species gets off its birth world, it effectively has infinite resources. It wants for nothing. Total war is something that belongs to history for anyone who can reach orbit and beyond. They're alien, Jessica said. Who knows what their motivations are? Like Callum said, we're probably quite frightening to a progressive, peaceful species. Taking people apart, Alik butted in loudly, the chocolate sloshing perilously close to the rim of his mug. That ain't exactly what I'd call progressive, lady. Hitler wasn't short of resources, Loy said, not to begin with. World War II was an ideological war at heart, a crusade to impose Nazi imperialism on the rest of the world. Same goes for the Cold War which followed, with its capitalism versus communism. Eldland gave him a taunting smile. Well, thank heavens those economic theories both lost. Loy replied with a contemptuous finger. Do you believe the builders of this ship are the ones? Callum asked. He was staring directly at Yuri. It's starting to look that way. The one what? Jessica quizzed. We've all experienced it, Yuri said. That's why we were chosen to interpret this. Though I have to admit, Sochko came as a big surprise to me. Didn't see that coming. Experience? Ali clicked his fingers. Ah, right. We've all had experiences which didn't quite add up somehow. Yes, Yuri said. And those personal cases of ours are the tip of the iceberg. We've been analyzing similar incidents for a while now, especially those with critical defense issues. Kandara gave me a shrewd look. I thought I was here for my professional expertise. That was a bonus, I told her. You and Callum both encountered cancer, who had been contracted on a sabotage mission that could have crippled the primary astro-manufacturing capability at Delta Pavonis. What's the connection between that and this situation? Defense, Yuri said flatly. If Sol and the Settle systems are attacked, Brimble would be essential to build, battleships, orbital fortress stations, everything we need to protect ourselves from an invasion. New York shields, Alik said quietly. She was going for those. And she was there on Broncol, eliminating any evidence of Baptiste snatching low-visibility people for no reason we could ever find, Yuri said, which is an even stronger association to what's going down here, now that we know Sochko was shipped directly from there to the ship. Nobody on Akita could figure out the motivation for what Cancer was doing, Kandara said thoughtfully.
We all thought some kind of political fanatic was employing her to sabotage their industrial systems. But this? Aliens scouting around the human race? I hate to say it, but this makes a kind of sense. Who the fuck are they? Alik snarled, and how long have they been watching us? Ask the Olyaks, Loy said. They're clearly complicit. Maybe it's them. I let out a wearisome breath. Not this again, I said in exasperation. Callum gave me a sharp stare. They lied to Yuri about Horatio Seymour. They knew he'd been snatched, he said. They were involved. What more do you need? Which was an interesting outburst. Someone, some group, had to be pushing both Ainsley and the Grade 1 Utopials into believing the Olyaks were chasing a hidden agenda, fueling the insecurities and paranoia of the old and powerful, who inevitably see change as danger. And the only people with a reason to do that are the other aliens, trying to deflect attention from themselves. Aliens with influential agents in both utopial and universal ruling political classes. There was something odd about that, I agreed. Maybe they employ corporate intelligence-gathering companies to keep a closer look on things than we realized. I don't know. But face it, Ainsley Zangari's exposed granddaughter calling him in a panic is going to be noticed by someone. It may be High 3 was being a little too helpful and cooperative just to keep Zangari sweet. He is the richest, most powerful individual alive, and it would pay politically to keep him sympathetic. And I'm certain this ship we've found can't be theirs. The Salvation of Life is a slower-than-light arc ship. The Olyaks don't have wormholes. Roy, you said the power level the wormhole needs is beyond anything we produce in the Sol system. Yeah, he agreed almost grudgingly. That's right. So it's not them, I said. You seem very certain, Kandara said. I gave Yuri a quick glance. He nodded permission. It didn't go unnoticed. It goes like this, I said. Ainsley has been suspicious about the Olyaks since before Horatio was snatched. He never quite believed they claimed to be peaceful religious fanatics. Now, that has truly got to be the universe's biggest oxymoron, Alec mocked. Whatever they are, they're not actively hostile to humans, I said. You can't claim it, Eldland said. There's a lot of evidence piling up against him. Circumstantial, I replied. Or maybe it's disinformation. Look, after Horatio, Ainsley decided to find out what was really going on. So we've been mounting a discreet surveillance on the Salvation of Life ever since. And? Kandara prompted. They aren't being entirely honest with us. They are keeping secrets about themselves. But there's no conspiracy. You can't know that, not for certain. I do. How? Because 5 years back, I took point on a covert mission that broke into the Salvation of Life. Ferriton Kane's Spy Mission. The Salvation of Life. A.D. 2199. I'd been living in Lancaster, Pennsylvania for more than a year to physically inflate my cover story. Database legends are easy to install in Solnet. These days you can basically be anyone you want to be, providing you have the money and expertise. Connection security had both in abundance. Even a G8 Turing search would only turn up the cover history I'd been given, but if the Vatican or the Grand Ayatollah actually sent someone to Lancaster, they'd be able to verify what a great citizen I was and how my attendance at local Quaker meetings was top-rate. Not that anyone in the office expected any cardinals or imams to physically turn up and run a deep check. But given where I was heading, office policy was to make that cover story as real as possible. So if some dark ops agent did come checking in person, they'd swiftly get wearied, talking to neighbors and colleagues and friends, who would all tell them what a great, if moderately dull, guy I was, complete with the personal anecdotes I'd generated by actually living there. Ainsley Zangari was very clear about getting the mission absolutely right. Funding for his Olyaks monitoring office was already over $750 million a year. A portion of that money was spent on G8 Turings that scoured Solnet for evidence of operatives like cancer, corroding and corrupting corporations and institutions, with emphasis on the defense sector. Deals like that were absurdly easy to set up anonymously through Solnet. So whenever we did come across an op that had defense connotations, it was virtually impossible to backtrack. Outside of that,
The Olyx Monitoring Office had two main divisions with dedicated tasks. The first ran an operation devoted to watching the Olyx embassies, which we did mainly by planting our own operatives inside among the human staff. To be honest, I don't think there was a single Olyx embassy employee who wasn't reporting back to some intelligence agency or other. Our knowledge of their official trade deals and financial status was absolute. The second, and most involved division was the one I wound up working for. We were trying to find out if the Olyx had opened any private portal doors between their Ark ship and Earth, something that would allow them to collaborate with their K-Cell development partners without having to go through the official channels established by the Sol Senate, which would explain how they knew about Horatio's snatch. That was a tough one. It's not like the Olyx themselves could move around Earth unnoticed. They would have to use human agents to mount hostile operations. But it didn't matter how many renditions we threatened and alt-legal interrogations we performed. There was no verifiable line of sight back to the Olyx. I never got that. People who would betray their own species. But I'd been in law enforcement and corporate security long enough to know that every bastard in that field simply took the money and skipped the questions. They wouldn't know and wouldn't want to know whom they were working for. Our other problem was why the Olyx would bother. Their sole purpose for stopping in the Sol system was to buy energy to generate antimatter, so they could continue their pilgrimage flight. The original theory was that they wanted to increase revenue for the K-cells by introducing new treatments, and didn't care about their human partners performing illegal experiments to develop those treatments. But then we started to notice the build-up of hostile incidents in Sol's defense sector, like the attempt on the New York Shield files. Nobody could figure out what was happening. Then after we heard what cancer was doing at Delta Pavonis, Ainsley's paranoia skyrocketed up to whole new levels. The attack against Bremble made absolute sense if it was in preparation for an invasion. My division was refocused on technology, physically locating quantum spatial entanglements between Salvation of Life and Earth. If we could find a portal that led back to Earth, or a habitat, we'd finally have solid proof the Olyx were hostile. But while it is possible to detect a portal's quantum signature, the equipment is short-range, large, and expensive. More than half of the Olyx Monitoring Office budget was spent on refining the sensor technology. First, they had to perfect it. Then they had to make it small. Really small. Finally, and with wonderful irony, they had to make it undetectable. After that, smuggling it on board the Salvation of Life was almost easy, which is where I came in. The 2199 Joint Ecumenical Delegation, of which I was a proud member, assembled in Vatican City. There were 4 such delegations every year. Somewhat inevitably, the Olyx were keen to welcome emissaries from human religions to the Salvation of Life. Equally understandably, our priests and rabbis and imams were eager to explore alien religion. Sorry, but the utterly devout Olyx were literally a heaven-sent opportunity in that respect. There were 17 of us, smiling for the Solnet news feeds in St. Peter's Square, with the Basilica as our formidable backdrop. Most faiths were represented, so nobody was questioning a Quaker's inclusion. The robes some representatives wore were impressive. I thought they looked brand new and obviously professionally tailored. The most painful part of the mission was that long year in Lancaster, learning about my new religion, which seemed to be about the most non-hierarchical, non-judgmental faith anyone had ever formed. It took a great deal of self-discipline to focus on the tenets and loose structure, but I got there in the end. Anyone curious about Quaker history and practices would swiftly be bored into retreating as I recited it all to them. Interestingly, it was Nahuel, the Buddhist monk, who was keenest to talk to me. He told me all about his acceptance and learning in the temple, in return listening politely to my cover story of how I came to my gentle faith. We chatted amicably as we walked through the Vatican's hub into Rome's metro network. From the city's international hub it was just a few quick paces to the main Olyx transfer portal in Buenos Aires. I stepped straight through into a rotational gravity effect. The toroid was small, and spinning faster than I was used to, as my inner ears were quick to let me know. I saw Nahuel pause, instinctively holding his arms out in a novice surfer's pose to regain his balance. "Have you ever been in a space habitat before?" I asked. He shook his head, which is always a mistake in fast spin gravity.
His lips puckered up as the combinations of deviant motion assailed his ear canals. "It's okay," I assured him. "This is as bad as it'll get. The Salvation rotates very slowly. You won't feel the spin at all." "Thank you," he said with an insincerity that his fellow monks would doubtless frown upon. "Until then," I proffered an anti-nausea tab. "No, I wish my mind to remain clear." "Of course." Officially, the station we were in was the Ark-ship Transfer Buffer Facility, a human-built space station that held position 10 kilometers out from the forward end of the Salvation of Life. Everyone just called it the lobby. It was there because the Olieks had been very clear they didn't want a portal inside the Ark-ship, especially not from Earth. They were concerned about a terrestrial plague devastating their biosphere. Fair enough. Even we hadn't classified and analyzed all Earth's microbes and germs and viruses, let alone what they'd do if exposed to Olieks biology. Negotiations via radio had started almost as soon as the Salvation of Life began decelerating into the Sol system back in 2144. First on the agenda after the Sol Senate's First Contact Committee started exchanging messages was, "You're not bringing that thing anywhere near Earth." Simple reason. The 45-kilometer-long, multi-billion-ton Ark-ship was powered by antimatter. The Olieks had enough of the stuff on board to accelerate it up to 20% of the speed of light, which meant, should they prove hostile, the incoming aliens carried enough destructive energy to wipe out Earth and every asteroid habitat in the solar system, with plenty left over to wreck Mars and Venus for good measure. Not that we'd ever bothered trying to terraform them. So the first agreement was that Salvation was to park in Earth's Lagrange 3 point, directly opposite Earth on the other side of the Sun. Even that left some officials and old generals nervous. Once Salvation reached that orbit, physical contact began. The lobby was assembled in a couple of months, a kilometer-diameter toroid, rotating at the center of a hexagonal space dock that serviced dozens of short-range cargo and passenger craft. All the little vehicles did all day, every day, was fly between the lobby and Salvation's zero-G axis dock. The ecumenical delegation was led into the decontamination suite, a fine name for what was basically a disinfectant shower. It lasted a compulsory 8 minutes, ensuring every follicle and flesh fold on a human body was thoroughly saturated. I think prisoner hose-downs were more dignified, but it did give the contact staff time to irradiate our clothes and shoes and luggage. We all reconvened in a small waiting room, trying not to show how disconcerting the cleansing experience had been. I wasn't sure my hair would ever recover from the chemical assault. It smelled like a bathroom air freshener. "Do the Olieks undergo an equivalent process to travel to Earth?" Nahuel inquired. He was sitting in a plain plastic chair, holding his sandals up to give them a disapproving look. I'm pretty sure his robes were bleached a shade paler too. "I've no idea," I told him. Not true, but I had to play the part of my new legend, and a Quaker accountant from Lancaster wouldn't know a whole lot about biological transference protection clauses in treaties the Sol Senate had negotiated. In fact, the Olieks do undergo a mild decontamination on their way to Earth, but then they never leave their embassies, which have a filtered atmosphere. However, when they come back, they're subjected to the same sanitization as humans before they can return to the Salvation of Life. Our delegation took the elevator up to the toroid's axis, and freefall. When we were halfway up, I offered Nahuel a tab again. This time, he took it without a word. A couple of stewards helped us along the zero-G corridors in the center. The crossover chamber was a wide cylinder, with 4 hatchways on the toroid end and another 4 hatches at the dock end. Halfway between them was the seal, allowing the 2 halves of the cylinder to rotate without losing any air. Plenty of people were crossing between them, casually air-diving in and out of the hatches. It all seemed so crude to me, but then I'd grown up in a world that had come to live Connection's slogan, "Everywhere is one step away." We pushed, wiggled, and knocked elbows along the corridor to airlock 17B, where our passenger ferry was docked. The cabin was a small cylinder, with thin padding on the walls and 24 simple metal seats in a couple of rows, with a lone seat at the front for our pilot, who did nothing but monitor the G7 Turing that actually flew us. Apparently that dates back to the days when autopilots were taking over more and more aircraft functions, but people still wanted a human in the control loop. Personally, I'd trust the G7 over a human pilot any day.
I hauled myself along the cabin and claimed a seat beside one of the small windows. The dock grid stretched away, out to the stars, its structure cluttered with tanks and cables that were covered in silver-white thermal blankets. Like everything in space, it was either sharply lit by sunlight or sheltering in the utter darkness of shadows. The contrast between sections was immediate and striking. We left the dock with a soft motion and loud knocking sounds that reverberated down the cabin as the vessel's tiny rockets fired in short, fast bursts. I saw the dock fall away behind us. The flight was due to take 12 minutes. At 3 minutes, the reaction control rockets began to fire again, rotating the craft. The salvation of life slid into my line of sight. I'd seen enough images and diagrams of it, but even so, looking out at the real thing was a hell of a moment. I stared at it the same way jet pilots used to gaze at airships, with a twinge of envy and false nostalgia for a stillbirthed alternate history, where those giant, serene craft were kings of the world. To travel among the stars in an artificial planetoid would have been an awesome existence. The Olyaks had started with an asteroid drifting in some distant orbit around their home star. Humans, with their molecular bonding technology, would have simply mined the ores and minerals and used the refined mass to construct a habitat-sized Arkship. But the Olyaks used a cruder method, cutting away the rock's rumpled, crater-scarred outer layers, until they were left with a smooth cylinder, 45 kilometers long and 12 in diameter. Further mining excavated the 3 main biochambers, and a huge honeycomb of compartments that formed the engineering and propulsion section at the rear. After so many millennia travelling between stars, the Arkship's exterior was in remarkably good condition, shimmering like polished coal under the sun's unremitting glare. That unblemished sheen was all thanks to the impact defense screen, of course. When travelling across the interstellar gulf, the salvation of life generated a massive plasma cloud ahead of it to ablate and absorb any particles it ran into at 20% light speed. The Arkship's forward section was studded with generators, fashioned like golden barnacles, to create the magnetic field that held the tenuous ionized gas in place. Halfway through the passenger ferry's turn, we were sideways onto the Arkship's counter-rotating axis dock, giving me a panoramic view. The dock was a disk, only slightly wider than the lobby's toroid we'd left behind. But its apparent rotation was actually holding it motionless as the Salvation spun around its axis. Strangely, it looked like the most human part of the Arkship. But then most engineering requirements have a common design solution no matter what kind of neurons create them. As well as possessing a number of airlocks, the dock was used to connect the power utilities. Free-flying human-built stations containing small portal doors, like geometric footballs a dozen meters across, hovered a few meters away from the dock. Their equators glowed with the intense turquoise shimmer of ion thrusters, holding them in position, while thick superconducting cables flexed in extreme slow motion across the gap between the two. And they were the whole reason for the trade deals between the Olyaks and the Sol Senate. Our solar system was just another stop on the Olyaks' incredible journey to the end of the universe. They'd visited hundreds of stars already, and would visit thousands, millions more in the future, before finally coming face to face with their god at the end of time. Each solar system they came across was a replenishment stop between flights, a time when they used or traded local resources to refurbish the salvation of life, and generated enough new antimatter to accelerate them onward again. Accelerating something that huge took energy, a lot of energy. All the various processes that human physicists had ever come up with to create antimatter were horrendously inefficient, converting maybe 1 or 2% of the energy input into actual antimatter. As the Olyaks openly admitted, their procedures weren't a whole lot better. Yet they needed enough antimatter to accelerate the salvation of life up to 1/5 of the speed of light, then decelerate again as they approached the next star. The arrival of the Olyaks was the greatest boon Sol's energy corporations had ever known. Every watt dollar the sale of alien K-cell technology brought in was spent buying electricity from human companies. 1/5 of the solar wells dropped into the sun were currently being used to feed energy to the salvation of life, where deep inside its engineering section, alien machinery was churning out anti-hydrogen atoms one at a time. The passenger ferry completed its flip, and we backed in toward the Salvation's axis dock. Latching on was a series of metallic clunks. Then the airlock opened.
As I was unbuckling my straps, dry, mildly spiced air drifted along the cabin at a temperature several degrees lower than the cabin air. Not unpleasant, but definitely unusual. The interior mechanics of the access dock were similar to the lobby's layout, but with living branches twined around conduits, sprouting waxy purple leaves. Small birds with ovoid bodies and 5 fin-like wings flitted along the wide corridors, effortlessly rolling around our delegation as we made our cumbersome way through the rotating seal. The reception chamber on the other side was a big hemisphere cut out of the rock, with a craggy surface carpeted in dull topaz moss. There were 10 wide elevator doors around the rim, made from what appeared to be a glossy, honey-coloured wood. An Olyx waited for us outside one of the doors, its feet sticking to the moss as if it were Velcro. Sanjay, my alt-me, told me it was opening a general phone link. "Welcome," the Olyx said. "My designation is Eol, and this body is Eol 2. Please accompany me down to our first biochamber. I am sure you will prefer the increased gravity." Most of us muttered a quick thank you. There was an undignified surge to get into the elevator, which had curving walls of the same wood as the doors. It rattled and clanked its way downward, travelling a lot slower than any human elevator would. The biochambers were ovoids, 4 kilometers in diameter, so the trip down seemed interminable, especially as Eol 2 insisted on trying to make small talk all the way. It didn't help that the spice scent grew more pungent as we descended. When the doors finally opened, we were in a long rock tunnel, again covered in moss, and lit by bright green-tinged strips at waist height. Gravity was about 2/3 Earth standard, for which Nahuel let out a sigh of relief. The Olyx had made a considerable effort to make their human visitors feel at home. Our quarters were on a terrace in the first biochamber. From the outside they looked like rather glamorous yurts. Instead of using a heavy fabric over the frame, the Olyx employed their ubiquitous wood in thin planks, laying them over a geodesic frame like tiles on a roof. Furniture, too, was all solid chunks of wood, its smooth contours making the pieces resemble a collection of slightly surrealist sculptures. Orchid-like plants had coiled their rubbery roots along the ceiling struts, dangling clusters of dark-shaded alien flowers above my head. At least our perfume was sweeter than the spice that hung thick in Salvation's atmosphere. Eol 2 did a perfect host imitation and left us to settle in before the tour began. I unpacked my wash bag and went into the curtained-off bathroom section. A peripheral ran a fast scan for electronic surveillance, drawing a blank. I hadn't expected any. The Olyx favoured biotechnology solutions. The yurt furniture might have been Olyx wood, but the shower, bath, toilet, and basin were all imported from Earth, which was quite a relief. I took my shirt off, washed my torso, and sprayed on a hefty dose of cologne. Somehow I carelessly managed to miss myself quite a lot with the spray. Then I killed time for a couple of minutes setting up my toiletries and filled a couple of glasses with cold water. That gave the chemicals in the cologne spray enough time to numb the neural fibers in the flowering plants on the bathroom ceiling. Previous agents had taken samples of the yurt environment for study to prepare for my mission. Our labs had found fibers amid little cuts in the plant roots and leaves that had conductive properties. Without removing a whole plant and cutting it up under a microscope, we couldn't say for sure what the fibers did and what kind of receptors they were attached to, but visitors seemed to be under some kind of general observation. Ainsley was pleased with that find. It was another strand of proof that the Olyx weren't quite as trusting as they liked to project. Finding out whether that subterfuge came from a simple natural instinct to protect their biological heritage from human exploitation, or they really were up to no good, was the whole reason I was in the delegation. With a degree of privacy assured, I squatted down and crapped out the bio package I'd brought along. The human anal cavity has traditionally been a smuggler favourite for most of our existence on Earth. It made me really proud to carry that fine institution on into the Starflight era. Yeah, right. The bio package resembled miniature frog spawn, which wasn't a bad analogy. I split it in two and dropped each half into the glasses I'd prepared. From my little medical kit, I took 6 indigestion tablets and put 3 in each glass. They foamed away on the surface, dissolving quickly. You could have eaten the tablets. Not that they would have done anything for your indigestion. However, they turned the water into a perfect nutrient solution. There was also a hormone release that would trigger the eggs into growth. That phase would take 6 hours. I shoved the glasses into the cupboard under the basin, then set the cologne bottle to release a spray every quarter of an hour to keep anesthetizing the plant fibers. Wearing a new shirt and smelling like a Bel Air gigolo, I went out to join the delegation for our tour. All the Salvation of Life's biochambers were ovoids, measuring 8 kilometers along their axis, with a 4-kilometer diameter at their midpoint. The first one, where our quarters were, had a globe of light suspended in the exact center, shining a warm, slightly orange-hued radiance out across the whole chamber. Human space habitats tended to have landscapes across the cylinder floor, leaving the end walls clear. The Olyux biospheres were completely shrouded in vegetation. Trees with fleshy, purple-tinged leaves never grew to the size you found in terrestrial forests, and there didn't seem to be much variety either. To my mind, they resembled giant bonsai. Dumb comparison, but realistic enough. Their branches tangled together deftly, playing host to dozens of smaller plants, like the orchid equivalents in my yurt, along with vines and ragged strings of trailing moss that hung in huge curtains. The loam was covered in the yellow moss grass, riddled with patches in differing shades, making the ground look like an intricately stained mosaic rug. Little streams threaded their way through it all, bubbling down the slopes from the axis to empty into reed-packed ponds that were spread around the equator. Humans would have deployed fleets of remotes to trim and maintain the plants. The Olyux, with their biological-oriented solutions, allowed the plants to grow as their nature intended. According to EOL-2, the biochambers had reached equilibrium thousands of years ago. Supplied with light, warmth, and water, they would continue with minimal intervention indefinitely. Small birds, resembling overgrown dragonflies, buzzed about, while giant snail-equivalent creatures slid along the ground, eating every fallen leaf and leaving a film of rich mulch in their wake. Larger, dead branches and trunks were swiftly reduced to powdery loam by a profusion of fungi. Our delegation was impressed by the slower, more sedate life on show. I suppose it made sense, given how long the voyage was going to take. EOL-2 took us into the second biochamber on a car that could have been modelled on pre-quantum spatial entanglement-era human vehicles. It drove itself through a broad tunnel that had junctions every few hundred meters, with tunnels curving away out of sight. Despite a plethora of discrete recordings made continuously ever since the Ark ship had arrived, humans had never fully mapped out the maze of passages and caverns that riddled the Salvation's interior. The second biosphere was identical in shape to the first. The difference was in climate, which was more temperate, housing a different genera of plants, while the third was the warmest of the three, but dry, verging on a desert environment. Certainly the plants lacked the jumbled-up density found in the first two. Our 3 biochambers contain a vibrant range of our home-world biota, EOL-2 explained to us as we walked about on the short reddish moss of the third biochamber, making polite sounds about yet another tiny, dull flower sticking up out of tufts of drab grey-green leaves, minutely different from the last. Beyond here is the engineering section, which is not open to this delegation. I looked around at my fellow delegates, seeing their poorly concealed expressions of relief. Everyone was profoundly bored. The last thing they wanted now was to walk along halls of incomprehensible machinery, listening to an unending monotonous commentary on power couplings and confinement chamber integrity. I kept my own darker amusement in check. The engineering and propulsion section of Salvation of Life was actually a lot smaller than the Olyux claimed. EOL-2, like all the Olyux, had lied to us. Salvation of Life contained a 4th biochamber. Back in 2189, Ainsley Zangari's Olyux monitoring office positioned 5 stealth satellites in a rosette formation, 2 million kilometers out from the Salvation of Life. They contained small portal doors leading back to Tuca, an asteroid in Jupiter's trailing Trojans. As far as the rest of the Sol system was concerned, Tuca was just another independent tax haven rock, but it actually contained a station that handled all our passive sensor flights. Day after day, pea-sized probes would be shot out of the satellite portals, flying along trajectories that would take them close to the Salvation of Life. Some would spin out thin strands of magnetically sensitive gossamer, mapping the Ark ship's flux fields. Others scanned for exotic neutrinos, analyzing the propulsion system, which remained highly radioactive from the antimatter reaction, itself a strong neutrino emitter. The majority were solid mass detectors with micro-transmitters. They would glide along hyper-accurate trajectories, measuring the minuscule course variance as they tracked around Salvation, due to its correspondingly tiny gravity field, which varied according to density. That was what gave us our first clues that the Olyaks weren't being entirely honest. The Rio Quarter had a density that couldn't be accounted for by the cavities that the Olyaks said made up their engineering and propulsion section. It wasn't as big as the trio of biochambers that humans were permitted to visit, but right behind Biochamber 3, the arid one, was a hollow space approximately 5 kilometers long. That, we concluded, had to be the heart of their clandestine activities. My goal. The delegation reconvened under a broad, high pergola, draped in violet flowering vines, close to the equatorial ponds of the first biochamber. It was all very convivial, with a refreshment table and comfy chairs in a loose semicircle. EL-2 rested its heavy body on a wide stool that curved around its lower abdomen. "I hope you found the tour informative," it said over the general phone link. We sipped our teas and coffees as we nodded reassurance. I'd grabbed an espresso, but somehow the taste was dulled by the ever-present smell of alien spice. "You have 3 distinct biochambers," the Cardinal said. "Are you divided along your original cultural lines? I understand your interest in different cultural fractions," EL-2 said. "However, after a voyage so long, we are as one, a monoculture. So, were there different cultures on your home world?" I watched a small ripple progress around EL-2's midsection flesh skirt. Xenopsychologists who'd spent a lifetime studying the Olyaks assumed it was either irritation or amusement. "We no longer know what we left behind," EL-2 said, "for we look to the future, never the past. To us, it is obvious that a sentient species will eventually refine and resolve upon a single life philosophy as it matures. You are diverse, because you are physically widespread and can indulge any number of experimental principles and ideas. As you are young, such exploration is good for you. However, despite this current period of extraordinary physical and political expansion you pursue, it is our belief that you will regather yourselves eventually and live under a unified monoculture. The superior, most liberal, most welcoming of your cultures will spread and adapt and eventually absorb to incorporate all others. Your merging legal systems and binding trans-government treaties are evidence of this, to us at least." "You believe our religions will merge?" the Cardinal asked, which brought a lot of smiles. "The God at the end of time will come to pass when all sentience, all thought, binds together within the great collapse of space-time. During the growth of entropy, which is the past and future history of the universe, the God is many. Humans have already been blessed to witness fragments of the ultimate coalescence, which have formed the base of all your religious beliefs, interpreted in your many ways. We understand this, for we underwent it ourselves when we were first gifted with sentience. But there will only be one God in the end, which is when its true form will be revealed to all who have pilgrimaged successfully. If you are lucky, if you remain open to the divine as you seem to be, you may hear a whisper of God's message again. Already you anticipate this, I believe. The second coming, end of days, revelation, rapture, reincarnation, to name but a few. So many of God's concepts are already bestowed upon your thoughts. They link many of your diverse cultures and will flourish into a web upon which you can build your eventual unity." Nahwell inclined his head toward me and muttered, "Is it politically incorrect to mention steady-state theory in front of an Olyaks?" I just managed to keep myself from laughing out loud. "I have a question," the delegation's imam said, an old man with a full white beard and spotless black robes. To my mind, his stern voice indicated he wasn't going with the Olyaks' liberal interpretation of how the prophet's vision came to be. "You claim to be on pilgrimage to the end of time. If so, do you welcome humans who might wish to join with you?" "Certainly," EL-2 said quickly.
There are practical concerns, of course. We would have to adapt your biology to effectively provide you with immortality. Our K-cells are a good start on that endeavor, but considerable work remains to be done."
The Imam gave Eol-2 a disbelieving stare. "You mean the Ulyks are already immortal?"
"The bodies of a quint are the vessel of the mind, carrying it through time. We continue to reproduce physically, for all biological bodies decay over time, even ours. However, our identity remains steadfast."
"So there are no new Ulyks?"
Nahuel said. "No. Physically and spiritually we have matured as far as possible. As you would put it, we have reached the end of our evolution. This is why we have embarked on our great journey. There is nothing else left for us in this universe."
"I find that hard to believe," the Cardinal said.
"God's universe is bountiful and limitless. We know all there is to know about this creation. Therefore we await that which is to come after. After, the God at the end of time will look back upon the life of the universe and use what it finds to create a new and better universe from the void into which all will collapse."
"That promise of immortality sounds suspiciously like a bribe to me," the Imam said.
"It cannot be," Eol-2 replied. "Immortality, extending through this life and into the next, is something that only a mature mind can accept. If you are not worthy of it, you would never survive such an existence. And remember, there is no return from the path we would share. You would have to be very sure of yourself to accept such a daunting offer. We do not consider it a bribe. Abandoning all that you are, your belief, your life, is a decision you must come to by yourself."
"Then tell me why you are alone in the salvation of life," the Imam said. "You have been traveling for countless millennia. You have visited thousands of stars. Why has no one else joined you?"
"That is the saddest part of our journey, for we have discovered how terribly rare life is in this galaxy, and sentient life is the rarest of all. So many times we have listened to the faint radio cries of civilizations as they rise and fall. Very few ever succeed in reaching the stage you have achieved. Normally, all we find are empty ruins and creatures who have sunk back into the unthinking abyss as their star grows cold. This is why we love and cherish you so much. You are the most precious of all life, and to coexist in a galaxy so vast in space and time, to actually meet you and offer guidance, is truly a miracle. It will probably only happen a dozen times between now and the end of our flight."
"Statistics can be a real bitch, it would seem," the Cardinal said in a level tone. I caught the Imam's lips twitching in surreptitious satisfaction.
"Do you have any records of these lost civilizations you encountered?" Nahuel asked. "I would be most fascinated to see them."
"I will inquire," Eol-2 said.
"They would be small indeed, for we place no importance on such encounters. Our gaze is upon the future and the glory that awaits us there."
"What are your thoughts?" Nahuel asked me that evening as we ate supper. Thankfully, we'd been entrusted to manage that by ourselves. Eol-2 had shown us a communal area beside the yurts, with freezers full of prepackaged human meals and a row of microwaves, along with a small selection of bottles. Before leaving us, Eol-2 imparted our schedule for tomorrow, which was mostly lectures going into greater detail of the pilgrimage, and what their equivalent of philosophers thought they could contribute to the gods' deliberations about what universe to usher into existence next. There was also time reserved for us to advance our beliefs to the Ulyks, but to me that looked like a polite afterthought. "I think we need an astrophysicist to start asking some difficult questions about quantum cosmology," I told him.
"I believe those questions have been asked many times since contact. No substantiated astrophysical proof has ever been provided for their assertion that the universe is cyclic in nature, and each iteration can only exist for a finite time. In that respect, they exceed even our most facile popularist politicians when it comes to delivering on a promise."
"That's what I'm finding the most difficult about this," I admitted. "They reached a technological level that allowed them to build the salvation of life, and heaven knows how many other ark ships. They've devoted their everlasting lives to voyaging to the end of the universe, which,
face it, is probably going to be physically impossible. Yet they can't provide quantifiable scientific proof that the universe follows the cyclic theory. The Cardinal turned to face me. We have enough evidence in cosmological background radiation to confirm the Big Bang, which in itself argues against steady state. At least the Big Bang allows for a theoretical state that will lead to an ultimate heat death, Nahwell said. Not that the heat death of the universe is the ideal sequence to birth this God at the end of time. I'm not even sure you can call heat death the end of time. An emergent God would have to reverse the maximum entropy state, the Cardinal mused. That's not an act of creation. It's regenerating what already exists. We're getting lost in semantics, Nahwell countered. 42. Excuse me, I queried. Old joke, the Cardinal admitted. The number of angels that can actually dance on a pinhead. See, I told both of them, this is why we need an astrophysicist. You are right, my friend, Nahwell said insistently. Everything they do is based on the cyclic theory, but they have provided nothing to prove its eventuality. It could even be said they refuse to supply it. Yet, paradoxically, their belief is so strong, so intrinsic to what they are, that a proof must surely exist. Nobody would travel like this without proof. Ah! The Cardinal held up a whiskey tumbler and smiled contentedly at us. This is why we are here, is it not? We are the ones who understand. Above all, you have to have faith. Cheers. He downed the shot in one. I got back to my yurt and sniffed cautiously. Sure enough, there was a melange of spice, flower perfume, and cologne. I went into the bathroom area and carefully opened the cupboard doors. The eggs had hatched, producing 500 flies that were crawling sluggishly all over the shelf. Most of the nutrient in the glasses had been consumed. I told Sanjay to switch on my emitter peripheral. The tiny lens embedded in my left eye began to shine ultraviolet light across the seething mass of insects. The flies had synthetic 8-letter DNA, which, as well as accelerating their pupae stage, gave them a neuroprocessor instead of a natural brain. My ultraviolet pulse triggered a full boot-up, which took about a second. In response, they all activated their emitters. The cupboard was doused in ultraviolet light, as the link program connected them into a coherent swarm. Data splashed down my Tarsus lenses. Hatching rate had been over 90% successful. Malformation rate was under 2%. Link connection was enacted. I had a viable swarm, each one endowed with a biosensor capable of detecting a quantum spatial entanglement, courtesy of their 8-letter DNA. Individually, the detector worked at extremely short range, just a couple of meters. Collectively, that sense was expanded by 2 orders of magnitude. Now all I had to do was get the swarm to the general area where we suspected the portals were situated, Biochamber 4. Sections of my baggies unclipped into a series of innocuous rods and rings, but clipped together in the right sequence, they became basic tools: spanner, screwdriver, pliers. I took the panel off the side of the bath and set about opening the hatch cover underneath. Like the rest of the bathroom, it was human-built, with lock nuts on each corner that had stiffened over time. After plenty of sweaty effort, I got them all off and levered the hatch up. No matter what angle I looked at it, that opening was not large. Getting through was going to be tight and most likely painful, but other agents had gotten through on scouting runs, so I stripped off and took my jogging kit out of my baggies. Like every good fitness fanatic, I used several layers, from inner skin tights to more baggy outers, finishing with a waterproof layer for any inclement weather. I was only interested in the skin tights, which gripped as tight as any wetsuit. The top even had a hood, which, combined with my sunglasses, covered every square centimeter of skin. Sanjay interfaced with it, and the fabric surface turned a perfect blank. As well as being visually non-reflective, it absorbed a vast section of the electromagnetic spectrum, should you try probing it with radar or laser sweeps. And that was just its outer surface. Long ribbons of thermal battery were woven into the arms, legs, spine, neck, and skull, which used a web of heat duct fibers to soak up all my body heat, making me thermally neutral. The ribbons could accumulate 10 hours of heat before they needed to pump it out. A gill mask muted my breath, siphoning out the heat and scrubbing telltale biochemical leaks. Wearing that stealth suit, I was like an empty, human-shaped hole in the universe. Sanjay linked to the fly swarm and sent them streaming down through the hatchway. I sucked in my gut and slipped through after them,
There was a cramped utility compartment running under all the yurts. It was filled with human-built sanitation equipment, which sterilized all the water and effluent from the baths, showers, and toilets above. Chemical and solid waste were separated out and stored in tanks that would ultimately be vented into space, while the clean water was released back into the salvation of life's main environmental cycle. That was the outlet pipe I was looking for. The compartment's floor was made from thick carbon slabs, as hard as granite. Agents we'd sent in before had cut the slab that the outlet pipe went through, slicing it into manageable rectangles with angled sides to hold them in place. Pulling them up was a bitch. They were as heavy as stone, and I was crouched over, which is a bad position to be lifting. Eventually I got them clear and dropped down through the hole into a tunnel carved into the naked rock. Pipes and cables ran along it, not all rigid and fastened into place like humans would lay them, but twining around like ivy, clinging to the tunnel walls. They even looked like they were alive, or at least had been. I thought maybe a plant with hollow trunks like terrestrial bamboo that grew along the tunnel, then died and hardened, producing a natural tube. It made a kind of sense, given the way the Olyaks like to integrate their biological systems with mechanical ones. Sanjay splashed an enhanced image across my Tarsus lenses. The suit's thermal sensors showed me that several of the meandering tubes were warm, containing a heated fluid of some type, while the magnetic scan gave power cables a gold sparkle glow. My inertial navigation took a location fix, and I set off down the tunnel. 20% of the fly swarm was behind me as I scrambled over the meandering tubes, covering my ass in case an Olyaks came along on an inspection or maintenance job. The rest buzzed on ahead, scouting the way. Just as in the tunnel we'd driven through earlier, there were intersections and splits. Some went straight up, others branched down into the unknown depths. There were times when the tunnel sloped so much I had to get down on my hands and knees and crawl along to stop myself from slipping. Inevitably, it wasn't a straight route toward the rear of the Ark ship. I had to check the inertial navigation every time the swarm found another junction, working out which was the way forward. 5 times I miscalculated and had to turn back and try again as the tunnel I chose started to curve away. But then some tunnels were almost devoid of cables and tubes, allowing me to jog along for long stretches. Without those, I would never have made it back before morning. After the inertial navigation confirmed I'd passed the end of the 3rd biochamber, I started looking for a route into the 4th. There were plenty of junctions that had branched off into the bigger transport tunnels, with vehicles trundling along them. I began splitting the swarm at intersections, sending them out exploring farther ahead. Eventually, when I was 400 meters short of where we'd worked out the 4th biochamber to be, I found a transport tunnel that seemed to be heading in the right direction. The swarm flew on ahead, but there were no vehicles about. My problem now was the light. The transport tunnel was illuminated by long bright strips halfway up the walls. If the swarm saw anything coming, I'd have to sprint for a junction. There weren't many of them. 400 meters. Most Olympic athletes could cover that distance in 45 seconds. I was fit and had some GNAP treatments, but not to that level. Besides, I was in a 2/3 gravity field, also not conducive to speed. Best estimate was over a minute. The swarm snaked through the air in a long line before starting to spread out. There were 3 junctions between me and the start of the 4th biochamber. That gave me reasonable odds of reaching cover if anything appeared. I drew down some deep breaths, then started running. 1:17, if you're that keen to know. I didn't go balls out because I might need to keep moving when I reached it, or race back. The 4th biochamber had a climate similar to the 1st. Its vegetation seemed more wild and ragged, as if they didn't maintain it to the same standard. There were no Olyaks near the tunnel entrance. I scooted into the cover of the shaggy trees and sent the swarm out in a circular formation, scanning for signs of life. 100-meter perception bubble revealed dozens of birds, hundreds of insects, but no large alien bodies moving around. My peripherals swept the electromagnetic spectrum, which was almost silent. The trees threw heavy shade on the ground. It was useful cover. I stayed underneath the branches as the swarm reshaped into a row and began a circumferential sweep, the first of many. Sanjay was already plotting a methodical spiral course that would see them cover the entire interior. Looking up through the gaps in the leaves, I saw a distinct clearing along the equatorial line. The trees had given way to a perfectly circular patch of mustard-yellow moss. At the center was a 5-sided pyramid structure,
an easy 100 meters high, but only 20 meters across the base. I'd never seen any kind of building in the other 3 biochambers. When I shifted position to get a better view, I caught sight of another clearing, also on the equator. I moved out into an open area between the trees. There were 5 identical clearings, each with a tall structure in the middle. I diverted the swarm to the nearest one, so they could relay high-resolution scans back to me. The Assessment Team, Ferreton Kane, Nkia, June 26, 2204. Okay, and? Callum asked in fascination. Those structures in the center of each clearing were like slim Aztec temples, or very tall obelisks, I told my rapt audience. Personally, I prefer the second option. They didn't seem to have any kind of entrance, at least not at ground level, and there weren't any openings higher up either. But the clincher is the hieroglyphics. The exterior of each one was covered in them. Have you translated it? Erdland asked eagerly. No, I admitted, letting a hint of frustration show. This isn't like a code or an ancient human language. There is no possible Rosetta Stone available to us here. The symbols are plain enough, just lines and shapes, but they are completely alien. There's simply no way of interpreting them. The only way we'll ever get to find out what they say is to ask the Olyaks, and we can't really do that. I don't get it, Loy said in a petulant tone. Why would they keep them secret? The one thing the fly swarm did determine for me was the type of stone they were made out of, I said. What is it? Sedimentary. It had a granular structure. There were no sharp edges left anywhere, and a lot of the symbols had worn down, which is significant in that placid environment. So? Kandara demanded. The salvation of life was an asteroid, Alik explained to her in a tediously patronizing tone. You only find sedimentary rock on a planet, which means those obelisks were brought on board from what? He lifted a quizzical eyebrow at me. The Olyaks' homeworld? That's our theory, I said. The obelisks are incredibly ancient, which makes them the most sacred relics the Olyaks possess. Obviously, they have a deeply religious significance. It may even be that those symbols contain their proof of the cyclic state universe, which, given the level of their orthodoxy, can never be challenged, let alone by an upstart species like us. Hence the whole secrecy obsession, Kandara concluded, her head dipping in understanding. Callum leaned forward in his chair, keen for details. What about the fly swarm? Did they detect any quantum spatial entanglement? No. I shrugged. Obviously there's a great deal of volume inside the salvation of life we haven't explored, but the 4th biochamber is their biggest, darkest secret, and in strategic terms, it's irrelevant. They just don't want us disbelieving aliens contaminating it with our heresy. I could tell from Callum's creased brow that he was about to fire off another query, which is when events became strange. I saw Alik starting to pour himself another bourbon from his precious vintage bottle. His focus shifted to me, his eyes widening, betraying surprise. Then his fingers began to open, allowing the bottle to fall. My attention flowed to Kandara in the chair next to him, who was grabbing a handful of roast pistachios from a dish. Her formidable muscles were stiffening in a classic threat response. I even saw her forearm flesh ripple as buried peripherals activated. Suspicion and alarm triggered a strong sense of threat within me, and I determined something very wrong was occurring behind my chair. My head started to turn as I heard Callum's panicked yell begin, and I caught a blur of motion. Jessica was standing behind me, face contorted with effort, her arms gripping a long red pole she was swinging toward me. Instinct forced my own arm up protectively even as I attempted to duck. It was no use at all. She was moving too fast. Then I saw the wickedly sharp head of the fire axe as it expanded into my vision, becoming my whole universe. I even briefly heard the cracking sound of my skull breaking as it struck. Then the blade penetrated my brain. Julos, year 593 AA. Before they left, before every item of human technology in the Julos star system was reduced to its constituent atoms, they went back to Kabronsky Station's garden for a final nostalgic look. Their marbled table by the little waterfall was still there, the elegant koi sliding about in the water just as they always had. I feel like we should take them with us, Delian said, as he watched the fish glide across the pond and vanish under the sluggish waterfall, only to reappear again a few seconds later.
Urella slipped her arm around his shoulders. You can't think like that. Not anymore. I know. Together they looked up through the vaulting geodesic glass roof. Julas was a thick crescent below the station, its terminator line creeping across the Deng Ocean. It's beautiful, she said wistfully. We can come back. When it's over. That would be nice. I don't think there would be many of us, though. Really? I bet most of the squad would come. Hell, maybe most of the Morgan. Where else could we go? This is home. She gave him a gentle kiss. It's where we were born. It's where we trained. But home? I don't think we have one. Not yet. That's something we have to build for ourselves. Afterwards. Hey, who knows? Perhaps the Sanctuary star legend will turn out to be real after all, and we can go and live there. He gazed up at the blue and white crescent, his mind filling in the continental coastlines on the night side. You know, back on Earth, they said whole continents were lit up by city lights at night, that they were like miniature galaxies. Can you imagine that? There were so many of us on one world. And look what happened to them. Human worlds can't afford that kind of population again. Not until we win the war. We have to have enough traveler generation ships to lift everyone off a settled planet in an emergency. Nobody must ever be left behind. Not again. But if we could have stayed here, what a world we would have built. Urella rested her cheek on the top of his head. You really are an old romantic at heart, aren't you? I just believe in us, that's all. I mean, look at it. Delian gestured extravagantly at the planet. We did that. It was a lump of naked rock when our ancestors arrived. 50 years to terraform it. 50 years. That's how long it took us to give life to a whole planet. And it's brilliant. It's tragic. It'll still be here when this is all over. We were careful. No signal ever escaped. They don't know humans were here, and they never will now. I hope you're right. All the worlds in this system have terrestrial life on them now. Bacteria in the comets, lichen on the asteroids, weird frogs on Cathar's moons. She grinned at the memory. Damn right. Even if they pulverized Julos, they can't eliminate us from this system now. Terrestrial DNA is here to stay. We mutate, we adapt, we evolve every time. In 1 billion years, this will still belong to our life. Because we rock. He tilted his head back to kiss her. Beside them, the waterfall cascade slowly shrank away until only drips were falling from the stony lip. A loud chime sounded across the garden zone. Time to go, Urella said softly. They both looked up at Julos again for a long moment, then made their way along the path to the exit. The Morgan was made up of 7 principal structures, all contained in spherical grids 1,500 meters in diameter, with silver thorn thermodumps rising up out of the strut junctions, like metallic porcupine spikes to radiate excess heat out into space. The rear globe contained the gravitonic drive, capable of accelerating the battleship up to 0.9 light speed. Next came the main aneutronic fusion generators and their ancillaries, along with tanks of boron-11 and hydrogen fuel. Ahead of that, the third globe was basically a warehouse, containing asteroid mining equipment, along with refineries and one-stage von Neumann replicators. It was the same payload every human traveler generation ship carried, giving them the ability to start an entire high-level civilization in whatever star system they arrived at. As long as there was solid matter available, in the form of planets, asteroids, or comets, human society could build habitats and thrive. Globe 4 was the main life support section, housing a pair of counter-rotating toroids that offered a pleasant, park-like environment and comfortable apartments for the Morgan's 5,000-strong crew. Ahead of that was the weapons level, packed with a long and frighteningly impressive inventory of munitions that could devastate entire star systems, let alone enemy ships. Then came the hangar, with 50 Gen 10 controlled attack cruisers, capable of 100G acceleration, along with 15 troop carriers designed for both deep space and atmospheric flight. Finally, the forward globe housed the main portal shield, which would open out like an umbrella around the warship to swallow any interstellar dust and gas the Morgan encountered at its incredible velocity, shunting it harmlessly away through twinned portals, trailing a light second behind the ship. Delian and Urella were among the last to arrive on board, which won them a knowing wink from Jank and smiles from the rest of the squad. The Morgan's crew was assembled in the main auditorium. Delian was still getting used to the relatively fast gravity spin of the toroid, so he had to hold the back of the seats as he made his way down the road to his squad. Captain Kenelm
walked on to the stage just as Delian sat down. C was tall, though not as tall as Urella, wearing a smart grey and blue uniform that had a single star on its epaulet. Delian gave the uniform a curious look as part of his brain categorized it as a sad and silly historical throwback. It wasn't that the crew hadn't worn their uniforms before, but seeing the captain standing there in the flesh, ready to give her departure speech, was a hard reality strike. He'd been operating within a hierarchy for his whole life, but this, being on a warship about to launch into the galaxy, this made it suddenly very tangible. They were going out to fight, and there was a good chance they might actually die. His hand fumbled for Urella's. Even the melancholic humour she'd shown a few minutes ago in the garden had now vanished. He knew she was just as nervous as he was. The screen at the rear of the stage came on with a live feed, showing a battleship accelerating slowly away from its skyfort berth. Delian's databud identified it as the Asher. 3 advanced siege ships accompanied it.
"I wish Alexandra was here,"
Urella whispered.
"I miss her."
"Me too. But Z did see you reunited with the rest of us before her Traveller Generation ship left. I think that made her happy at the end." Urella nodded, a glint of moisture in her eyes.
"I wanted her to come with us."
C couldn't. C was too old. C knew that right from the start, when C left her own family behind to raise us.
"I know. I'm being selfish."
He squeezed her hand.
"Me too."
Up on the screen, the Asher and her escorts were closing on the clump of coiling fronds, barely 100 meters across, that was an interstellar portal. The loops began to glow a dark blue. Then they were blossoming, expanding out as if a circle of the planet's midnight blue sky was spilling across space. The cerulean haze faded to black, and the portal was indistinguishable from the rest of the starfield above Julos. The Asher slipped through the hole first, quickly followed by the siege ships. As soon as they were all through, the portal closed up behind them, its constituent fronds shrinking back to a seething clutch of insubstantial energy folds. The auditorium burst into a round of applause, but Delian carried on watching the screen. He knew people on the Asher. Now they were gone, lost to him forever in both space and time. The other side of that portal had been travelling at 0.98 light speed away from Julos for more than 500 years, ever since the Traveller Generation ship had arrived, one of thousands of identical portals that had been sent out along random courses, providing an escape route should the enemy detect that Julos was home to human civilization. Now another portal was expanding, glowing a hellish orange against the stars as it opened to its twin deep in Cathar's atmosphere. The skyfort began to twist and buckle as it was captured by the pull of abnormally strong gravity. Chunks broke off, twirling away into the blaze, streaming ahead of the skyfort itself, which was now moving with increasing speed into the smouldering abyss. There was no applause this time, just a wise, sober acknowledgement of the skyfort's fall into the heart of the gas giant, where the hypervelocity storms and terrible gravity gradient would pull the detritus down and down until it became nothing but a smear of heavy atoms slithering atop the planet's metallic hydrogen core. All of Julos's orbital defenses were scheduled to follow it. Then the portals themselves would surrender and collapse. The Julos system would be naked among the myriad stars once more, with teeming life and crumbling ruins the only legacy that humans had once visited. "I would like us to take a moment," Captain Kenelm said in a level voice. "We should thank this star and its planets for being a peerless haven to so many of our ancestors. Humans have lived a good life here, and now it is our turn to honor and repay that gift. We venture out into the galaxy to join the very saints themselves. Somewhere out there, they are waiting for us. When they call, and they will, we will join them, no matter how far away they are in time and in space. Know this, saints, we will not let you down." "We will not let you down," Delian intoned, along with the rest of the audience. He'd said it 1,000 times in his life, but this time it finally meant something. "We're on our way." Kenelm gestured with his palms, and everybody stood. "The Morgan is about to launch," C said. Behind her, the screen was showing a view from the front of the Morgan. Up ahead, a twisting grey knot was churning amid the stars. "We thank you, St. Yuri Alster, for your fortitude," Kenelm said respectfully. "We thank you, St. Yuri," the auditorium responded. The portal turned blue and began to swell out, its physical components undulating in a fast rhythm. "We thank you, St. Callum Hepburn, for your compassion. We thank you, St. Callum."
The Morgan started to accelerate smoothly as the hole across interstellar space stabilized. "We thank you, St. Candara Martinez, for your strength. We thank you, St. Candara." Beautiful new stars were glimmering through the darkness at the center of the portal. "We thank you, St. Alik Monday, for your resolution. We thank you, St. Alik." Delian smiled and held his breath as they traveled more than 500 light years in a single heartbeat. "And lastly, we thank St. Jessica Mai for traveling out of darkness to guide us. We thank you, St. Jessica." Unknown constellations shone bright around the Morgan and its accompanying seed ships. Behind it, the portal closed. Then the entanglement ended, and the mechanism died. Delian stared at the wondrous sweep of fresh stars outside. "The Olyaks are out there somewhere," he said it loudly, as a raw challenge to the universe into which he was venturing. "Hiding like we used to. But we're not hiding anymore now. We're coming for you, fuckers." The Assessment Team. Nkia, June 26th, 2204. Everyone in the lounge was perfectly still. 3 targeting lasers produced small red dots on Jessica's forehead. The only sound was the steady drip, drip, drip of blood from Ferreton's ruined skull. Jessica kept hold of the fire axe handle, her gaze moving across the room, from Alik to Kandara to Callum, and finally to Yuri. In an astonishingly level voice, she said, "Look at the brain." "What the fuck?" Callum bellowed. Eldland began a high, keening sound of distress, slapping her hand across her mouth. Loy turned his head away and threw up. "What?" Yuri demanded. "What?" I said, "Look at the brain. Can I take my hands off the axe?" "You move like a glacier is fast." Alik growled at her. "You let go and put your arms high, then link your fingers over your head. Take 1 step back. Understand?" "I understand." Letting go now. Very carefully, she released her grip on the handle. The axe sagged down as the blade pivoted around inside the skull, ripping more brain tissue. Ferreton's body began to slouch forward, only just staying in the chair. Kandara's face produced an expression of extreme distaste. "Mother Mary." Her arms in the air, fingers locked, Jessica took a step back. "Look at the brain." Alik and Kandara glanced at each other. "You cover her," Alik said. Kandara nodded sharply, keeping her gaze on Jessica. "Got it." Her left arm was held perfectly level, a slit of flesh along the forearm open to expose a small silver cylinder that never wavered from its lock on Jessica's head. "Go see what the sweet fuck she's talking about." The target laser shining from Alik's upper wrist switched off. He took a cautious step forward. Even his forehead crinkled up as he peered at the slumped figure. He held his breath and reluctantly pulled the axe free. It made a horrible squelching sound as the blade came out. Alik leaned forward a fraction. Everyone heard him suck down a breath. He gave Jessica a confused stare. "What the fuck?" "What is it?" Yuri asked. Alik flinched. "I don't know." Yuri took an impatient step over and examined the massive wound in Ferreton's skull. "Shit." He gave Jessica an astonished look. "What the bloody hell's in there, man?" Callum demanded. "It's an Olyak's brain," Jessica told him. "Bollocks!" "See for yourself," she said. "That's not human grey matter. The Olyak scooped out Ferreton's brain and replaced it with one from a quint. Does that procedure sound familiar?" Yuri scowled at her. Callum walked over, grimacing against the carnage, forcing himself to look down into the gore. He knew what a human brain looked like, and whatever the mass of tissue was inside Ferreton's skull, it wasn't human. The structure was all wrong. Long strands arranged neatly, rather than the usual jumble of lobes, and beneath the thick splatter of blood, the surface was fishbelly white. "No fucking way!" "It is a brain of a quint unit," Jessica said, "which means the other 4 bodies in the Union have seen and heard everything that Ferreton heard and saw, including the damaged ship. They will also know every aspect of your Olyak's monitoring office." "Fucking hell," Yuri grunted in dismay. "What do you mean, their damaged ship?" Kandara asked. "That ship outside? It's an Olyak's mid-level transport. It was traveling back to their enclave when my colleague crashed it out of the wormhole." "The Olyaks have a wormhole?" Callum asked numbly. "But—" He turned to Yuri. "Did you know all this?" Yuri shook his head. his gaze never leaving Jessica. "That's how I knew Ferriton was part of an Olyx quint," Jessica said. "The fourth chamber in the Salvation of Life is not full of precious artifacts. It contains a wormhole terminus, which leads back to the Enclave. They all do." "All?" Callum implored. "The Olyx always arrive in vessels like the Salvation of Life. It is a subterfuge, which allows them to observe the species they've discovered before they elevate them." "Elevate?" Eldon asked weakly. "Take them on their pilgrimage to the god at the end of time. And trust me, joining them isn't voluntary. They seize every sentient race they find. They already have thousands imprisoned back in their enclave. Maybe more." "I don't believe a fucking word of this," Alec snapped. "I mean, just how the fuck could you know all this shit?" Jessica's expression turned sorrowful. "Because I am Neana." "What the fuck is that?" "Alien, but not an Olyx. We're very different." "Oh, Jesus wept." "Do you recall the Fermi paradox?" Jessica asked. Fermi asked, "Where are they?" You always assumed life in the galaxy is rare, that because of its size you would never coexist with another species. That is only partly true. When sentience arises, and begins to make itself known with radio emissions, the Olyx arrive, with their false friendship and their religious greed. So, in truth, the answer to Fermi is, we have been hiding, and now you must join us, out in the silent darkness between the stars. That is where you will be safe." "Your colleague is Sochko, right?" Yuri said. "Yes. He allowed himself to be captured by Baptiste Devroy's people during the firefight on Althea. We have been searching for an Olyx snatch operation since our arrival. Horatio Seymour was a stroke of good fortune. The Olyx proxies, like Devroy, would be instructed to snatch low-visibility humans, and that's what Horatio was, apart from Gwendolen. She was a rogue factor that would elude even the most talented matcher." "Holy shit," an ashen Loy muttered, looking like he might be sick again. "So Sochko is the one who crashed that ship out of the wormhole," Yuri said. "He flew it here. He switched on the beacon before he went back into hibernation." "Correct. Our bodies have the ability to resist contamination by Olyx biotechnology. They would have been unable to elevate him, though that would not have been apparent to them at first. It gave him time to infiltrate their operation. I have been waiting for a disabled Olyx ship to be detected ever since the firefight at the warehouse." "Son of a bitch," Alec spat. "Then the others in the ship, they've been elevated." "The Olyx truly believe the god at the end of time to be real. It will coalesce out of the thoughts of every species left as the universe collapses. Because life is so rare, and so many civilizations are destined to fall long before the end of time, the Olyx see it as their duty to carry every sentient species to the apex of evolution. But the god only needs your thoughts, your personality, not your body. The Olyx have been stealing humans right from the start to experiment on. We were the ones who started the rumor about K-cells making brain transplants possible, because we knew that's what they do, allowing a captured, caught-out body to move among you unseen. But their main focus, the reason they snatched so many people, was to research the best way to sustain a human brain on the pilgrimage. Their technology is far more advanced than they have revealed to you." "That's insane," Callum protested. "Even if the universe was cyclical and due to collapse, that won't happen for billions of years. I don't care how bloody good your technology is. You can't keep a brain alive for that long." "The Olyx's journey will not take them billions of years," Jessica said wearily. "Their enclave is an extremely sophisticated manipulation of space-time. Minutes pass inside it, while the millennia flow by outside. It is what makes them so difficult to fight." "Is that why you're here?" Kandara asked. "To get us to join you in some kind of galactic war? A counter-crusade?" "No. You are on your own. I do not know where the Neana are, or even if they still exist. My people fled the Olyx eons ago. There is no knowing how far they have gone now. I know some part of them remains in this galaxy, for that is where I come from. But we were never given any knowledge of them, in case we were captured. My colleagues and I have discussed this many times. We assumed the logical thing for the Neana would be to leave this galaxy altogether. It may be that they just left automated stations behind, alert for new species so they can send guides, like me." Kandara looked over at Yuri. "Do you believe her?" He glanced down at the pale alien flesh inside Ferriton's skull.
I believe they caught Ferriton when he was on his spy mission. That means Ainsley was right all along. I don't know what they'll do. If they'll elevate us like Jessica claims, or just nuke us back to the Stone Age. But I accept the Olyaks are not our friends. Kandara nodded. I agree. Until anything better comes along. Her targeting laser switched off, and she lowered her arm as the flesh resealed over the weapon. I'm watching you, she told Jessica. If it bothered Jessica, she didn't show it. If any of you have received K-cell implants, I would advise you to have them surgically removed immediately, she said. They can alter and multiply faster than any tumor. That's why they were given to you. And the salvation of life now has confirmation humans have been warned by the Neana. I'm sorry, but that isn't good. They will begin your elevation. Yeah? How? Alik demanded. I'd like to see them try. The Salvation's a big-ass ship for sure, but it's only one, all by itself, and Alpha Defense has a shitload of real evil weapons. I told you, Jessica said. The Salvation of Life contains the entrance to a wormhole that leads back to the Olyaks Enclave. They will send an armada of their Deliverance-class ships through to elevate you. In simple terms, that's a planetary invasion force. Jesus fucking what? Alik snarled. He turned to confront Yuri. We have to go. Now, we have to get back to the portal and warn Alpha Defense. We certainly do, Yuri said. How the fuck are you so calm about this? Smiling, Yuri took a dark 10-centimeter disc from his pocket and placed it on the floor. Thread it, he said loudly. Callum peered at the disc's eerily black surface and grinned. I taught you well. Yuri gave him the finger as a slim rectangular portal slid out from the disc. You son of a bitch, Alik grunted. A wider rectangle was threading out. Callum and Loy deployed the short legs on its back, readying it to thread a full-size portal door. Old times, Callum said. No, Jessica told him. They are over. Forever. Ainsley and Amelia are going to love talking to you, he told her. Good. I have a lot to tell them. Geo Ferriton Quint, The Salvation of Life, June 26th, 2204. The Olyaks do not have pain. We eradicated it from our new bodies when we elevated to them at the beginning of our pilgrimage to the end of the universe. But our human body, Geo Ferriton, experienced a ferocious spike of pain impulses as the female alien's axe blade smashed into our skull. We were attuned to human thought routines, enabling our responses and reactions to emulate original Ferriton Kane without arousing suspicion. The nerve signals from the blade cutting into our strange geoferriton flesh and bone was interpreted correctly. It was agony. Our remaining 4 Olyaks bodies temporarily lost control of their limb function. We wanted to cry, but we had no tear ducts. We wanted to scream, but we had no vocal cords. We yearned for the pain to end. That was swiftly granted. Our geoferriton body died. Its mind function vanished from our entangled essence. We had experienced single mind function loss hundreds of times before, as we replaced an old body within the Quint, but never like this. The rest of our bodies were almost paralyzed from the shock. We have no coping mechanism for such an experience. We have no endorphin override. Ferriton's legacy was an immediate craving for both these very human things. Slowly, we regained equilibrium. Our thoughts first turned to replacing our geoferriton body to become full Quint again. This was accompanied by regret at the loss we had just suffered. Regret is alien. Therefore we learned that absorbing alien thoughts to perform a subterfuge is dangerous. It detracts from our purity. We will not undertake such a task again. We have no need to. The Salvation of Life's one mind queried us, its serene essence curious at our eccentric outburst of chaotic thoughts. Explain the occurrence, it asked. We are now 4 Geo. Our geoferriton body was killed. How? The suspect human, Jessica Mai, inserted an axe into geoferriton's head, causing immediate fatal damage. Why? We must have said something to betray Ferriton was Olyaks. We determine this would be our statement that the 4th chamber was a biochamber containing holy relics. If Jessica Mai knew this to be incorrect,
she would know Feraton Kane had been compromised. In order to know that, she would have to be Neana. They are here, the Salvation of Life said in disapproval. Therefore, Sochko is also Neana. Yes, he ruined the transport ship's one mind and crashed it out of the wormhole. The humans now know our purpose. They do. We cannot lose the humans to the sedition of the Neana. Humans are vibrant and beautiful. The God at the end of time will love them. It will love us for carrying them with us. Yes, we agreed. The Salvation of Life's one mind opened itself to all its Olyaks. We will now begin the human elevation. This concludes Salvation by Peter F. Hamilton, narrated by John Lee. Copyright 2018 by Peter F. Hamilton. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Peter F. Hamilton, care of Gardner Literary, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto.